2 days in, and we're only getting started here in Barcelona. How about last night's game? That was crazy. 5 more coming your way today, and a few teams hoping to make a run, because the higher you finish, the better your chances of lifting the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Spain here in Barcelona. It starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Buenos dias y bienvenidos. Good morning. Welcome to Barcelona. Great to have your company. It is day 3 of this European Cricket Series, the final ECS of the year, and it's a big one. We call it the Barcelona Bash for a reason, and well, we have been bashed with entertainment as well as big sixes over the first couple of days. So we have 5 games coming your way today. Just quickly, conditions. A little bit of rain this morning, just very, very slight. Means the surface is a bit more greasy than usual. The field has been covered up pretty well, but yeah, certainly something we haven't seen so far. I don't think we'll have any problem with delays or anything like that. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 16 degrees currently, about 13 to get this one going. So the first game today, we'll see Spartans Hospitalet taking on Catalonia Red. Well, both these teams have found it a bit of a struggle so far. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Catalonia Red to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It's a tail.
Yes. Be bad first.
They're going to bat.
Well, the news from the toss, as you saw it, is that Imran Sandal, the cartwheel captain, he's won the toss and he's elected to bat. That's a bit of a curious one because Catalonia Red, they batted first 3 times yesterday. They had 0 wins out of that. In fact, ever since the first 2 games of the series, which were both won by the team batting first, there's been 8 consecutive games won chasing. And you'll kind of see the tail of the tape here. Catalonia Red did put 136 on the board against Pakai Badalona, former European champions yesterday, but that didn't hold up. Isan with 80 not out of 24, just blasting the Reds out of the game. That was after Shiraz top scored for Catalonia Red with 45 not out. Ali Hassan, of course, the century maker from day one, wasn't able to recapture the magic. Zohal Hospitalet then appeared against Royal Barcelona in match 7. Once again, the team chasing were able to win the game. Royal Barcelona chasing down target of 104 with 11 balls to spare. Shahid Nazir, a player we know pretty well, was the top scorer for the Royals. So Hospitalet were led by Guram Shahzad, who actually made that innings at 7 in the 30s. Catalonia Red once again on the park and batting first in match 8. 118, they were able to put together Rahman Ullah. You saw him behind the stumps for a fair bit of day too for Catalonia Red. He top scored with 30 off just 10, but 118 again didn't stand up. Royal Barcelona led by 66 not out from Shahjul Kaiser. That was a really good knock. They were able to overhaul the target in the 8th over. 4th match of the day, Pakai returned and they were able to restrict Sohail to 76. Kamar, the top scorer from number 10, if you don't mind, 32 not out of 14. But look, despite losing a couple of early wickets, there were no real jitters for Pakai. Asad Abbas, 30 not out off just 9. And Atif Mohammed batting at 4, 29 not out. Nice contribution from him. They were able to do it in about half the overs, 29 balls to spare in that one. Now, this was the real thriller under lights last night. It was Catalonia Red making a pretty meagre 86 batting first, and they looked to be gone, but they worked that way back into the game. Sohail Hospitalet ended up needing 1 to tie, 2 to win off the last ball. They got 4, and it was a crazy second innings. There were 6 run-outs in that Sohail Hospitalet innings. Absolutely insane stuff. What a game to finish the day, but it meant that the Reds came up empty-handed on a losing streak of 5 now after winning their first game. They're 1-5 and sitting in 6th place. And the only team below them that's played is actually Spartans, who they played this morning, who are winless. In fact, they're the only team to not have a win that has played so far. Spartans Hospitalet, who are 0-3. And we saw them play their 3 matches on opening day, Monday, 2 days ago now. Here's the news that Spartans, it was Awais Ahmed that was kind of their their most experienced player, but he's unavailable now, I believe, for the rest of the series due to just personal reasons and taking time away from Spain. So Spartans are led by Maruf Hussain. They'll have Fahad Iqbal behind the stumps, but with no aways in the side, you've got to be a bit concerned about how they're going to go, who'll step up for them. For Catalonia Red, well, they need to kind of win this one because, believe it or not, they'll have played 9 of their 18 games by the end of the day. So interesting to see what they do with their order. Obviously, Ali Hassan, he's a bit of a key, and I know he'll open. I suppose, yeah, it makes sense. It's 53-47, so a bit of a coin toss for me, though, with no aways in the side for Spartans. I think Catalonia Red, only the fatigue factor might cost them a little bit. I'd have it more as a 60-40 if I was doing it, but I'm no supercomputer, so that's just my opinion. Their conditions, we mentioned a little bit of light rain falling this morning, but nothing too dramatic. Almost ready to get going. Want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. Let's said hello already, but let's put our eyes on the prize now. Jalal Haider to get us going on day 3, and he starts with a big wide, and it's too spicy for the keeper. Gets their end of the fingers on it. Now, Imran Haider, it's Imran Sandal, I should say. I believe that he went the proverbial omelette yesterday, 3 ducks out of 3, but doesn't stop him opening the batting here, the cartwheel captain on day 3. This is a second wide. So, good movement away from Haider. So, yeah, yesterday was just a bit of a tough day for the captain, to say the least. But Catalonia Red, not perturbed, still happy to bat first. Now, well, it's a bit of a streaky one, but Haider will get a run here right off the end of the bat. So he'll feel a lot better after that. Yeah, Sandal made a 3-ball duck last night, and that was after, well, it wasn't quite the 3 ducks. He made 2 off 7 in match 6 against Pakai Care, but you could argue that was worse than making a first baller. Anyway, he's away, scoring off the first legal delivery that he faces. Yeah, so good morning to Kroom, who's watching from the UK. Hello to Rob Thompson in New Zealand. Di Maria, are you watching from Italy? Tell me if I'm wrong there. Christopher Ward, nice to have you in there as well. Rico's got the day off today. Hope he enjoys himself. He's been working pretty hard. Now Hassan gets a delivery that's short and wide, and he's just going to pop it over the offside. In fact, it goes all the way. Maximo! The first one of day 3. And, yeah, just giving Ali Hassan too much of a look at that one. Comeback ball from Haider. Pitched up, edge, and away from the keeper. Didn't really have a play on that one. But again, you see pitching up just gives you a bit more of a chance, I think, in these conditions. You'll get a good look at it here. Keeper, yeah, moving to his right. Fahad Iqbal, but, yeah, I don't think there's too many keepers that are going to be able to reach that one. So, well, Reds, straight away, they get into a much better position than they started. They started 53%, but with this start, and maybe this is also to do with the fact that Spartans, there might be a bit of a question mark about where the runs are going to come from for them. Always did knock up a ton for them in a losing cause on Monday. But, yeah, that seems a long time ago now. Well, now he goes straight and goes high, and this one is going to fly. Maximo! Well, Hassan, the previous one was slightly off the edge. This one, certainly not, as he launches it up and out of here. And I should mention this is the return fixture from match 1 as well that saw 2 centuries, one to Hassan, one to Awais Ahmed. I suppose the issue here, Awais Ahmed no longer here to turn out for the Spartans, but Hassan is. And he's moved to 16 in just 3 balls. This one across. I think this is a wide that the umpire's missed. I don't think it's caught behind, but for me, this definitely gets some of the tram line. Tell me what you think here. Line ball. But anyway, Spartans thankful for small mercy so far. Now just punches this through the offside, and this is going to be another 4. I mentioned that the slight bit of rain may be slowing up the field a touch. It is artificial grass here, but Ali Hassan just continues on his merry way, and the first goes magical, 23 without loss after 1. So Catalonia Red, the only win they had so far was over Spartans in match 1. Since then, on a losing streak of 5. 18 days to go until the ECCW, something we're really looking forward to here. It's been a big focus on promoting women's cricket in Europe this year on ECN, starting with our first ever ECIW at Europa Point earlier in the year, and following that with various other series throughout the year, including some T20 international cricket as well. Be a great way to finish the year off. Right, Sandal. Can he contribute? He gets it in swinging full toss from Mujahid Mohammed, but he just punches back. I like to see all the players hustling through as well. Mujahid does have a fairly long run up, but he's quick to get back there. Yeah, I think every run that Sandal scores will give him a lot more confidence. He's decided to put himself back at the top of the order after batting a little bit lower last night. He was bowling it last over. That was dramatic last night, trying to defend 4, and he almost did it. Imran. And this is the thing I've noticed about Hassan as well. You know, he's not afraid to kind of keep a ball out, thinking he can catch up later with the range of strokes that we've seen from him. Kind of makes sense. Catalonia Red have struggled to find runs if he hasn't fired. There's a bit of a price on his wicket. Now he goes leg side and he just swipes this away sideways. Maximo. Mujahid gets a little bit close to Ali Hassan and he pays the price. That in movement, even though it's probably from off stump or just outside, he goes with the movement. So yeah, if you're going to do that, yeah, I think you got to go a bit wider to Hassan. But yeah, he's not an easy guy to bowl to. We know that. And Spartans know that acutely, as he knocked up the 5th highest score from an individual ever the other day. Well, this is going to be called a no ball. And so, yeah, I wonder what this is for. I thought it might be for height. It was called no ball, but I wonder if it's for... No, I don't think it's for feet. One way or another, it is no ball. Means that Hassan's going to get a free hit here. And it'll still be a free hit as this one floats outside the off stump. But with me being alone today, obviously a bit more of a chance to be interactive with the chat. And so any questions or comments, throw them in. Always love the ability to talk directly to the viewers. On the charge and whacks it leg side. No deep mid-wicket out there, and that's going to comfortably carry the rope. Maximo! 6 more, Hassan. Certainly feels confident against this Spartans attack, and there's certainly something to this. You see that in all forms of cricket, but, you know, you see at the international level, certain batters just loving playing a certain country. They seem to have their measure. It's probably the same in club cricket as well. Oh, wow. Well, that was a spicy one, but it was a chance. As Hassan smashes this back at Mujahid Mohammed. Bang. More of a wrist contact than anything else, but it has to go down as an opportunity. Tough one as it may have been. 38 without loss after 2. Looking at the table, Got the 4 teams all sharing that 2-0 record. So already they've made a strong play, haven't they, for those top spots. And how this works, the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated after the group stage. But the higher you finish, the easier your path to the trophy is. So if you finish first or second, you go straight through to the semis. You only have to win 2 games to win the trophy. If you finish third or fourth, you get kind of a bye through the first half of elimination day. You only have to win 3 games to win the trophy. If you finish 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, you've got a chance, but you'll have to be perfect. You'll need to win 4 against good opposition. So it's a good format as well, I think, because it rewards teams for good performances through the group stage. And so you should when teams are playing 18 matches before they get to the knockouts. Pushed down the ground and they'll get a single. And he's knocked over. So Sandal, his lousy run continues with the bat. It's Mohamed Azam that comes on and just sneaks one through the gate. Sandal on the charge. Came back and crashed into middle and off. So we have the first wicket of the day and it's Captain Imran. He just cannot get going at the top of the order. He just comes in a little bit, but almost yorks himself there, doesn't he, Imran? First wicket falls and 40 for 1. You can see there. And he kind of created a bit of an issue for himself. Imran, I think he's just still trying to pick up the format and work out how aggressive he needs to be. I suppose, you know, he kind of wants to go toe-to-toe with Ali Hassan, but probably Imran just needs to concentrate while Ali's there of just giving him the strike, because Ali has really been the dominant force in this Reds batting lineup. It might be a bit different maybe if Hassan's out. But anyway, Afaq Shah will come out at number 3. Hello to Twilight. Nice to have you in the chat, as always. So, Azam with his tail up. And it's a push for Shah first up. Doesn't get off the mark just yet. Good comeback this by Spartans. Flicked away, nice shot, as it was a leg stump delivery. Well, Mahel, well, he's actually running the show today, and he's found himself in the action. That was a lovely little pickup shot. No outfielder back there. We still are in the power play. So only 2 outfielders, and Shah is off the mark with a little bit of style as well. Now push back. I think against the single. Oh, it might have been tight. In fact, he might have 4 overthrows now as the backup fielder can't deal. Well, that's going to be... Well, did it go to the boundary? No, it hasn't. Where's this ball? So far away from me. So maybe they will get this. It'll just be a single in the end. Must have got a piece of this. Otherwise, it was going to go, oh, the keeper gets a piece of it. And then, yeah. I was wondering why they take the single in the first place. Well, they would... Well, I know why they might, because it's a run. But also, if they hadn't, then Hassan would have been on strike. So they weren't going to take it. In the end, they will take it. And it'll be the end of the over, 45 for 1. But that's a tight one. Almost meant that there were 4 bonus runs for Catalonia Red. In the end, it's just the 1. Sandori saying that there's a bit of blowback about the batting style for the Reds yesterday, but you got to understand, a lot of these guys, they are new to the ECS. It's such a big cricket community here in Barcelona. Catalonia Red playing their first series. It's easy to sit and criticise from the sidelines, but, you know, when you put under pressure, you never know how you're going to act. What I will say is they've had to rely a lot on Ali Hassan so far. As Paramveer Palmer comes in. And again, Paramveer playing his first game this morning. Catalonia Red, the other thing is, it's got to be a bit of a fatigue factor coming in, playing 3 matches a day for the first 3 days. No other team has had to do that. Flicked away, and will be stopped. Does well to get down to it there. So it's just a single. Yeah, so I'd say maybe ease off some of these teams that are that are playing their first European Cricket Series. And that's one thing that's interesting about cricket. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. If you could just turn it on all the time, it'd be an easy game, especially in the 10-over format. I mean, little moments can have big influences on the result. Off the pad. And the keeper gets a hand to it. Does pretty well to get a hand to it, Iqbal. Will it stop it enough? Well, it has stopped. And he was pretty keen not to touch it in case he knocked it into the rope. There's probably 1 or 2 blades of artificial grass between him and the ball. This will look like it hits, but it's because the camera's behind. So I think, you know, the fielder would be the first to say that that hits the rope. But well, it's been given, okay. Or maybe he did say it's hit the rope. Fair enough. So it'll be 4 leg byes. Palmer just straying down the leg side there. Oh, well, this time he strays down the leg side and it's not kicked, it's hit. And that's, don't look down there, it's up there. It's gone over the grandstand. It's Maximal, 6 runs. And Ali Hassan, well, he knew exactly what to do with this. He's so quick to get the hands out. There we go. Adios, pelota. Or as Corey would say, adios, pelota ball. Paramveer cannot get leg side. You see Hassan just eyeing off that area again. This time he goes straighter, and this is going to bisect the fielders at 4 more. So Hassan's dealing again. Loves the morning game against the Spartans, doesn't he? This is a good shot because he decides to hit this one straight, and that was a better place to put that one. And the other thing, if you're talking about Catalonia Reds last night and their batting, you got to realise they're in their 3rd match of the day. Well, this is either a wide or nothing. It depends if it hits something. Don't think it hits the bat, but it must have just flicked the pad because there was a big appeal that was about to take place, but the keeper didn't hold on, so there's no caught behind. There's no LBW realistically because the ball barely deviates. But it must have been off the pad. Last ball of the over. Slower ball and sliced up. Huge moment. Got to catch it. He drops it. Well, Hassan, he's a guy that whacked him for 100 the other day. Gets to 43. The change of pace works for Palmer, who really should have had his man, but it gets artificial grassed. Hassan will get one, and he gets super lucky. And that is what pressure does into the over, 60 for 1. Oh, well, just remember that. In fact, they don't run in the end. 60 for 1 in shock. Ali Hassan could have easily got a single, but he was probably taking a couple of steps back towards the dugout. So a dot to finish. Azam comes back on. Flicked away, and this will be a long chase. We're not going to get there. Hayaz Ahmed, and so 4 runs to finish, 4 runs to start the next over, I should say. Again, this has been too many balls that have been on leg stump or outside. Dug out this time. Hassan is on borrowed time now, isn't he? Chopped on 43. Yeah, okay, the fielder had to get there. Had a bit of ground to cover, but it's one you should be taking at any level, really. Well, Hassan just lost his composure a couple of times. Probably feels bulletproof now, but this is not a good shot. He charges wildly. He's at the other end now. That one wasn't handled by the keeper. Shah gets the strike bat. And he forces off the back foot, and this will be 4 again. Nice shot. I like that he kind of plays it the way it came. From outside the off stump. Good back foot work there as well. So he gets that back foot back and across towards the ball, which just takes his whole body towards the ball, gets his energy going in that direction. 4 more to the total. Reds making a strong start to day 3. Shah's look good so far. Now high in the air. Another opportunity. Back to the line, and he's got it. Well, third time lucky for Paramveer. They'll have a look at it, but I think this one's clean. He had a bit of company down there as well. It was right back towards the line, but it's going to be the end of Afak Shah, who probably wonders where his luck is. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Off the end of the bat, so it goes high. And just watch the feet here. I don't think he ever really touches the line. It's uno, dos, and yeah, that's inside. Tres. Oh, skin of his teeth stuff there, but they finally hold one, Spartans. And so it's the end of Shah for 15. And Catalunya Red lose the second wicket, 70 for 2. Entertaining stuff. Well, if that was volleyball, he's used all 3 touches, hasn't he? Just needed to spike the third one. And you could see the Spartans keen for a turning point. Maybe that'll provide it. This is Rahman Ullah. Good to see him back and fit. He wasn't able to take his place in the field last night. Maybe just a bit of fatigue kicking in. That'll be the end of the 5th over, and the score 71 for 2. What a good catch that was. All right, so haven't done this yet today. Why don't we do roll the dice? And I had a bit of an idea today. I'm actually going to go for a team. So Group C and Team 4. Okay, Turkey. Well, we know that they're doing their championships at the moment. So we don't have final confirmation, but it did look like Istanbul KSK. They were toweling up the opposition there. Of course, a team that we have seen in last year's tournament. So today when we get the ECL up, I'm going to talk about individual teams. I'll even do another one when we come back. So I'm going to go group and team when I roll the dice. Can't wait for that ECL 26th of February. One of our marquee tournaments of the year. I suppose we have 3 now because we have the ECCW as well. Ayaz Ahmed to bowl. And starts by being worked to the leg side. Now, fraction too short, hit to the leg side, but the fielder can't quite get off his feet. He'll just get a single in the end. Mohammad Azam coming in. But I suppose you see the difference here quite clearly between, the international level fielding and what you see at club level across the board. So, yeah, I mean, sometimes you see batting in particular that might compete, guys that can smash the ball. No full toss this time. Should just be a single. But yeah, particularly, turning difficult catches into catches. Hello to Charlton. Good to have you with us. Hello to KG as well. To Kent. Nice to see you. Jeffrey Mobbs popping in. Well, this hits him in front. And he's gone. So Hassan, his luck runs out on 44. And it's a huge moment in the game. Ayaz Ahmed induced a sideways swipe. This will be an interesting replay because he did get a bit of a step in, but they haven't seen it straight on. Let's have a look. Tosses it up there. Yeah, I mean, does it hit him in line? If it hits him in line, it's a pretty good shout. The other thing, I suppose, though, is he does get a good stride in, but really it was a poor shot selection. I don't know if we can see here exactly how far he gets down as we see two dogs playing in the background. It's an interesting one because we don't really get to have a look at how high it's going to bounce. So umpire was satisfied it met the criteria. If it hits him in line, certainly not going to miss the stumps line-wise, and we don't really know about the height. Probably that full, it's probably not going over. So I think you make a case for that one. Hassan should have been gone on 43. He only makes another single run before he has to go. Brave decision from the umpire, but I mean, it was fairly adjacent. My only question initially was, did it hit him outside the line? But, yeah, like I said, I think you make a pretty strong case for it. And so Shiraz comes out now. And he'll get off the mark straight away. Jeffrey Mobbs said he's also watching the WBBL semi between the Brisbane Heat and Perth Scorchers at the Wacker. Boy, has it changed. Have I seen it lately? Yeah, I have. I have kind of seen it from time to time. Played at the Wacker a few times. All right, well, this is in towards the leg stump, and Remanula is having none of it. Maximo into the goals, although technically it's not a goal. It's kind of like a net for baseball practice, but football will be an interesting game if the goals were this big. So, gets the big wicket, but also gets whacked in that over. 81 for 3 after 6. Ali Hassan goes for 44. Just kind of had an off few minutes that ended in his dismissal and a couple of close brushes. Ali Hassan. Left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease now for Reds. That really does provide a window of opportunity for Spartans, who are still searching for their first win. Jabit Hawks calling it plum. I'm not so sure about plum, but you got the 3 elements there. Well, 4 if you count. Does he hit it? Let's assume he doesn't hit it. It's where does it pitch? No problem. Where's the impact? And is it going to hit the stumps? So pitching is no problem, obviously. Impact, umpire's call. Is it hitting? Well, it's not hitting. Why not? I suppose you'd have to ask, reverse the question. Is the full toss that's hit out towards leg side. I've been called a no ball for height. So, yeah, I mean, look, again, we know how they umpire here. It's a safety thing. If it's around the waist, on the full, at pace, they're going to call it. So, free hit coming up. So the test I do for is it hitting or not, as the free hit's missed out here, is I try and visualise that ball. Imagine there's no batter at all. Would that have hit the stumps? It's a pretty good shout to hit the stumps. Think of that to memory. That's a visualisation that I like to do. And then if you're happy that it's hit in line and you're happy that it's going to hit the stumps, then you raise the finger. A slight slower ball this time. Punched away to point, and that's going to be 4 runs. Remanula, he's come out swinging, hasn't he? Yeah, again, like that footwork. Getting across towards the ball, putting all that power into the shot. Yeah, so speaking of the whacker, I know that now that they have the new Perth Stadium in Western Australia, which actually isn't that far. It's across the river, but it's about maybe a mile as the crow flies. Well, picks this up leg side, and that's out of here as well. Maximo! Well, Mahel's been a bit of a ball magnet this morning. Well, that Shoob's normally the main man over there that the ball follows, but Mahel in charge of the blue coup today, and he's been flawless in the field. Yeah, so I know that the whacker now is probably not hosting some of the big tier events. Well, that definitely is a no ball, and it just loops over the keeper. And we'll get a single now. That's exactly why these deliveries are dangerous. It means he's going to get a warning for this as well. So it'll be a second warning, actually. I know that kind of now mixing it with real estate there and apartments. Maxi also is part of the blue crew. Actually, be part of this tournament, playing for Barcelona International. Good to have him watching. Anyway, this is a full toss and dealt with by Ayaz. Wonder if he'll get a second over. Probably makes sense. You got the left-hander there, and he's bowling kind of off spin. Palmer setting in the action on the boundary last over. Now hoping for a breakthrough. Slower ball, but he gets it wrong. And that's going to be one bounce 4. So yeah, I like the idea to go the change of pace, but he just doesn't get it right, does he? Batter has forever and a day to get in position and whack it away. So the 100 comes up for Catalunya Reds. Last ball of the 7th over to come. Eventually it comes back, and Shiraz does the fielding. And on striker. This pitch has played really well. I've got to say that. It's been a huge improvement from what was here before. So sinks down the leg side, doesn't take anything on the way through, so that'll be a wide. Yeah, so I have been to the new Perth Stadium as well, and it's actually kind of based on the MCG and also the other stadium in Melbourne, the Docklands Stadium. I can just see that how they've set it up. Holds about 60,000, maybe 65,000, depending on how you configure it. All right, that is going to be leg side as well, and smashes into the furniture. Maximo! And really well struck. Got down and dirty. The Ramanula has been brilliant. Into the over, 107 for 3. Yeah, so we were speaking about the finals format a little bit earlier. And you can see basically if you finish top 2, you're straight through to the semi-finals, and then you're just 2 wins away. If you finish 3rd or 4th, then you have to go through elimination day, but you only have to win 1 game on elimination day to get to final day. And if you finish 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, you do have a chance, but you'd have to win 2 eliminators and then a semi-final and then a final. So reward for teams that finish higher on the ladder. I think that makes sense. So Palmer goes for 37. Some good signs in there, but yeah, also a few got away from him. So I guess the good sign here is even with Ali Hassan dismissed, they've had someone step up. In this case, it's been Ramanula. First ball floats down the leg side for a wide. Shiraz, left-hander, always throws the bowlers for a bit of a loop, especially at this level, having to adjust your line. Yep. Well, has this grabbed something? No, it hasn't. Yep, Shiraz, if he's smart, anything heading down there, he's just leave it. Anything he thinks might be endangering the stumps with the angle, he can probably still whack away leg side. But yeah, I don't think this hits anything. And if it doesn't, anything down the leg side is a wide. Jeffrey has a cube-related question. The cube is all right. Taken to deflating it now at the end of the day, although I do think we have a bit of a puncture somewhere. So we'll see how long it lasts today. Yeah, see, this is another wide waiting to happen. But Shiraz inexplicably moves outside the leg stump. See? Why do that when you've got a guy? That's missed the leg stump by about 2 feet. You can easily take another wide there. Get across. Starts across. Then backs away a little bit. But anyway, gets his hands through this one, Shiraz. And that one is going to go all the way. Maximo! This one was a little bit straighter. And yeah, they're the ones to go after. On the stumps are outside off. Anything else, just leave it alone. He takes up his guard. Look at his toe. Back toe is probably almost on the off stump. So he starts right behind his stumps and backs away a bit. That's a really good example as well. Good heads up play. As Ramanula was quick to pounce on the keeper's fumble and get through for a bye. Mohamed Tayyab asking what's the prize for the winning team? It depends from series to series. Sometimes there's prize money put up by the Federation, sometimes not. I believe there is some here in Barcelona. I'm not quite sure how much, but it's really not what it's about. It's about the experience of playing in a European Cricket Series and, of course, raising that trophy, which is provided by Local Lifestyle and those very unique winners' medals as well. But I think if you're doing it for prize money, it's not the right reason, because it's not the kind of prize money you'd get at a World Cup or an IPL or something like that. It's not really about the money. It's about the development of the game in Europe. And this is a low full toss, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Yeah, Shiraz, I just think he's better when he holds his position. Look, pretty much holds that back foot there through the shot and gets 6. Maximo time. Reds setting a decent looking target here. Probably not as big as the 180 they were getting Spartans to chase in match 1. Takes this off the stumps as well, flicks it away. They'll only get a single though, so Shiraz will retain the strike. Both these guys going pretty well at the moment. 8 overs in, Reds 124 for 3. Yeah, first to 5 matches today, slightly overcast, so slightly different conditions this morning compared to the first couple of days. Of course, we were here for the internationals on the weekend as well. Time for over number 9, as we like to say in the classics. It all happens in the 9th. And Spartans, we're hoping to keep this down maybe around the 140. It's the captain, Maruf Hussain, who's going to bowl this one. Bowling to Shiraz. Gets one short of a length, but not quite as quick as he might have thought. Doesn't really time it. Just a single. Over to Ramanula now. And Ramanula, player we haven't seen until this series, but he certainly looks the goods, doesn't he? Scoring his runs at a good rate. And now he's going to slash all the way over that point boundary. That ball almost left us, but it'll stay in on the walk. And then with a bit of width, throws the hands at it. 6 carreras más. 6 more runs to the Reds, who were eyeing off something 150 plus here. In fact, they're on 157 pace at the moment. And the big positive here is how, even with Hassan going, they've been able to keep the pace up. Next one a little bit too wide. I like the idea there, though, from Maruf Hussain. So with no Aways Ahmed in response, where the run's going to come from for Spartans, that's the question. They did score 154 from memory when these two teams met last time, but there was 100 plus of those from Aways. Now this is a blast over the offside. Maximo. Oh, good shot of the early morning skyline of downtown Barcelona. This one ends up down there, I think. Up and over the fence. Ramanula to 42. Impact innings. Yeah, we didn't see Raman on day one, but played the 3 matches yesterday. Now hits this pretty hard as well. That's going to beat the fielder. So just pure timing that time from Ramanula. Moves to 46. Takes up a position outside the off stump. And there's just value for cricket shots here as well. So I think if you can play all around the wicket, you're going to have a good time. Two to come in this 9th over. And there's more of the same as Raman brings up his 50, and he brings it up off 15 balls. And what a good knock that is from Ramanula. And you can see they're pretty strong over that offside as well. 6 Maximos, 3 4s. 15 ball 50. Just what the doctor ordered for the Reds. Oh, well, rinse and repeat, Raman. He's popped this one over the fence as well. Hasta la vista la bola. That one is out of here. What a 9th over this is turning out to be. Goes magical. In fact, it goes supersonic in the end. And with 30 off that one, 154 for 3. Well, there's the 150, and there's still an over to come. So maybe not wanting to go back to Hyder, who went magical, but that was early in the piece. The gamble to bowl a 6 bowler doesn't pay off. And you can actually see now Shiraz is batting even further outside the off stump. So I think it's partly where he's starting, but also I think the one thing with Shiraz, doesn't want to lose weight to the leg side. That's the one thing I would say. Hold your weight. Hold your kind of balance there. This is a good example. See, Shiraz, before he even knows where the ball is, he has this little trigger to leg side. Look at his front foot here. See, there's the one little one. And then as soon as it's bowled there, he's automatically putting his foot there. So that's just something, a little technical thing that if I was watching that, I'd be wanting to iron that out. Because you're only going to kind of get yourself in trouble that way. They do get an extra run. So it means that Ramanula's back. And he's just going to flat bat a ball over mid-off. He's up in the circle now, but doesn't really time it. He'll come back for 2. I just want to show you the difference between the footwork. We saw Shiraz. He had a little trigger away. But have a look at Ramanula. He doesn't move his feet until he knows where the ball is. See how he doesn't lose any energy there. Okay, it doesn't really time that. But that's just a really clear example, I think, of some of the differences and how you can get in habits, I suppose. Now he's going to stand and deliver again. Carves it away over cover. Maximo. Ground rule double. That one is out of here as well. What a good knock this is from Ramanula. He's moved to 66 now. Off just 18 balls. And Catalunya Red lost a run of 5 matches, but they're looking the goods, aren't they? First up on day 3 against the Spartans, who they were the only team to defeat so far. Now on the pull, showing he's not just a one-trick pony. Ramanula, what a knock this is. Maximo. 6 more again. He waits to see where it is and then hits it. The difference between kind of premeditating and just kind of playing what's dealt to you. This is some serious hitting from Ramanula. 170 up now. It just shows you, because the other day they made 179. That was including that 135 from Ali Hassan. Now they could better it, even without an individual reaching a century. This is going to be a wide, and they'll take the extra. Yeah, I wonder if they're happy actually to see Ramanula at the other end, even though it gives away an extra run. Pista asking why no Awais Ahmed, but Awais, he's actually not in the country. He had some travel booked, so I don't think we'll see Awais for the rest of this series. Just appearing on day one. Now it is Shiraz's turn, and this one's going to go over the fence. Maximo, and I like this. Let's have a look at the feed again. It was a little bit later to go to open up that time. Sent it into downtown Barcelona, 178. Surely they will go past that 179 they scored in match one. Goes up, and this one is also going to leave the field. It's Maximo time. 180 comes up and more. Catalonia Reds have broken out of the slump in the best way possible. They're going back to a waste. I don't think that's the end, by the way. I think there's a ball to come. Everyone's walking off. Yep, they're going to come back. I was going to say, though, Aways was available for the internationals and day one of this series. But yeah, why stop now? Shiraz moves to 30 off 11. And yeah, they thought that was it, but I don't think it is. There's been 2 wides in this over. Each one of them, there was an extra run as well. So if you thought you're out of trouble, bad news. And Hyder, he has been brought back. Now this over's gone supersonic as well. We've had 60 runs in the last 11 balls. And now he's gone for 53. Brings up his 50, Hyder, with that. Time for one more. If Shiraz is good enough. He won't get a boundary, but they think of second, but they have a bit of mercy. And they say, we'll just be happy with a 1. So Hyder ends up conceding 54 in his allotted 2 overs. Shiraz and Ulla really turning it on there for the 4th wicket. They came together at 74. They put on 111 in 4.2 overs. Well, carnage at Barcelona to start the 3rd morning, but got to say early on it was Ali Hassan that was doing the damage. Imran once again at the top of the order wasn't able to fire as he yorked himself, and then Afak Shah came out and he actually played some really nice looking shots to the leg side and the off. But yeah, that was Ali Hassan getting dropped on 43, and we thought that might really cost the Spartans. Well, it did and it didn't, because Afak went to a triple juggler from Palmer, and then this one, it was a specious one, but to be honest, I can see how the umpire thinks it's ticking the boxes, and he's in the best position. And the question was, would the drop catch come back to haunt? And they were kind of haunted in other ways in the end, because the wicket of Ali Hassan was got, but then these two, Shiraz along with Rahmanullah, just put on an exhibition of hitting leg side, offside, wherever you like, aided by a little bit of loose bowling as well. And they have gotten the Reds into a very strong position, even more than they scored in match 1 when Ali Hassan scored 135. The final score this time, 185 for 3 off the 10. 20 extras in there. Okay, 5 leg byes. We'll take those off, but even then, 15 avoidables. Too many, I think. 72 for Rahmanullah, breakout innings for him off just 19 balls. Shiraz was able to get a few away at the end, 31. That was after we saw Ali Hassan contribute 44 to the total. 2 for 16, Azam really stands out there, doesn't he? But Ayaz Ahmed bowled 1 over slow stuff. Interesting, they didn't go back to him. They went back to the pace and it got pounded. 30 came off the 9th, 31 came off the 10th. So, yeah, quite remarkable in that they were 124 off 8 and they end up with 185. We'll take a break, mountain to climb to say the least for Spartans, but they'll have a crack at it when we return. 186 the victory target. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you very shortly for the second innings of match 11 right here in the European Cricket Series, Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, back just in time for the start of the second innings. And right now, we're going to see the Reds defending 185. And with that start to the innings, there's only 185 more to get, so to speak. It's Mohammad Shiraz opening up, and he's down to here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have your company. Given some kind of hope, this would be the highest ever run chase achieved if they were able to do it, Spartans. Well, that'll help because this is up, it's in the air, and it's out of here. Maximo! Well, someone has to play an absolute blinder, and could that be Mohammad Azam? He certainly stood up in the first innings with 2 for 16 off his 2 overs, including a couple of big wickets. And he starts with a bang here. 7 off the first ball. Wide in the 6. Shiraz gets a little bit of bend away from the right-hander. More than a little bit that time. It'll be a wide. So 8 off the first ball now. So when you've got a huge problem like this, needing 18 and a half and over, I think you just got to take it 1 over at a time and take risks to stay up with the rate. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And let's be honest, probably not going to work. But at least you've got the chance of pulling off the miracle then. Don't know if you don't try. It's a bit wide as well. Yeah, just getting too much of the line. And Shiraz getting a bit too much movement for his own good. Look, that really goes. Has to be a wide though, straight over the tram line. Ball has to be completely inside the tram line for it to not be a wide. Shiraz maybe could start his run up a little bit wider and angle a bit more in, especially if he's getting such movement. That's going to be difficult to play. Now, wide again. It was 10 off the first ball. Well, if they keep going at this rate, they'll score 600. But I don't think it'll happen. Hello to Armandro. Nice to have you with us. Asking how I am today. I'm very well, thanks, Armandro. How are you? Thanks for tuning in. Let's see if the Reds can snap this losing streak. And well, Spartans are searching for their first win in the competition. Now this is further in, and that's banged as well from Azam. Wow, so far so good for the Spartans. Maximo, and after 2 balls, the score's 16. So here's the thing, if you could go supersonic in the first over, well then you're down at something semi-reasonable, maybe 15 and over for the rest. That's quite a remarkable shot, considering how much Shiraz is swinging the ball. Now something different, something short, and just forces Azam to check his shot. Yeah, this would be quite remarkable if they could pull this off. Have been 8 games in a row won by teams chasing. And now Hussain steps away from the ball slightly. And yeah, dot balls. Can't afford too many of them. Needing so many runs. I mean, if you are going to get your first win, what a way to do it. Spartans, if they could chase 186 here. Again, this is going to be fine. That's when you look at this. This is what I was talking about. Some players have this habit. Look at his front foot here. Before he receives it, or just after, he's immediately throwing that foot way outside the leg stump. It's not a good habit to get in. That's slightly better. Got across and had a play on it. Made some contact. But, yeah, that'll be the end of the over. So it's 17 with that loss after 1. Of course, if they could do this, they would outdo the highest chase ever. 183 was chased down by the Netherlands against Spain in qualifier 2. Don't think we'll forget that game for a long time. As far as the golden ball counter goes, we start the day 262 matches since we've had a golden ball. The record all-time is 405. That was mid-2022, and that went off at 334. That was actually golden ball 49 back in September in Italy, just before the ECC. So 17 come off the first, and that's not actually even up with the rate. Imran Sandal, the cartwheel captain, comes on, and he gets flicked away for plenty. That's gone all the way. Maximo getting on the pads. As he's had a very, very good start. You feel like he's the man. He's going to have to face most of the balls in this power play and do something with them. He's 19 off 4 at the moment. 3 sixes and a single. This one won't get past the bowler. Yeah, it was a dramatic game last night for Catalunya Red. And pretty close to defending 86. Yeah, mentioning the fact that there's 8 wins out of 10 batting second, but those 8 have all come in a row. So the first 2 games won by the team batting first. All right, skied. Catching's important. Well, 2 fielders want it, and it goes down in the end. That's Rasul, who went from the other side of the field. He was left alone to try and deal with it in the end, but you'll see him come in here. And, yeah, just out of the screen there, you'll see it. Had plenty of time to get under it, and that's disappointing because his he has been on a heater. Goes upstairs this time. This will be the one for the over, but maybe not quite over the head. Hussain struggling. Yeah, it's probably okay because you have to ask yourself, is it above his head if he's standing at the crease and he was slightly bent there? No, it's not okay. It's been called a wide. Okay. It could have gone either way, that one for me. Anyway, Spartans get the call. Pitched up and hit straight and hit well enough to get 4. So that'll be a bit of a confidence booster for Afaq Hussain as he pins his ears back and laces this one straight over the umpire's hat. Up to 29. Well, this is a pretty good start if you're chasing 18.6. It's funny. There's the wide calls and extra deliveries actually become quite important, don't they? And they're close calls. All right, this is a little leading edge over the top, and it's almost caught. And now a bit of slip sliding stuff from Safi, who's into the side. Makes the stop. I did mention there'd been a little bit of rain, and I mean a little bit, like a sprinkle. But you can actually see even the way that he kind of slides on the turf here. It's just livened things up a little bit. Great surface here, though. Sandal's gone for 14. So kind of boundary if you want to stay at the rate here. Last ball is hit. Okay, but it won't beat the infield. Arif does the fielding, hurls it in. So 15 come off that over. And Spartans are 32 without loss after 2. Yeah, Julian Dawson in the chat saying, yeah, he remembers that highest chase very well because he was in the commentary box for that one. Yeah, what a game for you to come up, Julian. No, Dave B was there and a few others. Looking at the table here, pretty congested at the top. 4 teams with a 2-0 record. Each team will play 18 matches though, so it's very early days. Bottom 2 have 0 chance of winning in the finals because they won't be there. Top 8 will get a chance, but it is kind of fair because the higher you finish, the easier your path is. So I do like the 8 teams given an opportunity, but if you're finishing below 4th, you're going to have the 2 days of your life to win the trophy, to win 4 matches against teams, obviously, that have been having some success in the tournament. Hello to Rob Thompson once again and to Ken. And yeah, Julian, that was quite an amazing 10 overs of cricket, wasn't it? Or 9.5 overs when the Netherlands chased down 183 right now. Pretty amazing stuff from Shiraz as he bends this one and he rearranges the stumps of Afaq Hussain. It's the first wicket to fall, 32 for 1. And just the way Hussain was opening himself up, you always felt that he was going to struggle with that kind of delivery technically. And you can see that front foot again. It doesn't really cover the line. And yeah, just had a bit of a tough time while he was out there, though. He got 1 or 2 away. Spartans lose their first at 32-1. Hello to Plucky, who's in the chat, saying he's new to this. He doesn't know the teams well. One way you can find out more is by going to our website, europeancricket.com. Each player has a player profile. You got the team squad list as well. You can click on any one of the players. You can have a look at the fixtures there. It's a great way to find out more. If you want a simple way, just look on the screen and you can have a look at what the win predictor is saying, thanks to Intelligent Cricket. And Corey's been sniffing around them for a job, but this one doesn't swing from Shiraz. Ayaz Ahmed coming out in the number 3 position. Ayaz, actually the brother of Awais Ahmed, I believe. Let's see if he can provide some of the same kind of fireworks. You don't have to be Nostradamus to know that Reds are in a very good position here. Well, he's lost his one completely and it's off the pitch. And just not quite getting the release shot. It'll be a no ball plus 4 byes. And yeah, when you're a swing bowler, little things matter. And you can just see the arm angle wasn't right there. Lost one down the leg side and now loses one badly. And look, that'll happen from time to time at this level. Keeper made a good run on it, but he couldn't make the stop. Remanullah back behind the stumps. Good to see him fit enough to take up that position. No Ashraf in the side this morning for Catalonia Red. Remember Catalonia Red, they're actually playing their 7th game already. Free hit time then. And it is hit, and that'll be 4. No one back on the leg side, and so Ayaz Ahmed will take the boundary. Hanging in there, aren't they? Yeah, so Plucky wants to know a bit more about the league. Well, European Cricket Network, we show matches from all across Europe. Typically, it's in the 10-over format, mixture of domestic club games and international games, grouped into tournaments, normally around about 2 or 3 weeks in duration. Some of the major ones a bit longer. Okay, wide again. Shiraz just not really dealing too well with the movement. He's getting good movement. Outside edge this time. This is Shiraz bowling, just to be clear. On the graphics they've put up Avak Shah, but that is definitely Shiraz, same bowler that bowled over number 1. That'll get fixed up pretty shortly. Called a wide, tight call this one. But you got to realise, you know, in the regulations here, if it's touching the line at all, and the umpire felt that was just getting a little bit of the paint on the way through. Oh, this is hit straight and hit very, very far. Maximo! Oh, that is a good hit. And Azam on time to strap on the foot symbols because he is the one-man band at the moment, isn't he, for the Spartans? He's hitting the ball very sweetly, very straight and pretty correctly. This is the difference. He kind of holds his shape better than most. And he's actually dealt pretty well with the unpredictability of Shiraz and some of the movement he's been getting. 50's up now within the power play. And this is hit pretty hard as well. That'll be 4, so a good finish. And they stay at 18 and over through the first 3. So Azam, he's the man stepping up at the moment. And it'll take us to the end of the 3rd over. The score is 54 for 1. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Have a look at that finish to the innings. 30 and 31. In fact, if you want to go further, they scored 104 in the last 4 overs. It's quite insane. Really piling them on. Okay, I said I was going to do a few more ECL team previews today. So I do this by rolling a dice on my computer, okay? So it is telling me I need to look at Group E and Team 5. Okay, well, you pick one there that really we don't do too much about. Stari Grad, because the only team from Serbia we've ever had was Belgrade. So Stari Grad are the first ever team to represent Serbia at an ECL. And they'll get a couple of wild cards, which typically teams will use them from players within the country, although they don't have to. So, as luck would have it, probably the team I know the least about there. But I know that cricket in Serbia, there's a lot of people working hard to get the game into schools there. There's some good young Serbian players, the Zimaniches, that have been turning out. We have seen the Serbian national team a little bit on the network. And so, yeah, Stari Grad, they're going to have a hard time in that group because there's some tough opposition there, but I'm sure it'll be a great learning experience for them. Sandal, the captain. Interesting that he's bringing himself back straight away. We saw him bowling the 10th last night. Yeah, but this time he just doesn't want the drama. So if he does take a wicket, I know it's a bit early, but he loves the cartwheel, does Imran. And yeah, you heard me correctly. Like he's asking, is this getting played in Spain? The answer is yes, we are in Barcelona. Maybe we'll get some of the guys to show you the skyline in a minute. Even though it's a little bit cloudy today. Ayaz looks for a run, doesn't get one. Throw comes in, but a dot ball, they're pretty useful when you've got such a big score on the board. Plucky also wants to know, how do you own a team in this league? Well, bad news. Teams aren't really for sale. They're the amateur teams in the club competition. So, yeah, it is an amateur enterprise. Even though it sounds like a funny thing to say, but that's the situation with cricket in Europe. It's pretty well bowled, actually. It's his spots, but it's a pretty good shot in response by Ayaz Ahmed as he is able to slice it away behind point and gets 4 runs. Yeah, really good shot. Plucky's full of questions. How many players in the circle? Same regulations as most limited overs competitions. You're allowed 2 outside the circle in the power play. Then after that, you're allowed 5. So now we're out of the power play as of this over. So 5 outfielders in play. Hit straight, but there's a fielder pretty straight. That's a position we've seen coming into vogue in the last couple of years. An unusual one, but an effective one. Well, Plucky's gone full 20 questions at me, but if you want to keep them coming, I'm happy to answer them. But not just Plucky. You could also throw me a question, no matter who you are, where you are. ECN European Cricket Network. Up in the block hole, Sandal. Full and straight. This has been the tactic, I think, which has been the most effective. Pitch the ball up. Batters just make more mistakes that way. You still might get smashed if you don't get it quite right, but at least you've got some upside that way. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been a tight one, only 5 off it. Oh, but he goes short and he surprises him, and well, it's been called a no ball. Okay, was this the second of the over? I don't know. I mean, I would even say where it's hit him, it's probably not. I think it might have been un-no balled actually when they've had a look at it. So that could be the end of the over. Wow. Yeah, in the end, they'll say that's fine. Imran says sorry, but he says it with a wink, like he's some sort of tearaway, and I like that alpha move from the captain. It'll be the end of the over, 59 for 1. I suppose the main thing there is that they get it right in the end. I don't recall a bouncer earlier in the over, so I think maybe it's just a miscounting thing. And even so, I think because it hits him below the shoulder, he's not jumping or anything. I don't think that's... It's funny to say, that's not a bouncer, even though it's looks like one, and has pinned him. Okay, so 59 for 1 off 4, and what a good over that was from Imran. It's really made things tough. Now, here's a player, Adil Arif. He's a bit like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get out of a deal. Here's a bowl they keep going back to. It has had some control problems at times. Other times he's been right in the money. So let's see if he can get the radar right here. Still got the lights on, providing a bit of extra light because it is a bit overcast today, but those light spots of rain seem to have subsided. Just taking their time here. Of course, all teams on the clock on the European Cricket Network. And a slight delay. Maybe this is not up to the players then. Okay, I'm going to continue my ECL previews. Okay, so I'm going to pick another team at random. This one is saying Group A, Team 5. Okay, Heritage CC there. And I believe that Vikram Vij from the Luxembourg national team plays for them. And Heritage, they were able to win the domestic championship there this year. And they beat Wolferdanga, I think, in the final. Now, the last 2 seasons in the ECL, when Luxembourg have sent a team, it's been Star CC. But yeah, this time, Heritage CC have qualified. So again, a new team to the competition. Looking at their group, well, they've got Zagreb Assassins. And I think Heritage would fancy themselves against Zagreb Assassins. Or at least that'll be a competitive game. But when I look at the 3 teams above them, Cobra, yeah, Cobra, to beat the Royal Tigers in that competition, you know, you're going to have to be pretty good. Skanderborg and Ginebrescia for me, though, they look the goods in Group A. Ginebrescia haven't qualified before out of Italy, but not being able to attend because it was one of the ECLs. It was 2020 and 2021 where we wanted to hold ECL, but we couldn't because of logistical issues surrounding the pandemic. And so, yeah, Ginebrescia, along with Donnerstadt, actually, they're the 2 teams that spring out to me as teams that have actually qualified before for previous editions, but haven't actually been able to take their place in the competition. So, yeah, apologies for the slight delay, but yeah, sometimes there are some technical issues. And if that's the case, if we do hold the game up, we want to make sure that the score is accurate, that you know and you can trust what you see on the screen. So that's what that's about. So, just a bit of a hassle sometimes, but I do think it's important that you have the best possible viewing experience. So, Helix saying maybe the magic spray be required. Yeah, it was a decent bouncer that wasn't it, from Imran? I wasn't expecting him to go short, but it was well directed. Catalonia Reds, they have a 1-5 record in the first 6 games. Spartans without a win so far in 3 attempts. So, just seeing what this is about, actually. So I'm not sure if they're thinking perhaps it was a 5-ball over when it's all said and done in the 3rd, in which case they could still finish the over if there's a ball remaining. Have a look at the table. Now, we've seen 7 of the 10 sides so far, and that just leaves Bengali as well as Barcelona International and Catalunya Jaguar to take their place. And we have seen Bengali before. I expect them to have a bit of a Portuguese influence, actually. This is the lineup today, and it's a very similar lineup to what we saw on Monday, with these teams playing some return bouts against each other. And so matches in the European Cricket Series and most of the European Cricket Network competitions, they are on 2-hour time slots. But yeah, this is essentially identical to the fixtures we saw on Monday. And yeah, rather than have the teams play each other back to back, I think this is just thought of as a good way to put a bit of space between the contests. Helix saying he's picking Wombles to win the whole tournament. Well, Wimbledon in the Group B, which is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, week 1. One of the big differences with the ECL this year is that the Sunday rest days have been eliminated. Controversial as that might be. These are tomorrow's fixtures. I think the players are getting ready to get back out there. Jaguar will take part for the first time tomorrow. Kettle and Your Red play their 10th game. They just have the one tomorrow. We'll see Sohal out there as well. Badalona CC, who made a good start to the competition. They'll be back as well. Apologies again for the delay. Looks like we're good to go. And what was the result? The result was that it was a 6-ball over and that we're going to keep going. So, Adela Reef will get the ball. Must have gotten a little bit cold. Plucky asking, so teams play more than one game in a day? Yes, they do. And there's partly that's all about the fact that players need to get time off work. So, I mean, theoretically here, you could have teams playing one game a day. You've got 10 teams. But that would just be a logistical nightmare, I think. So, obviously, with teams playing multiple games in a day, it means, you can get a day off work and you can play 2 or 3 matches. Having a look at the Barcelona skyline there. And also, sometimes you'll see like a team with Kettle and Your Red, their matches will be grouped together. Sometimes teams have to travel. And so, try and get their games together just for logistical purposes. Yeah, you can see the cloud around today, but so far, rain not really interfering. Ken thinks maybe bring the players a cup of tea while they're waiting. Yeah, it's a nice morning for a cup of tea. Barcelona is such a beautiful city. It's one of my favourite cities in Europe for sure. The food and drink is incredible. Thinking about heading out for my famous arroz negro, or the black rice, kind of paella style dish with seafood tonight. Kroom's going to use a random generator to pick his team. We'll pick your team, Kroom, and I'll see if I can give you some extra info. You can see in the background some of those low clouds. This is the Montjuic Olympic ground where baseball was played at the 1992 Olympics. That's quite a long time ago now, but we've got the Olympic Stadium up the road. And last night, Barcelona were taking on Benfica in the football. And Barcelona at the moment, their regular home stadium, Camp Nou, is under renovation. So they are playing at the Olympic Stadium. So quite a lot of noise last night. Bit of a nightmare trying to get out of here after Game 5 last night. Could hear the noise and some of the helicopters and some of the fireworks going off. So I think they're just having one final check. They want to make sure they get this right. Because in such a short game, you want to make sure that you are able to get things right. Well, gives me a chance to say hello to you in the cube as well. And look, the cube is up. And you can see that. The cube is up. We had a bit of an issue, didn't we, on Monday night, where on Tuesday morning the cube was the other side of the fence and wasn't operational. But well done to all the cube doctors here. They brought the cube back. And who knows, will the cube survive to 2024? Not so sure. Love to get your interaction as well in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico is off today. Corey Ruckers is planning to come back towards the end of this tournament as well. The Spanish national team coach. It's been a huge year on ECN. We've actually been so many places in the European Cricket Series this year. A chance to get cricket played all around Europe. We have a bit of an issue now that there's kind of more countries wanting to host a European Cricket Series than we're able to fit in the calendar. But it's something that we're constantly working on. I'm getting a lot of questions about the 2024 calendar and how that's going to look. Still coming together. I don't really want to say anything in case things change, but we are hoping to kind of have a fair idea about that schedule before the end of this season. But we still have 2.5 weeks here in Barcelona. We have the first ever ECCW starting in 3.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks now, I should say. We'll have a 3-week break, but then we will move into season 2024. And the listed start date at the moment is Monday, the 15th of January. So European cricket has just been a bit of a phenomenon. I don't think any of us ever envisioned that it would become as big as it's become. It's still growing. It's a community which still, in the wider cricket world, not everyone understands, not everyone really knows what we're doing here at ECN, but it is groundbreaking. We're so glad that you can be a part of it as well. But I am wondering what Rico is getting up to on his day off. I wonder if he's going to take the opportunity to maybe get into the city. There's a very famous street called Las Ramblas, and there's many dining options there. There's also a port here in Barcelona. There's a lot of beaches that actually were manufactured, believe it or not, for the 1992 Olympics. And it's a thriving, vibrant city, very diverse cultures and influences here. And I do recommend, if you ever get the chance, to check it out because it is incredible. Why don't we head out there and see how we're looking at the moment? I think the players still just waiting for the green light to resume. But look, I was mentioning that we have been all around Europe, and a lot of the places you'll see, that have an ECL team or that play in the ECC, which is the Euros of cricket, you'll see them on the ECS calendar. I know that there are some other places where we'd love to go next year. I know that there are some plans maybe to have a series in Jersey, perhaps a night series. Same thing with Estonia. We haven't been to Estonia since 2020. But yeah, it's a really exciting time to be involved in cricket. Now, we started this year, you can see the ECS on Monday the 30th of January. So the plan is for us to actually start the ECS 2 weeks earlier, essentially in 2024, to start on Monday the 15th of January 2024. And it's great to be in Spain. Actually, it's our first ECS cricket in Spain in 2023 that you're watching right now. Okay, good news. Looks like we're back. And so, yeah, I think the confusion came from the last ball that was called and then uncalled. So it was the end of the over. 60 for 1 after 4 is the score. And it's going to start with a wide after all that. So, again, apologies for the delay. And we are back and going in Adil. He's quite an interesting player, Adil. He's mercurial, but he's unpredictable. You might even call him predictably unpredictable. Now, thick edge. This is flying away towards the fielder down there. Makes sense to have someone down there, I think. There's been a lot of balls flying in that direction. Azam, he's cooled down. Can he heat back up again? Won't have to just yet. Another wide. Azam has kind of been keeping his team in the conversation. They're given a 3% chance here. I will say this, if you ever had to chase a score in the 180s, this is your ground. This is your ground to do it. The ball really flies. Imran just having a word with his captain. He's going to go around the wicket now, Adil Arif. Full and straight, bit unlucky for Adil this time, to be honest. It's a thick inside edge that flies away for 4. Well, France is another country we'd like to get on the calendar at some point. Probably a few things need to happen before we can get there, but the result will be 4 runs here. Good old-fashioned French cut. Adil shouldn't be put off by that, though. I mean, that's where he needs to be. That was just a bit of bad luck. Now another ball that goes behind the wicket. It'll just be a single. So, Ayaz Ahmed, 11 off 8, faces up, very front on. And drives nicely, beats the man out there. That'll be 4. So you're going to need a hat full of boundaries and then some if you're going to challenge this target. But Spartans, I like their approach. And here's the thing, even if they don't win this game, at least it gives them a bit of confidence going into their remaining fixtures today against 2 teams they weren't able to beat on Monday, being Magic CC and Badalona CC. Low full toss, just helped out to the leg side, out on the bounce to the fielder. So just a single. Hello to Patrick's, who's tuning in. Hit up and over the top, but the fielder's there and he drops it. Oh, it was a fairly simple opportunity. And he gets hands to it there, Naeem Sharp, but down it goes. So the end of the 5th over, after the resumption of play, the score is 74 for 1. Adil Arif going for 14 in the over. Yeah, Patrick's, it is the first game of the day. Still, there's 4 games to come. Kind of an eerie atmosphere this morning with the clouds in. But the Reds cracking 104, I think it was, in the last 4 overs. Really fell away for the Spartans. All right, in the air. Someone's got to reach this surely. Oh, and he doesn't quite. That's Ali Hassan out there. And just kind of pumped the brakes when he needed to keep going to get under that one. Check it out in the replay. Hung in the air, about to kind of lose his shape. Just wasn't aware, and he was a little bit behind where he needed to be. Yeah, the fielding from both teams has left a little bit to be desired this morning, you have to say. The difference between playing club cricket and international cricket that we saw on the weekend. Turns on this one, poked out to the leg side. Fielder has to field it in the dirt and does. Fayaz Ahmed out there. Just a single taken. Well, loses this one badly. Keeper does well to get to it. Rahman is just going to have to eat the extra run. So, yeah, it's just, it all starts with the bowlers. I know a lot of people saying, oh, you know, the batters are incredible, and a lot of that's true. But also, I just don't think the bowlers have answered the call this year on ECN with their accuracy. Some have, but you control the game as the bowler. You're the one that will decide where the ball's put in play. So you just can't be spraying balls like that. Better. And now, well, they're going to take off. And the throw comes in. It's a fast throw to the keeper, but probably an unnecessary throw because the bowler's end was definitely on to go for a direct hit. Now, I'm just curious here. Did he throw his glove off and then cop it in the hand? The keeper throws it. Maybe that was after he gets hit. Oh, yeah. No, after he gets hit in the hand, he says, that was a stinger. Pretty tight over this one, though, from Shabazz. Despite that one, they lost down the leg side. There's been no boundaries. An attempt at one here, but kind of off the end of the bat. It'll just be a single. But yeah, it's only the first of 5 games today, so still plenty to stick around for. It's a carbon copy of the fixtures of day one. Now, Spartans, it's more about just trying to reduce the margin of loss, I think. There's over 4 a ball required. Funny thing is, they're probably still ahead on the comparison. Oh, yeah, Ayar, and well said. This has been a constant problem for the Reds. Just, yeah, bit of a slingy action, comes out all wrong. Ramanula saying, hey, guys, help me out here. 5 for free. That's the only way the rate will come down now. Boundaries or extras, and that was both. So the Catalonia Reds strip looks a lot like the Spanish national team kit. Just saying. Up in the air, more work out there. Slight fumble, but he recovers and then gets rid of it as soon as he can. Naim Shah. Someone put one down there a few moments ago. Slight fumble, heart in his mouth stuff. Grabs it and throws it away. Still 100 required in 25 balls. I mean, what they'd have to do is what Catalonia Red did in their first innings. So it's not unprecedented what's required. Catalonia Red, 81 after 6 overs. Well, this is another one down the leg side, and that's really disappointing bowling. Just sprayed. So 10 for free. Playing catch up. Yeah, Ahmed gone for 17, but 12 of those runs have been in extras. Now they put a fielder there. Now he gets it straight, but will go to the boundary. So they do get 21 off this over in the end. Again, that's good batting. You got to feel for his arm. I mean, he can't have done much more, to be honest, at the moment. But that'll be the end of the 6th over, and it's 95 for 1. And yet, if you think they can't do it, just have a look at the first innings. At this stage, Catalonia Red were 81. So they're actually 14 ahead. But here's what happened in the last 4 overs of the first innings. It went 26, 17, 30, and 31. Julian Dawson asking if maybe they've recycled the kit. Well, I don't think so. But, hey, if you're playing in Spain, why wouldn't you want to wear the famous rojo? Rojo meaning red. Or camisa roja, the red shirt. So, 4 overs to go. Needing a miracle. All right, so really, you got to be perfect from here. Naeem's going to get a bowl. And he's going to have to put the hat on the right way, I think. Not an episode of The Simpsons from the early 90s. So I'll give it to the umpire. Got a question from Plucky about what the clock means. And the clock is basically how quickly you have to bowl your first 9 overs. If you don't do that, there are penalties. Oh, that's pretty close. No, says the umpire. Probably a couple of things here. He's kind of angling in towards that leg stump, and also it was a flighted delivery, but is it going over the top? Probably not. Thing is, it actually jumps off his pad into his body, which makes it look like it's bouncing higher than it is. And it'll be 4 runs here off the bat of Ayaz Ahmed. Not where he was aiming him. And Shiraz not able to catch up with it. Naeem. I think it's a fairly straight, but he's hit leg side. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, we're on miracle watch here. Now, who's to say they won't be able to do it with hitting like this and the bowling being a bit off? You kind of need both those things to happen. Yeah, perfect storm. Could see them get home. $81 off 21. They keep it below 4 a ball. Now, you need a bit of luck as well. That's the trilogy. Bat well, bad bowling, and luck. If all those 3 things can triangulate, then maybe you're going to have the miracle here, the Barcelona miracle. 4 runs there to Ayaz. He was not intending to put it there. Now a big swipe and a miss. So even one of those or 2 of those and over will probably keep that rate where it is or just watch it climb up. Oh, wow, that's a proper strike as well this time from Ayaz. Up and out of here. Maximo. As Shah goes magical in the 7th over. 20 come off it, but it's not quite enough to keep up with the rate. And at the end of 7, 115 for 1. And at this stage, Catalonia Red were 124. So let's have a look at what's coming up. Magic CC will be on the park. A few familiar names there. Taking on Catalonia Red. Catalonia Red, what a schedule for them. They have had plenty of cricket over the first 3 days. News from the toss is that Catalonia Red won the toss, elected to bat. Well, makes sense, seeing they just whacked 185. Ali Hassan was the star on day 1, but Rahmanullah, he was lightning, wasn't he, in the first half of this game. Now, I'm guessing we'll probably get a little bit of a delay to that game. It's meant to start in 13 minutes. Because we had the unscheduled delay, there might be a 5 or 10 minute delay to the first ball. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening there, as we know. Mozam Razul to bowl the 8th. Step and hit from Azam. But he'll only get a single. He's kind of had the less of the strike over the last few overs. All right, in the air, but it's dropped. Well, the fielder was there just for that. And so we had to come in a long way, didn't he? Ali Hassan, that's the second one that he hasn't been able to turn into a catch. Again, just wasn't able to get off his feet. It's the difference between kind of lurching forward for those and I suppose getting down and being able to get the dive in, get yourself down to the ball's level. Azam, well, he won't get over the fielder here. He'll only get 1. And they're the kind of balls that he probably has to pop out of the park if they're going to pull off the miracle here. Been pretty solid at the 3% for a while, but with that, they head down to 1. So 1's probably climbing up and over. Ayaz will take the run. I think it's going to be a leg by. Yeah, it's off the back leg there. Couple to come here in the 8th. Need a big one. Azam on 44. And he goes up and over the top. And that will be his 50. Maximo. Good knock from Azam. Brings up his 50 in 20 balls, and certainly it's been a fighting knock from the opener. 5 Maximos, 3 4s in there. Need to do something crazy to get him home. Miss hits this one. I think of 2. No need, because Azam wants to keep the strike, and that's exactly what he'll do. So they'll need a supersonic finish in this one. They'll basically need to match what Catalonia Red did in the first innings after 8 overs. Spartans Hospitalet are 126 for 1. Shots all around the wicket from Mohammad Azam. And I've liked his straight hitting. I liked his hitting through the covers. Kind of fairly traditional looking cricket shots. Here's Avak Shah now, who's going to bowl the 9th. It's the only over he'll bowl in this innings. So yeah, you're pretty much looking at, there's 12 balls to go. You probably need to hit 10 boundaries. You need to get on a real run. And the other thing is they've got 4.5 minutes to bowl this over, which should be enough. But yeah, a bit of a delay getting the field right for this first ball, not helping those matters. Here's the 9th, and he can't get under this one. Azam, that'll be frustrating. He's only going to get a single. So Afak Shah batting in the 3 position, hitting a couple of nice shots in the first innings. We're going for the 6, but it's going to go straight up in the air. Shahbaz Ahmed camps under it and drops it. And that kind of sums up the fielding from both teams in this game. Okay, it's not necessarily easy conditions at this time of the year. Slightly greasy as well, 13 degrees, but you'd hope that your long off is pouching this one. And out it bounces. Probably doesn't cost him too much, though. His arm loses his shape for once. And a dot ball. So again, it's been a brave response from Spartans. They certainly have thrown the bat. It's just the reason I think we don't see 180 plus chases as a general rule. A little poke job here. And with the pace of the bowler, that'll go away for 4. So it brings up the 100 partnership between these two. You can see there a little bit of self-preservation in that. Back and dabs to point this time. Azam moves to 57. Now they're going to take on a second. Bowler's ends on with a good throw, and it whacks the umpire. Well, you've been sitting out there for 18.4 overs. You've been just trying to quietly go about your job. And this is the thanks you get. Bang. Right on the hip. Well, maybe magic spray required for the officials as this one winds down. Last ball of the 9th. Short and wide and cut away up and over the top. Handled by Ali Hassan this time. And that will just be a single. Again, Ramanullah takes his glove off for no particular reason and wears it. End of 9. Spartans 135 for 1. So the start time, just got information. It will be 10 minutes behind schedule for over for match number 2. It'll be coming up starting at 10:55 local. So 9:55 GMT. And it will be 3:25 PM in India, 3:55 in Bangladesh. Last overtime. Mohamed Safi gets a ball. And, well, no ball called. I was going to say well bowled, but he must have overstepped here. That's the only explanation I can think of. With the foot. Yeah. A bit of it. It's where it lands, and he does slip a fair bit, but yeah, I think he actually lands on the line and slips further over. So, free hit coming up. He's adding another delay. We did see a 45 run over here once, just saying. Well, this is clipped away nicely. Maximo to his arm, who's played a good hand in a losing cause. Like Awais Ahmed played a good innings in a losing cause when these two teams met on Monday morning. This one not quite as heavy, but it's been an impressive knock, breakout knock for Mohamed Azam. This is hit hard as well. Nobody's stopping that. It's going to crash into the fence. So Azam certainly doing his best to bring some respectability to the scoreline. Once again, we're seeing a lot of runs between these two teams. 333 between them on Monday morning. Right now, there's been 331 in this one. There's only been 4 wickets in the match. Hit down the ground, kind of wraps his bat around it. So making that 332 runs for the match. The throw comes in, knocks the stumps over. I don't think anyone's going to get much of a break before the next game. Pose open question. If Ayaz Ahmed can bring up his half century, well, maybe. This is a top edge hanging a long time. Fielder comes round and actually does pretty well to make the stop. I think any chances of the half century ended there. Shiraz, he's had a pretty good game, I think. He's able to smother that one on the way up. I often said with this field, get it on the way up because you might not get another chance. 2 to come. Big swing and a miss. So now we have exceeded the run total in the match here in match number 11 compared to match 1 when these two teams met. 334 now against the 333. Last ball coming up. And it's going to be pounded out of the ground. Maximo! Game, set, match, but it's to the bowling team. They'll concede 154 in the end. And if memory serves me correctly, yeah, it's the identical score that Spartans scored in match 1. So imagine hitting 154 twice, but coming up with donuts in the wins column. And that's basically what happens as Catalunya Red, very similar scoreline to last time. They're going to win this one and win it fairly comfortably. 31 runs the margin in the end, despite that fighting second wicket partnership, which ended up being worth 122. Spartans not able to go at the pace required. Coming up next, I mentioned there's a 10-minute delay, so we're coming up in about 10 minutes. In fact, Magic CC against Catalunya Red. Reds winning the toss and batting. And stay tuned for that one. Preview is on the website right now, europecricket.com. Well, we're loving our work here in Barcelona. We love a bash. And it was Azam that was giving this tree a fair old shake. But I got to say, the fielding was horrendous from both teams. Couldn't have caught a virus in 2020 the way things were going, to be honest. Slip sliding around, a little bit of moisture in the surface. We saw Afak Hussain getting castled there. That would be the only wicket in the innings. But, well, bit of pin the tail on the donkey stuff from some of the bowlers. They really need to sort these things out if they're going to be competitive, because some of the other teams won't be so kind and won't be able to stop the scoring. Full stop. Having said that, some good cricket in there, some good shots played by Azam in particular. I thought he batted well, but the way it was just a mountain to climb. That was another one. Shabazz not able to hold it. And that was after he sprayed the ball around when he was bowling. So certainly a lot to work on, but Catalonia Red, they do have their second win of the series, both of them coming against the Spartans. 76 off 31, not a bad knock at all from Mohammad Azam. But Afaq Hussain didn't really get the start he wanted. He was gone for 7 off 7. Ayaz, 42 off 23. But in this game, you needed to go kind of quicker than that. So it's hard to criticise. But yeah, look, 29 extras, just way too many to concede in 10 overs. So Shiraz was able to bend the ball around a little bit. 1 for 36. We saw Afaq come on and keep things reasonably quiet late in the piece. But yeah, just going back at 22 runs in wides, 2 no balls. Yeah, need to be tighter than that. Quick break then, back in around about 6 or 7 minutes with the second game and Magic CC to take on Catalonia Red as the action will continue. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hola, hello, and welcome back to Barcelona. Time for the second game of 5 today. This is day 3 of the European Cricket Series. Spain, a tournament featuring 10 teams and 20 days of action, 98 matches. Coming up next, there is a 10-minute delay to this game, as you're probably aware already, but we're about to get started. Magic CC, their first appearance today. They won both their games on Monday, including a victory over Catalonia Red. News from the toss is that Catalonia Red won the toss and elected to bat. Catalonia now with a 2-5 record after winning that first game of the day. Magic CC, though, watch out for some of their players. Bilal Hassan, I think he's super important. He showed us that he's a very, very talented player the other day. Ranjot Singh, a player we know pretty well as well. Magic CC given a 56% chance of getting over Catalonia Red. I think once again, Catalonia Red relying on a couple of players for their runs, particularly Ali Hassan, who scored a century on Monday morning, but also Rehman Ullah was excellent when he played that last game. He was outstanding, scoring 72 off just 19 balls. So when these two teams met in match 2 back on Monday morning, Magic CC batted first and kind of batted the Reds out of the game, putting 160 runs on the board, and then Catalonia Red kind of collapsing to be all out for 67. I think they were all out in 7 overs as well. So that was the tale on Monday. They do get the rematch here. And of course, 1 or 2 players stepping up can make a big difference. Yeah, so you never know. Could be different this time around. Ali Hassan faces up. I like to see him facing the first ball. And there has been a change with Imran. He's a bit out of sorts at the top of the order, the captain. He's not opening this game. They've gone straight to Ahmad Shah, who batted in the number 3 position previously. So keep an eye on that. There is Ranjot Singh, player we've seen before here in the ECS Barcelona. Magic CC, they are a new team, but like I said, they've got a few players that we're familiar with. All right, here we go with the start of match 12. And it's going to start with a big swinger down the leg side. Well, 'tis the season for giving, isn't it? And Ranjot probably didn't realise this was going to swing as much as it did. And once it went, it really went, and then bent away from the keeper, Dalit Bawa. So, well, there's 5 to get us started. I suppose the only positive there for the bowler is he does get some prodigious movement. Unfortunately, that's a sight we've seen far too much of here in Barcelona. This one, still a wide, but not by as much. Still that big in swing. Yeah, Kroom mentioning with the Spartans, they know they can get runs. We saw them get 150 twice against Catalonia Red, but they just need to work on containing the opposition when bowling, and they're not the only ones, Kroom. This one's a bit straighter. Ali Hassan gets some bat on it. Dot ball. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that wind predictor. High 50s Magic probably earned their way to favouritism because of their performances on Monday, but today's new day. Catalonia Red, though, they've got to have a bit of the fatigue factor coming in. This is their 8th match. Bearing in mind, this is only match 12 of the series. So, Magic only playing their 3rd here. This one bends in as well, but Hassan just punches it top of the bounce and gets 4. That's a classy cricket shot. It almost swings right onto the middle of his bat. Just keep an eye on this one. Little sideways press and just, yeah, jabs at it at the right moment. Classy batting. The longer Ali Hassan's there, the better for Catalonia Red. Swinging a long way. I think this is going down the leg side based on what we've seen earlier in the over. Even though it hits him almost in line with the middle stump. Let's have a look. Actually hits him more on leg. And I think with the swing that he's getting, certainly heading down the leg side. Good umpiring. Yeah, my order here, I'd be going with these two. I'd be going Ramanullah at 3. I'd be going Mohammad Shiraz at 4. Stick with who's been working. This is up. It's over the top. Fielder coming back. Has he got to play on this? He does. Good catch. And that's something we haven't seen too much of this morning. Shakil Ahmed gets the big scalp, grasps that opportunity, and Ranjot, after being a little bit erratic, he has the big wicket of Ali Hassan for just 4. Got to hold your catches, guys, if you want to have a good time here in the European Cricket Series. That was excellently taken. Stayed facing the ball and was able to grab an Ali Hassan. Well, he just has to keep on jogging. And Ranjot had a few problems with his control earlier in the over, but that's a great moment for him. And the first wicket falls 10 for 1. Now Imran, who was opening, he comes down at 1 drop. So they're resisting the temptation to go straight to the guys that did the damage in the last game. Imran just searching for some runs, searching for some form. What a good catch. Yeah, Imran so far, he's only been able to contribute, I think, 29 runs in 7 matches. Oh, and he almost gets castled first ball. And he has a collection of ducks that he doesn't really want to be the owner of. Imran Sandal. A short change him a bit. He's actually got 30 runs in 7 matches. So, an average a shade above 4. Could have been even worse there if that had found the target. Oh, wow. Well, have a look at this bite in towards it. I actually think that he kind of flicks his glove on the way through. Oh, yeah. Ouch. But Imran survives. I suppose that's the main thing at the moment. End of the first over. Catalonia Red, 10 for 1. Let's have a look at the Maximo rates across events. And Switzerland is top of this graph. It's an average of 12 Maximos per 10 overs. The average across all of our ECS events this year is 7.4. So you can see that Spain's right up there. And I still think it might climb above Switzerland when it's all said and done here. So if there's 10 Maximos per 10 overs, that's basically 1 and over. Those of you that know your mathematics and how numbers work. Speaking of numbers, 18 days until the first ever European Cricket Championship for women. Euros of Women's Cricket coming your way from the Cartmore Oval. I'm looking forward to being back there as well, as we always are. It's kind of a second home for us here on ECN. Loving our time in Barcelona, though. Mohamed Kamran to bowl the second over. And the first one just sneaks inside the tram line. Well held by Dilip. Behind the stumps. Getting some good away movement there. Just staying inside the guideline as far as the umpire's concerned. See with that wicket of Ali Hassan how much the chances of them winning jumped up to about 80%. Pulled away a little bit too short, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! As this is a pretty good shot, punched over mid-on, and this just carries. So this is where Catalonia Red were good before. They found another gear, didn't they, after Ali Hassan was dismissed, albeit it was during the middle of the innings. This is still pretty much the very start. Kamran needs to pitch it up. He's getting good movement. Again, it's a bit too short, to be honest, but he gets away with this, just poked. Well, now they're going to go for a run, and I think we're going to have a run out. And Sandal's miserable run continues. It's going to be another duck. I don't think the run was on there, to be honest. And, well, when you run out your captain, you better stay and make a few runs. You see, maybe it was Imran's idea to go for the run, but it was never there. it was pretty much straight at the fielder. Let's see what Imran does here. He must have just decided he wanted to take off. Got away from the fielder, but only for a second. It was a really quick throw, to be honest, coming in. Let's have a look here. They both tried to stop. They both tried to start. They lost eye contact. That's where it kind of went wrong. And Ali Assad jumped all over it. Back to the keeper. And Bawa, the keeper, was thrilled about it. Tell you who's not thrilled. There's Imran. And I think that's his 4th dunk of the series. And if I was one of the Catalonia Red players over there, I'd certainly be giving Imran a bit of time to calm down. $16 for 2 then. Naeem Shah comes to the crease at number 4. So again, yeah, still trying a couple of different batters before they go to the batters that were putting together the huge partnership earlier in the day. This one will be called a wide. He's been flirting with that line. But I think this one grabs some of it. Yeah, it's a tight call. You got to try and judge it when it goes past the popping crease. A couple of little birds flying around as well at the moment. So Naeem, let's see what he can provide. Similar kind of ball. Wow. Umpire's looking around. It'll be the one for the over. So just for the length or the height of the ball. Again, it's pretty close to wide. Maybe that one just snuck inside. Naeem is a player we know pretty well, having played for Falco. This is a big swing and a miss. This one probably not above the shoulder, but he's taking a bit of a risk bowling that kind of length. In the end, it's a good result. And Naeem does have a high score of 47 not out on the network. That was all the way back in 2020. Also matched at 47 versus Pakai Care last year for Falco. So he's pretty experienced. Playing his 40th match on ECN. But he can't do with the outswing here. Cameron bowls pretty good over. Bending it around corners. End of the second. And the score is 17 for 2. Looking at the table, Catalonia Red, 2 and 5 at the moment. They have to start winning, don't they? And Magic CC, well, they had 2 good wins to start their tournament. Barcelona CC at the moment, sitting top of the tree, and we'll see them a little bit later on today. They play the 4th and 5th games. Yeah, Magic, they played matches 2 and 3. They beat Catalonia Red fairly comprehensively, and they chased 129 against the Spartans. In the air, just out of the grasp of Hassan Zaman, and this is going to be 4 to start the 3rd over. So Ranjot coming back in, getting that natural kind of left to right movement. That one evades the fielder and goes for 4. Shah played some nice shots earlier. In fact, with the Shah combination, this is Afak Shah on strike. Sujit just mentioning Sundal having a bad time with the bat. That's an understatement, if ever I heard one. See if he falls for it. No, good umpiring. Definitely flicked the bat there. And the keeper celebrating so hard. I think the umpire thinks it's hit something. And obviously there was some sort of noise there because everyone was going crazy. It's probably just grazed the thigh pad / the trousers. Yeah, but Captain Cartwheel, probably more cartwheels than runs at the moment in the series. That's not a great sign, but he won't care as long as his team can get the job done here. This one comes in, and that's a clever shot from Afak Shah, who's shown he's nice to the leg side. Goes with the angle this time, and he catches up with it. The thing about Ranjot's movement at the moment, it is a lot of movement, but it's pretty predictable movement coming into the right-hander. And Afak is able to get it to the square leg boundary. Now goes with the swing again and gets it elevated. Maximo! That's a good shot. It's just a kind of compact bat lift. He sees it. He times it really well. He spots the length early. And yeah, Ranjot does have to pitch it up. Good to see Barcelona International Cricket Club in the chat right now. Better ball. Much better ball. Takes on a slightly dodgy one. They go the long way, but Naeem will get home. Yeah, Barcelona International. Looking forward to seeing you. I've actually got a slight long weekend off, so I won't be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I think from memory, International play their first game on Friday, the first games I should say. But I'll be keeping a keen eye on you guys. This one ties up the batter. It'll be the end of the power play. Magic pretty happy where they're at the moment, despite some good hitting from Afak Shah at the end of 3 overs. Catalonia Red 32 for 2. Well, while we've got Barcelona International in the chat, well, I know your squad reasonably well, but why don't you tell everyone in the chat who are the players to watch for Barcelona International? Of course, our very own Maxi Hoke will be there. Maxi's listed as a bowler, but I actually think he might be worth having a crack up the top of the order because he does hit the ball a long, long way. Remember when we were working together in Switzerland, he put one on the roof, which is something that Samir tried to do. In fact, most of us got one on the roof. Samir, who's played a lot of cricket on ECN, just didn't have the power. Maxi, I think first ball he went and did it and put the bat down and said, that's enough. So, yeah, maybe let us know who to look out for. A couple of people we wouldn't be so familiar with. Bilal Hassan then comes on round the wicket. Shah pushes and gets a single. And Bilal looks a good player, doesn't he? Scored a good 74 against the Spartans. Right now he's using that natural angle to his advantage. Beats the bat of Naeem Shah. Is really struggling to get going. And I've got to say, I know you kind of want to give everyone a go. I get that. But also you're in a situation, the Reds, where you need to start winning some games. And it doesn't make too much sense to me to not have Ramanullah out there or Shiraz, who put on that big partnership before. This time, Naeem does get off the mark at the 6th attempt with a drive down the ground. Yeah, Bilal has played for various teams here in Barcelona, so we do know him a little bit, but he's never played for a long kind of run of matches, I think. Leg side, but Ranjot should have this covered. Helix is shocked I won't be here for Peacock Friday. Well, I'll be peacocking in spirit. We're getting to the stage of the season. Been putting in a bit of overtime, so probably see me disappear for a couple of little periods during this series. This is well bowled by Hassan, who has his control right. I guess it's on Rico then to bring the Peacock Friday spirit. I'll be back on Monday though, and still planning to do a fair bit before the end of this season. His leg side this time round, good hands from him. You can already see the fielding from Magic is a little bit above what we saw in the first game. So with the end of the over, Bilal keeps things very quiet in the 4th, only going for 4 runs. And Catalonia Red 36 for 2 after 4. Yeah, I've got to admit, I don't like missing Peacock Friday, but it's actually logistically quite a challenge with the schedule going absolutely supersized these days. Just to try and work out ways to still get away. Everyone's got personal things they need to take care of to keep their lives going. Rico's coming off 3 weeks off. It's good to have him back here in Barcelona. Corey having a bit of time off at the moment. You've got some good up-and-comers that have been in the box on ECN in 2023 as well. Start of a new over. Cameron, that's his office, isn't it? Just inside the tram line. Gets it just inside. Yeah, Bilal. Previously, until that 74 not out against Spartans, his highest score on the network was 33. So it's real breakout innings. And he delivers a good over there. Back to Cameron, though, who's bowling out here in the 5th. This one would have been a wide off the end of the bat. Forced to hustle. I might have had an overthrow, but Vakshah's run through. So, Naeem really struggling to get going here. I've got to say, if it doesn't turn around for him, let's say in the next over and a half, I think you've got to make a tactical swap as far as this game goes. When you got guys waiting in the wings that have been in incredible form this morning, might not have to, because this one is up in the air and it's been caught. Well, sliding in. Well, that's a case of everybody wanting it. It's Afak Shah who just turns the bat on this as a big leading edge, because we know Cameron does straighten the ball down the line. It's off that thick leading edge, almost the back of the bat. Look at that. Pops up and, yeah, uncontrolled slide, and then a little bit of chin music from Asad Isan, number 10, coming in from the side. Everyone's all smiles in the end. Maybe a bit more of a grimace from the fielder. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Ali Assad who takes the catch in the end. You see here one more time. And here's Ali Assad. And just cops it a little bit on the way down. But the main thing is he had two hands on that ball. He wasn't letting it go for anybody. Yeah, so they will get an opportunity to unleash Rehman Ullah. And how good was he in the first game of the day? 72 off 19 balls. That's why I think it's a bit crazy that they waited till now to send him in. I know he maybe had a slight injury concern last night, but let's see if he can pick up where he left off. This is just inside as well. Cameron's been really clever. You could say a little bit lucky as well that these have stayed just inside. I'm thinking about cutting that away. I think he leaves it thinking he's going to get a wide, but it's not quite. And good movement once again. Cameron's been excellent here. Keeping it really simple. I suppose there's a difference between just sneaking it in and missing. Because if you keep missing, you end up kind of overcorrecting, getting too straight and often getting smashed. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Red's been kept pretty quiet. Rahman is after it, and he's going to get away with this surely. He's going to bounce just inside and spin over the line. So, well, there's the approach. Expect more of it. And don't forget, this Reds side put 104 on the board in the last 6. So, still got time to turn things around. End of the 5th right now, though. It's 41 for 3 after 5. Okay, ECL draw time. I'm doing teams today. So, I'm going to roll the dice first time. 7. So, Group G. And second time, it's a 3. So Oslo CK. Yeah, so Oslo Cricket Club from Norway. Norway are a team that are going to turn a few heads. Now, I know that Raza Iqbal is likely to captain that side. Not sure if they'll use any wildcards or not, but they certainly have a few players that they could choose from in the Norwegian setup or outside, of course. But Oslo, they are going to take part in Group G. And don't forget last year, Fossum from Norway. No one really had too much of an idea about them, but they came in and they went pretty close to winning their group against the strong Belgians. Beveren with a time penalty getting over the line in the end. So expect them to be strong, Oslo. Norway is a pretty strong competition. And they've just got some players that love the T10 format. Yeah, so for me, have probably got him as the main challenges to the OMS. I know Clues are in there as well, and they'll be very, very keen, but I just think some of the quality in that Norwegian setup is a class above. But time will tell. That's why we have the groups. Well, let the cricket sorted out. Right now, this is Asad Isan, who's coming on, and slight change of pace. Rolls the fingers on this. In the air, misjudged. And I think this has gone for 4. We'll have to check it out, but stepped in when he shouldn't have. In fact, they've given this 6. And in the end, he's in so far. He's tapped it over. Yeah. So it is 6. Maximo. But that's a misjudgment from Shakil Ahmed down there. Brings up the 50. Is that the break that the Reds need to break out? Remanula, not a man you want to drop today. Now, pulls this one away for a single. Last ball of the over coming up. Hasn't been a bad one, really. Hit straight, but there's a big gap here. Goes long on and just crept a little bit towards mid-wicket, so nobody home. And that's cuatro carreras más. It'll be the end of the over as well. So 55 for 3 after 6. While we're here, cricket around the world, I spotted what Glenn Maxwell did last night. What a freak that guy is. He's such an incredible player. Really humble guy as well. For everyone I know that's dealt with him, played with him. And he's having quite the time over there, isn't he? Think about what his value might be on the T20 market with some of the things he's been doing. Bilal Hassan comes back and gets a wicket. Remanula swings across this one, and Bilal clips the bails. So another good hitter goes. They waited an age to get Reman out there, didn't they, the Reds? But now they lose him for 12, and the score 55 for 4. The angle's just been working, hasn't it? That's actually cracked the top of the middle stump. It's a broken stump job. Have a look at this. Middle stump. Loses a chunk. And so, Reman having a good day, but he won't make any further contribution here in match 12. Look at the top of the middle stump here. Bang. Shatter up. And so, yeah, 55 for 4. And let's not forget that when these two last played, okay, slightly different situation because the Reds were chasing 161 for victory, but they did kind of collapse and collapse dramatically to be all out in 7 overs. A bit of running repairs here. Partly, I think the pads need to be readjusted, but also I think they need to bring out the replacement stump. And, yeah, that's what they're showing at the moment. The umpires just saying, look, we're going to try and either glue this one back together or find a temporary solution while we make the repairs. Yeah, well, prepared for most scenarios here. And here comes the 7th stump. There we go. Will be allowed. He'll feel even faster. He'll feel like Shoaib Akhtar saying, yeah, cracked the middle stump. Couldn't quite handle my pace. And so Red 6 over check-in time. Where can they get to? I mean, last time they scored 104 off the last 4, but I think with Reman gone, you can kiss that goodbye. What's something realistic they could do? Let's say they go 16 and over from here, set 120 for Magic, batting second. Maybe something like that. But Shiraz, who was a big ally of Remanula in the previous game, that big partnership, left-hander, probably throw things out a little bit as well for the bowlers. But, yeah, last time he put on 111 unbroken with Remanula. Shiraz ended up with 31 off 12, including 4 Maximos in match 11. Here in match 12, he's facing Bilal. He's over the wicket, and he could be gone first ball. Ranjot's under it. He should catch it. He will. So 2 in 2, golden duck time. And it's the same old story for the Reds, who are going down quickly now. All the fives, 55 for 5. And a key difference has been the catching. Magic have held their catches. Shiraz didn't wait around. You can understand that. And so Bilal Hassan, 2 wickets in 2 balls to start this over. And Catalunya Red, 55 for 5. There's Golden Derek. Shiraz just got under that, didn't hit it far enough. And we've been waiting a while for page 4 of the hat tricks to start. The last hat trick we saw here was Shader Rahman with 4 in 4. There's everyone to take a hat trick this year on the European Cricket Network. It is kind of crazy, isn't it, when you think about it? It'll be Moazzam Rasul to face the hat trick ball. Bilal Hassan. Can he bring up the magical 3 in 3? No. Pretty careful by Rasul, who didn't want to become a part of history. What that does do, it really puts the Reds on the back foot now. You have 2 wickets in 2 balls, and they're the 2 that really were able to lift Reds in the previous over. Could be 3 in 4 though. Keeper's ball here, calls everyone off, and he takes it. So it's the next best thing as Dilip Bawa. He puts his name on that one, and another duck. Moazzam Rasul goes without scoring, and it's 55 for 6. Bilal's like that angle across the right hand as he's kept it in a pretty narrow channel. And you can see they're trying to slog to the leg side, straight up in the air. And Dilip, credit to him. The first thing he did was he identified himself and he said, hey, everyone else clear the area. I've got the gloves. I want this one. And Derek, slightly paler version, is going to accompany Moazzam Rasul off, and 55 for 6. This has gone south real quick at the moment. Bilal is going to come out and bowl to the new batter, Shahbaz Ahmed. And now being fairly careful. Everything running Magic's way at the moment. Magic making the middle order disappear. But yeah, all comes down to holding your catches as well. Hello to Jeff McGuire. Good to see you in the chat. And yeah, I'm aware of some of these things with CIYMS. Some of their players that won't be turning out. Well, they are eligible. I will say that. End of the 7th over. And the score is 55 for 6. This is where we're at in the season. Obviously winding down with around about 3 weeks left in the season. But then we'll have a 3-week break. Coming back on Monday, the 15th of January for what will probably be even a longer season than we had this year. How does that is to believe? It's this is certainly a fun European cricket series. Anytime we're here in Barcelona. Yeah, so interesting. The keeper's gone back to the leggy. Asadi San, the captain, coming back in over number 8. Might be because he doesn't want to wear a helmet, potentially. But I'd probably have him up there. But the keeper, the batter's deep in his crease, so maybe you can cover a little edge that way. Something we have seen from time to time. And those kind of ones are easier. I don't think he's hit this. Maybe he hits his own pad with his bat, but that looked pretty wide of the pad as far as the ball was going. Yeah, so I know CIYMS, they would have the right to play guys that have played for them in the last year. A bit like they did with Jacob Mulder, actually, last year. Jeff. Pulled away. They need a turning point here, but he might have stepped on the line. It's going to be 4. Yeah, he's caught it. It's good honesty out there. Makes the stop, but just watch the feet here. And he would have felt it under his shoe. Just here. And he says, no, you know what? I've stepped on the line, and probably It's easy to be honest, probably, when you've got the officials right behind you. So 4 runs to Shah. Now gets a hanging full toss. And this is certainly 4. Any question about height here as well, because it was kind of slapped through. It's kind of on the charge. Yeah, probably with the angle it's coming down, it's probably okay. But only just. As it is, Naeem Shah puts it away. So he finds his batting boots at a good time. Remember, he was none off 5 at one point. Good location. Ranjod's not going to get there. Maximo! 6 more as Shah turns it on. Well, they need someone to step up this time. Naeem, after a slow start, trying to get after it. Yeah, so my question to Jeff Maguire, do you think they'll play those guys that have left the club? Because they're eligible for ECL. They essentially got them there. Do you think they'll play them, or will they freeze them out? Oh, that's a good shot. Picks up the length really quickly, and that's got a mile. Maximo. Well, this is the run they needed. On 4-4-6-6. There were 2 wides to start the over. So already it's gone magical. 22 off this over. And with 6 wickets down, it could be important runs. Magic still to bat, of course. Comes up to the stumps now. Dilip Bawa. Goes up and over the top again, but this is into open space as well. And I think that's gone for 6. Maximo. Well, 5 on this spin and a 28-run over. Naeem, who took forever to wake up, but isn't he making up for lost time now? Harry said swinging like a rusty gate, but the gate's snapping open at the right time. Look at that position, looking for the leg side, but also prepared to go to the left of screen. Last ball, the over. And he goes one more time, and there's more runs. Oh, this is supersonic stuff. 4 runs to finish the over. 32 come off it. Just pitching inside. Great camera work from our crew there from Spring. 87 for 6. And before that over, they were 55 for 6. And Naeem just suddenly has broken out of his rut. And what a way to do it. That's after a maiden. So Bilal took a triple wicket maiden in the 7th. And then, I don't think, well, you just can't really get more of a difference between 2 overs. 87 for 6. And can you keep going that way? Yeah, Jeff saying, yeah, it'd be good to see Mark, but I suppose that'll be up to the CIYMS management. Zayn Isan to bowl. Hasn't bowled yet. This will be his only over. Shabazz just needs to get to the other end. Well, he can do better than that. Why get 1 when you can get 6? Maximo! What a stunning turnaround from Catalonia Red. He had backs to the wall, had everything to the wall, really. And they've come out swinging towards the end of the innings. And that's 7 boundaries in 7 balls now. Coming off a maiden the over before. Now, yeah, got to scramble. They go the long way, throw it away. But I think, even with Shabazz whacking that 6, Naeem Shah, he's hit 6 boundaries in a row. So he's the guy I'd want on strike. Jeff said he's going to make a few calls. So, well, let me know how you go, Jeff. Zayn Isan. Full toss, low full toss. Naeem only gets 1 this time. What a turnaround. So 40 off 20, but he's basically 40 off 15 because the first 5 were dots. Zayn try and keep it pretty full and straight, I think. No, he goes short. And, well, it's a no-look hook shot that's going to be caught. And that's one thing that Magic have done well. Well, has he dropped this, has he? Wow. I thought he caught it, but I guess not. Yeah, he's out. Yeah, of course he's out. I mean, If he's caught it, he's out. It's the first bouncer of the over. Let's have a look. Given out by square leg in the end. Holds the catch. And does he keep it going when he goes to ground? Yeah, 2 hands on it. Palms under the ball. That's a catch. Maybe they were wondering, oh, that's so high. Is it a legal delivery? But it's the first bouncer in the over, and that's fine. Even if it's over the head, once you hit it, then you're not going to get a wide for it. So, yeah, more drama. Caught given out from square leg. But he is given out, and that's the main thing. So, 95 for 7. 6 and out, essentially, for Shabazz. And this will bring Fiaz Ahmed to the crease. Batting 9. Yeah, what a good catch by Mohamed Kamran down there. But it was a strange shot. It was kind of like a no-look swipe. Surprised everyone with the bouncer there. Zion now pitches up. And again, that's probably not the play from Fiaz coming in. Because you've got a guy at the other end who's going great guns at the moment. But I think now you might as well do that again. You might as well swing away because Naeem is saying, listen, there's one to come. I don't want a single. We're not taking a single. So you just try and whack a 6. Be a hero. But we're not taking a single. So you can really go all out. Get ready for one of the all-time great swings of the bat from Fiaz Ahmed. Oh, it would have been a big wide, but got in the way. Again, if I had one piece of advice for anyone in the European Cricket Series, don't back away. That would have been a big wide. Instead, he wears it on the thigh, end of the 9th, and it's 95 for 7. Well, we always say on the European Cricket Network, it all happens in the 9th. What about Bilal Hassan? Triple wicket maiden. Finishes with 3 for 4. Wickets also for Ranjab, Mohamed Kamran, and Zain Ihsan. But the thing with Ihsan, can't bowl again. Because there's only one over to go. You can't bowl 2 in a row. And a bit of mismanagement, I think. Because if you bowled Ihsan in the 8th, you can still bring Assad back in the 9th and you can bowl 5 bowlers. Now you have to go to a 6th bowler, Ali Assad, to bowl the 10th. And I mentioned it's funny that Ali Assad is not the captain, but he does have the brackets C on the back of his shirt. And Assad Ihsan, another Assad, is the captain. Anyway, Shah, I think probably wants to face every single ball from here. What an up and down contest. Momentum all over the place. I am probably annoyed he doesn't catch up with that one. Angled in towards his pads. Yeah, throws the hands at this. There's nobody home on the outfield around this area, and I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximo brings up the 100 for Catalunya Red. Not really where he intended to put that, but you can see once again that's outstanding camera work to get that bounce. Just the friendly side of the line for the Reds fans. Naeem Shah to 46. Well, a few people wondering why they sent him in when they did. Well, now you're seeing why. Batted ahead of Rehman Ullah, batted ahead of Mohammad Shiraz, who put on that big partnership in the first game of the day. Now has to run hard here, poked up in the air. That's if he survives. Well, he will, and now they will get 2. It's booted away. Magic have been pretty good in the field holding their catches, but this one could come back to bite them. Naeem, who's been on a heater, and well, it's the guy who's been doing everything right, Bilal Hassan, that can't snaffle the opportunity. Now he's able to get it away, but again, you can see the fielder getting in the way. They will turn down the single. I've got to say, in the end, it's a good stop from Zishan Makbul down there. And yeah, they don't want the run in the end. Okay, you could say he should have caught it, but at least he stopped it. Now it's another leading edge. That's running away for 4 more. And it brings up the half century for Naeem Shah. After a sleepy start, he's really gotten with the program and brings up his half century in 25 balls. And he's given Catalunya Red something to bowl at. Remember, they almost defended 86 last night. Couple of drops coming back to bite Magic CC after they've been pretty good in the field to this point. Last ball coming up then. Seat belts on. Here we go. Not yet. Have to be re-bowled. Again. Feel like Zaini-san should have had an over earlier, not just keeping him to the 9th. Bowling 4 bowlers times 2 in the first 8 does create a bit of an issue with you requiring 2 different bowlers. The last 2, essentially requiring 6 bowlers to bowl. Sometimes you want to do that, but it forces you to have to do it. Another wide. Oh no, that's going to go for 5. Even worse. Well, there's an unhit 6 and there's still a ball to go. And sharp, smart batting. Just one thing I will say when I said don't back away, because sometimes we see batters getting in the way of these deliveries and intercepting them. Why? You force a tough stop for the keeper. Dalipu's been pretty good in this innings, but yeah, it's going to be 5 wides. So he'll get one more opportunity. And Maximo now sets 120 for Magic. That's what he'll be trying to do. Ali Assad just needs to control that in-swing. Hits it straight. Well, that'll take some stopping. It'll be 4. Well, not quite the 6, but almost as good as that last ball. Essentially goes for 10. One wide, 5 wides, 4 runs. And the Reds pull themselves out of the quicksand towards the end. They're going to finish 117 for 7. That last over goes magical. 22 runs coming off it. And 10 of those runs essentially coming off the last ball. Well, it's going to be a wild ride here in Barcelona. Now, one thing Magic did better than the other teams that we've seen so far today is hold their catches, even though they kind of fell off the wagon a little bit towards the end. Helix calls it the last ball curse. We'll see that in a minute, but it's the curse of the cartwheel captain at the moment as Imran ran himself out for a duck. Slight miscommunication and had big consequences. He's now scored 30 in 8 innings. And not really what you want from one of your top order players. But yeah, Magic just seemed to want the ball a bit more, certainly in the initial stages. There are a fair few of these leading edges that popped away to deep third as well. That was a misjudgment from Shakil Ahmed that resulted in a 6. But then what about this over? Triple wicket maiden, including the middle stump being split into 2 wooden pieces. The replacement stump came, and it certainly lasted longer than Mohammad Shiraz, who went the very next ball. So Bilal was on a hat-trick. Didn't take the hat-trick, but it was the next best thing, as Dilip Bawa got that sky ball, 3 and 4. And then you thought, well, it's going to be just downhill from here. But guess what? Catalunya Red, they just came from nowhere and took the next over supersonic. 7 consecutive boundaries followed, including plenty of big hitting from Naeem. Shabazz was a 6 and out chop, but then in the last over, Naeem just found a way to keep on going and keep the strike. Then he watched a Minimo go down the leg side. He took the last ball straight to the boundary and he hits his team into contention, 117 for 7 off the 10 overs. Naeem Shah, after 5 dot balls to start his innings, does so well to recover. 56 not out of 26 balls. Apart from that, Afak Shah, 23 opening the batting. Ali Hassan was 4 and out. Imran Sandal can't buy a run for love nor money at the moment. Shabazz was 6 and out late in the piece. 16 extras, but yeah, a fair few of them coming late in the piece, and they came with the drop catches as well. So just showing the importance of trying to keep your standards up for the whole 10 overs. Bilal was the standout, wasn't he? 3 wickets in 4 balls. Finished 3 for 4, including a triple wicket maiden. Singles for Ranjot Kamran and Zadi, if he bowled well, to bowl a second over. We'll take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes. 118, the victory target for Magic to stay unbeaten. Or can Catalunya Red make it 2 in a row here on day 3? Vinny Sandu, here moves to Maximo for European Cricket Network. The action will keep on coming after the break with more ECS Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, lovers of cricket, and welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the European Cricket Series. Domestic cricket being played around Europe this year. Over 1,000 matches of ECS cricket alone. And when you add in all of the other tournaments, the internationals that we've had, over 150 of them outside the ECC, another 110 there, and all the T20 cricket we've had as well, a night series, well over 1,500 matches now in season 2023, and it's going to keep on coming right now. Catalonia Red defending 117 that they scored for the loss of 7 wickets in the first half of match 12. Magic CC, well, sometimes they had the magic touch and sometimes they didn't in that first innings. I think when it's all said and done, if you add up the run rates here, or if you calculate the run rate, it'll be about 12 and over. Some huge innings, but also some low ones to counteract them. So I think maybe about a par total, I think, at this level, that Magic CC will need to get. They did hit 160, though, the other day when they played Catalonia Red. Imran Sandal, the cartwheel captain, to get us going. Let's rock and roll. First one hit, but Adil Arif will make this top one way or another. Yeah, if you want to go back to match number 2 between these two teams, Magic made 160 batting first. And it was a funny one because it was all the top 5 that did the job. And no one actually even reached 40, but it was a team effort. And I think that's probably a good sign. Rather than just having to rely on one big player, all 5 reached at least 23 in that game. Wow, that's a huge no ball, and it's going to be pogoed out of the ground. Maximo +1's the 7 up, and exactly what you don't want. Bilal opening the batting. He made 23 in match 2 the other day, but then let's not forget what he did in the next game, cracking a 70-odd. His highest score on the network. He knows he's getting a free hit now. Sandal just gets it completely wrong. Probably an attempted Yorker. But way too high, but also great reactions from the batter. And the free hit, he cashed in. Does it go all the way? It does. Maximo. Well, something to be seen. That ball's worth 13, really, because the no ball plus the 6 off the previous delivery. The free hit cashed in for a Maximo. And a flying start for Magic CC. Imran Sandal certainly being put to the test, and that's really what this format is all about. It puts players in pressure cooker situations. Bilal having a great game. Now just times this one away handsomely behind square, 4 runs. And there you go. Fielding's not a problem when you're off the field. It's Hassan Zaman doing the fielding from the bench. But Imran, he likes this round the wicket tactic, and it worked well for him last night. He was trying to defend 4 in the last over. Short and pulled away again. Well, more fielding to be done from off the field as this first over goes magical. This has been chaos stuff, but you wouldn't expect anything less here in Barcelona. Bilal's 20 already. Sticking with round the wicket though. Trying to move the fielders, but I think it's about just getting the ball in the right spot. So long off and deep backward square leg. The 2 outfielders. But, well, you're going to need more help than that. And that's another full toss. And it's going to be Maximo. 6 more. Again, he's not the tallest. Oh, I'm wondering about this for height, you know. Because, yeah, he stands at the crease. Now, if this is, well, he's a step out. Yeah, he's probably just okay. Probably just coming down. But still, it's expensive stuff. 28 have come off this. Last ball of the over. It won't go supersonic. There's Imran. gets a dot, but he's having a bit of a shocker in this game. Got run out for a duck, and he's gone for 28. The captain, nothing to cartwheel about so far. 28 without loss in the first. 263 matches since a golden ball. I would say this is the kind of target that might bring one. Was it 118, 117, scored in the first innings, but they'll need to do it despite a rough start, Catalunya Red. But yeah, only once we've had 300 plus. Sorry, twice, because we had one 300 plus and one 400 plus. I hope we never get to 500 plus. Well, who's to say? Obviously, it'd be about 4 months of cricket without a golden ball. We'd be excited. It'll happen at some point. The golden ball, Mohammad Shiraz to bowl over number 2, and they opened with him last time. He's been getting some good movement away from the right-handers, but he's got to start it in the right spot. Well, case in point. The Catalunya Red logo, have a look at it on the bottom right-hand corner. To me, it resembles a ketchup bottle, or we'd say tomato sauce in Australia. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I feel like one of those squeezy bottles to put it on my hot dog. It's close to wide, and he will give it in the end. Remember, the whole ball has to be inside that wide indication line when it passes the crease. Now, was this? I think it's a fair call. I think the very, very outside of the ball is probably touching that blue line when it passes the crease. Bowlers don't really get the benefit of those. What about 98 to 2%? 97 to 3. I'm not so sure about that. Missed field doesn't cost him anything. Arif's there to clean up. Still got 88 to play with. I suppose what kind of hurts Catalunya Red's chances are the fact that, is the fact that 5 batters all were able to contribute meaningfully when these two teams met last time. So the supercomputer thinking that someone will get the job done. Hit straight, hit pretty well. They actually had a straight fielder in the circle to try and stop this kind of thing, but he's not tall enough to deal with that. That's a really good shot. Takes him on. Have a look at the fielder. He's right there. Very straight mid-on, I suppose you'd call him. But Isan gets his first boundary. Yeah, that's where Shiraz needs to be. Occasionally he's just missed his spot. You know, another ball width or two to the left, but that's spot on. That's going to be hard to deal with. I've actually been surprised how well batters have hit him back over his head when he has gotten 2 straight. I say 2 straight. I actually think it's quite a dangerous delivery. Credit to the batters for that. Yep, there you go again. But by making him reach, as soon as you get further away from the eye line, there's a bit more difficulty in that shot. Helix has reminded me, I am getting hungry now. How did you know? What gave it away? Oh, the ketchup thing. Yeah, true. But tell me if you see what I'm seeing, Helix. Catalunya brand ketchup. Catalunya Red. Full toss, hammered. And that was not even that far from the fielder. But it's going to be 4 runs. It was timed really well. Shiraz gets it wrong here. That one's probably thigh high. So again, you're testing the umpire's patience, but I don't think it's going to be a no ball. Well struck. It was like a line drive in baseball, that one. Big start this for Magic. How wide. But yeah, you got to say that they've made their own bed a little bit. Catalunya Red with some of the poor deliveries in the first 11 balls of this one. Still a way to go though. Another wide. Shiraz can't believe it. He's probably thinking, I had it for a while. I had a couple right where I wanted. And now, the swing gods are toying with me again. It's been a big program for Catalonia Red, playing their 8th game, and by this time tomorrow they'll have played 10. 10 of the first 17. Good to see Tim Reedman in the chat as well as Helix. Hello to Dave B. Nice to have you with us as well. Flying solo today. Rico has the day off. Bit straighter, and this is just out of the reach of Imran Sandal, who dives away to his right, but he can't make the stop. It's 4 more, and it'll close out the second over. 16 come off it in the end, and it's 44 without loss. Looking at the table, you see Catalonia Red played 7 matches. There'll be 8 after this. And no one else has played more than 4. Spartans, a lot of teams have played 2. And the teams that have played 2, they've won 2, haven't they? So they've sent a strong message, but it's still early days. Each team will play 18 matches. But I suppose the thing for Catalonia Red, they need to make their move pretty quickly, because by the end of the day, they will have already played half of their matches. And with 18 days of group action, 90 matches of group action, it's pretty early to be that far in. Well, you've got to love the confidence of Imran Sandal. He's gone for 28 in his over, and he's given himself the ball back here in over number 3. And he's saying, look, I'm probably due for something to go my way. Got run out for another duck. Got smashed in the first over. But you know what? I'm not going to let that sit. I'm going to come and I'm going to have another go. I suppose you've got to respect it. That's one word for it. I suppose his last ball was a good one. And now, this is similar to the way Imran got out, actually, in the first inning. I wonder if this was a chance, you know. Bilal pushes and runs. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I have a feeling that would have been out. Certainly very tight. Hard to tell without the ball hitting the stumps. Up in the air. Can the fielder get there? A lot of ground to cover, and he's going to swipe and miss at this. It's going to be 4. So Mozam Razul had a lot of ground to cover to get there, and then ball holds up in the rubbery surface and essentially overruns it. Kind of tries to slap it back in, but comes up with fresh air. Well, this kind of reminds me of Cosmin Zavoiu, the Bucharest Gladiators captain in Romania, going for 32 in his first over, coming back and taking 5 for 1 in his second. But, well, this is another opportunity. Has to be held. It is. So Mozam Razul, he spikes it. Bit of emotion being shown there as Sandal. That's the captain's instinct coming in. He said, I've had all my bad luck. It's time for me to let the universe give it a chance to even itself out. And for the second consecutive delivery, a fly ball in this part of the field. I mean, look at Razul. Gets it, not interested in celebrating. Just throws it away. And so Zain Ihsan will be the first man to fall. Opening partnership broken at 49. He goes for 17. It's 49 for 1. So does this game have a turning point? And is that it? So new batter to the creases, Shakil Ahmed. Geez, we're treated to some entertainment, aren't we, here? On the European Cricket Network. Imran has something to show for his trouble now. But then gets it slightly wrong, but doesn't matter. It's 2 and 2. Well, there you go. And Shakil Ahmed cannot believe that he's gotten out to this. He was just cramped for room. Turned it around the corner. Hit high in the bat, maybe up towards the glove. And a simple catch presents itself. So, yeah, Shakil doesn't last too long. He had 39 off 13 undefeated when these two teams met the other day, but this time it's first baller. And what a turnaround this would be if Imran is able to take this hat-trick. I think we can be assured of some cartwheeling antics. The cartwheel captain turning this game on its head. 49 for 2 now. Let's just say he took a gamble to come back after he got whacked for 28 in the first over, but now he has 2 in 2. Asad Isan, the captain, to face up. Captain on captain, hat-trick ball. Oh, and he's whacked it away for 6. Well, I thought for a second it might bowl him round his legs. He took a big step across. Shoup does the fielding. Maximo. And it's back to the same old story for poor Imran. Look at this. It was coming back. Never really swung enough to threaten the stumps. But a pretty solid start for Asad Isan. When these two met on Monday, he batted 5 and made 26 off 10. '50s up. Now wide down the leg side. When Magic batted against Spartans in match 3, the only other time we've seen them before this, they only needed their top 4. As they chased down 129 with 11 balls to spare for the loss of just 2 wickets. Turned away. This time it is fielded. It's been a bit of a hot spot. End of the over. Sandal will take that as a win. A 1, a wide, a 4, a 6, and 2 wickets in the third over. It's 56 for 2. That's ECN cricket. Helix has a good question. He says, you know what? If they're going to swap bats on the way out, why not just walk out without a bat? I have your answer. Okay. As we look at the power play, coming down, but it was a pretty alarmist start, wasn't it? 28 off the first over. Imran finishes with 40 conceded, but those 2 wickets to show. I think the simple answer, Helix, is the bat swap is something we see in European cricket sometimes. But I suppose, what if the outgoing batter doesn't say yes? It's a 2-way transaction. So if the bat swaps refused, you're left empty-handed, literally. So that is why you'll see that batters do have to walk out with the bat, even if they're going to swap it with the outgoing batter. I always found it a bit awkward trying to approach the outgoing batter. Not that I tried the bat swap in my career. It's a bit of a staple here on ECN. And the truth is, and these are things people don't realise, if you want to buy a bat in Australia or England or South Africa or established cricket playing countries, what do? You just go to the shop and buy a bat. Here, not so easy. A lot of things have to be brought in from overseas or bought online. So if stuff breaks or gets worn out, as it inevitably happens, in a way bats don't last as long these days the way they're made, then there's the infamous Batgate incident of Spain versus Ireland 11 in the ECC showed us. Corey said the infamous lines. We don't have, one of the most infamous lines, we don't have 11 bats. Taken off the middle stump, off the inside half of the bat. Isan's going to get 4 here. There was some drama that day. Hamza eventually was allowed to use the bat he wanted. And we do have certain kind of guidelines. It's to do with time wasting. For example, we don't let players at the crease share the same bat. In the old days, they used to maybe hit a single and then come down, swap bats, and it just slowed the game down a lot. Hit straight and hit miles. Well, that is a proper blast. Well, that's camera tower time. Who's up there? Is that Martha up there? Give us a thumbs up if you're all right, or a little love heart, because that is going to put camera one under attack. Whoa. Maybe just died at the last minute, but that was powerful, powerful stuff from Asad Isan. And this is why I think the win predictor, well, now it's giving them literally no hope, but I think the fact that multiple batters contributed last time, the win predictor feels like the collapse isn't on here. you're going to have to get through too many guys that are in form against this opposition. Helix saying he's not buying it. They would go, let's swap bats before the innings. See, I'll tell you why they wouldn't do that, Helix. Shiraz comes in and he chops on. Isan, he hits a big bomb, but now he's got to go. Just loses his shape, little inside edge, and Shiraz gets it right. Magic lose a third wicket, 68 for 3. Genuine chop on here. Big deflection off the inside edge. And Assad has to go. Gets very front on there. Good decision by the umpire. Raises the finger. Gets his stats up as well. But, yeah, well, keep taking wickets. Maybe you've got a fighting chance. We said it was unlikely because of the fact all 5 batters used in match 2 when these two teams last met all fired at least 20. But chasing's a different bit of a beast. In fact, it's going to be Dilip Bawa, who didn't bat in match 2 against the Reds on Monday. He's going to come out to bat number 5. Yeah, so Helix, I'm going to answer what you were saying in a minute. Thinking, wouldn't they pre-plan that? Dilip pretty correctly keeps this one out. Shiraz, good finish for him at least at the end of 4. Magic CC 68 for 3. So yeah, Helix, this is why I'll say it's not really pre-planned. It's a bit more kind of spur of the moment. It's because it's a bit of a taboo topic in cricket teams talking about what will happen if someone gets out or when they get out, because people don't want to think about getting out. Right? So you might know that. You might be batting 3 going, yeah, Mohamed Babar's bat. I like the look at that. But you're not going to have a good time if you say to Babar before the game, hey, when you get out, can I swap bats with you? So it's a bit more of an unspoken contract. And Babar would probably do something with his bat that you wouldn't enjoy if you're trying to have that conversation with him before the game. He'd be saying, what, you think I'm going to get out? What are you saying here? And you're like, no, it's just in case. And that's why I think it's a bit of an unspoken thing. You have to be a bit opportunistic. Know the bat you want. If you get your opportunity, probably not even talking as the batter goes off, probably huffing and puffing. Start of a new over. And Shabazz Ahmed comes on, but it's a nice looking cut shot. As Bilal has only faced 8 balls so far in the opening stages of this chase. But yeah, when he's been on, he's looked pretty good. And correct shot there, gets 4. I remember I had a favourite pattern I was using in first grade. Actually used to belong to Adam Gilchrist, and this thing was an absolute rocket. Castrol sticker on the back for some of our Australian fans, you'd remember. This will be a wide. But I didn't have a backup bat. I wasn't like the actual genuine batters that would have, you know, even first grade level, have kind of 3 or 4 bats ready to go. So when I hit a cut shot and broke my bat, I had to yell someone's name because I knew who had a good bat. And I had to yell, oh, his name was Chris. I need Chris's bat. I remember saying that. Somebody bring me Chris's bat. Chris was already out, of course. Expensive. Well bowled. And Shabazz, he just had a bit of an off game, accuracy-wise, in that last game. But when he gets it right, he's a pretty dangerous customer. Just needs to focus on keeping the ball in that offside channel. One's kind of a hanging full toss, and it's going to be hit towards the line. In fact, it'll go over the line in the end. It'll be 4 runs. So Hassan moves to 36 on the charge this time. It's a slightly slower ball, I think, but he's still good enough to catch up with it and get another boundary. Well, Helix thinks that he's just able to have this conversation. He's saying, well, not when you got out, if you get out. Again, I understand the semantics there, Helix, but if you can do that, then maybe we need to ship you over to the Middle East and get you at the table, because you have to be very diplomatic and I still think you're better off not saying anything at all, just taking your opportunity, pouncing on the changeover. Bilal pushes and gets a run here. Seem to be cruising at the moment, don't they? Yeah, it's kind of a superstition. You never talk about if you get out. I suppose you're kind of forced into it a bit in this format because coaches will probably whisper to some people in the dugout, hey, if he gets out, I want you to go in. Or if somebody else gets out, I want you to go in. Or even then, maybe the coach just like says, be ready and doesn't say anything. You don't want to tempt fate. Even though wickets aren't as valuable, I suppose, as some other formats. Still, they matter. All right, has a pop at this. But he goes to the wrong end. And to be honest, he's gone around the keeper. And the leap is going to leg it back now. There is no keeper anymore because he was drawn so wide. Raymond Ulla, probably a bit surprised it came to his end. Even though it was a long shot, I would have thought the bowler's end would have been the play there. Oh, well, they've come back to 1%. So that's something. This should be a wide, it is. Some people might go, well, how's that a wide? Because he's gone across, tried to hit it. The idea is, the umpire considers the position when the ball's released. So you don't really want to penalise a guy for trying to hit the ball. So that's why, even though, he ends up well over there and ends up pretty much at the line in the follow-through, just for consistency reasons, that's why the interpretation is that way. Lifted up towards deep backward point. It's well fielded out there. But it will be a single, and Barwell will retain the strike at the end of 5 overs. Magic CC are 82 for 3. I am going to also pick one at random on the screen. I've picked Portugal Santarém. I just shut my eyes and put it on the screen. Portugal was an awesome series, and it always is. That Santarém cricket ground, every time we go, there's been improvements there. I know that Paolo, part of our blue crew as well, is, I suppose, responsible for that ground. It's in his family, Paolo Butchamatsa. And it was lightning fast. Also, we had a great ECI there, which featured the Netherlands 11, who were very, very strong. And the biggest addition this year was the deck, which was a beautiful place to sit and take in the cricket. You got a beautiful view there. The weather's outstanding in Portugal, as you would imagine. And it was a lovely place to maybe sit and eat lunch. And I even had the commentary there on the last day of the ECIs. So, yeah, Portugal, looking forward to hopefully being back there in 2024 once we see the schedule. Here's one place you can play pretty much all year round as well. Anyway, time for a new over. Moazzam Razul is going to bowl it, and he starts with a big wide outside the off stump. Helix saying, no, he's happy to stay in Australia and he's not going to go anywhere else. Fair enough. Helix saying he used one of Mike Hazeman's bats from back in the day. Well, Mike Hazeman, correct me if I'm wrong, he does a lot of commentary, doesn't he? In fact, I think our good friend Andrew Lenny might have worked with him recently. Barwa, look at the footwork here. I know I'm picking on this today, but as soon as you start backing away, you're kind of making things hard for yourself, giving up the wides. But even those regulation balls, just making it hard to reach them. Nice looking drive though this time from Dilip. He'll get a single. I suppose you've always got a chance, I think, if you have runs required above balls remaining, even though it's a tiny chance statistically in this game, because if you can get a big run of outs, that'll burn balls, and maybe you can make some batters nervous, but no signs of nerves right now from Bilal Hassan as he plays a textbook cover drive. Well timed. Not the worst ball ever, but he cracks it through the covers. Cuatro Carreras moves into the 40s. 30 off 27 now. short and wide and called. So you see what Razul's trying to do, trying to keep it in that offside channel, not bowl too straight, but we've already seen Bilal Hassan. He has no obvious weaknesses, does he? He's comfortable standing up, hitting straight. He can go to leg side if it's in at his body. Now he goes straight. Has he found the man? I think he has, and it's well held down there. That's Shahbaz Ahmed that takes it to his left, robs Bilal of a maximum. Could that be a turning point? Could it be the start of something more? Bilal's batted very well, but he takes on the straight boundary, but he cannot beat Shahbaz Ahmed. So Bilal Hassan's going to have to walk back for 41. And the score now is 89 for 4. There's certainly one thing that has left a bit to be desired this morning, some of the catching, but that was an outstanding catch running to his left. Just kind of went full extension, hoped for the best, hoped that it stayed in the hands. It did. He judged it perfectly. So Moazzam Razul comes through with the big wicket. Ranjot Singh is going to be the new batter, batting 6. And again, Ranjot, he was pretty good the other day. 34 off 18 when these two teams met, but he flirts with the first one and misses. Also, he made 23 off 15 in his other innings. That was in match 3 straight after. The schedule on day 1 is identical to day 3, so essentially they're the return fixtures. Russell trying to keep his team in the game. Ranjot gets some bat on this, turns around the corner. He'll retain the strike. Well, 1 or 2 good overs here, and maybe the Reds can pull off a miracle. End of this one. And after 6 overs, the score is 90 for 4. This is what's coming up then, match 13. Unlucky for some. Normally something crazy happens in match 13. Spartans Hospitalet are taking on Magic CC in that one. Magic winning the toss and batting. I can tell you, last time those teams met, Spartans made 128. Magic chased it down with 11 balls to spare. So that's coming up, and still don't have a confirmed start time there. It is listed to start in 20 minutes. The way things are going, it might be slightly delayed. But we'll let you know. Ranjot faces up. Rasul 1 for 8. But I suppose the issue at the moment is only needs 7 and over, so even 8 is a win for Magic. Afak Shah to bowl over 7. Needs someone to have an incredibly good over. Sometimes we call it a tragic over. A bit like what Bilal presented earlier when he came up with a triple wicket maiden. But even something, 5 or less. Something to push the rate back up. 7th overtime. And it's going to be sliced away and sliced down to the ground. Well, that's travelled. Maximo Ranjot, 3rd time lucky for him. Player we know pretty well here on the European Cricket Network. Just throws the hands at that and just watch that grizzly ball fly. And well, when you need 7 and over, you get 6th and first ball, you're feeling pretty comfortable. Goes again this time, but not timed at all. Probably look for 2 here, but Ranjot sent back, even with the fumble. Takes his time getting back, mind you, but it'll just be a long single. There's still 3 more matches to come here on day 3. Afak Shah's shown himself to be a good cricketer so far. But he attempts a Yorker, turns into a full toss, and it's just worked away leg side. It's 4 more runs. Been a fair bit of fielding done down there on the Magic CC bench. Probably a sign that Catalonia Red have gotten a bit too straight too often. Actually, there's a good point there from Meyer saying even if they don't get the runs quickly, the time penalty might come into play. Yeah, certainly a bit tight on the time. Swing and a miss this time. for Bawa. Great weather we've had so far. Today's a little bit murkier, but still certainly very, very playable. 14 degrees currently. Short and has to jump at this, and then very late stumping attempt. But again with Dilip, just look at his footwork here. Look where he ends up. He's way outside the leg stump. Just needs to resist that urge. So yeah, I mean, one thing I would say is that you don't really pick up a lot of these things until you watch yourself on TV or you do some video analysis. So that's something these players can certainly use to their advantage. Last ball of the 7th. On the top edge this time, but it's going to be a long march to nowhere for the fine leg, and somehow gets hands on it and he pushes it towards the line. It's actually a pretty good effort, if I'm honest. Had a lot to do. Have a look at him turn and just go and horn it. Naeem Shah batted so well in the first innings. Looks to be in vain at the moment. You never know though. End of the over. And yeah, 7 overs in. Closing in on the target. Magic CC. All right. Must be time to do another magic roll. Okay, this time we're going Group B, Team 3. Oh, Huddinge. Okay, from Sweden. Now they beat out Albies Army previous championship week club back in 22. Huddinge won the ECS when we were last there. Their first time in the European Cricket Series. Got some very good players like Imal Zuvak, Saeed Ahmed, Samuel Rahmani, amongst others. I think they will make their intentions known. They have a very, very good squad and they eat up the format. We saw Sweden doing some crazy things in the national, or the internationals. They played in Hungary and it was absolutely insane. But yeah, Huddinge. And bonus, they will wear black shirts normally with white writing. I don't know what the ECL shirts look like, but that's their traditional colour scheme. Okay, back to the action then. Last ball, last over went for 1, and then a single off this makes it 15 off 17. Just got to try and take it down the stretch now. Mozam Rasul to try and keep the game alive. Down the leg side, but fairly simple leave for the batter. We'll take the extra run. Ranjot, the lefty, swings hard at this. So yeah, this is now the point of the game where you're just trying to stack up a few small victories if you're the fielding side. And there's one there. Ranjot, he's still going to be going all guns blazing, isn't he? That's just the way he plays. But get in the right spot, hope for a miss, hope for a dot. 14 off 16 now. And now he castles him and shows him where to go as well. Mozam Rasul, he gets one right through Ranjot and he just keeps this game alive. It's got a faint pulse. Magic CC. See Ranjot disappear, 104 for 5. Little bit of seam away, crashes in the middle and leg. And well, like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever in the late 70s. And I saw with some free directions for Ranjot Singh, who swung around 2 in a row. The second one crashes into the stumps. So 104 for 5. Is there a chance here? Got to be some chance. Cameron, he's been great with the ball. Haven't really seen him with the bat yet. Mozam Rasul. Hoping to turn this into something more. Helix asking if they wear black and white. Is their nickname the Magpies? I don't believe so. Don't know how many Magpies I have in Sweden. Cameron intelligently says, hey, I'm getting out of the way. Hand it back to Dilip Bawa. But Bawa's only 10 off 10. I say only. Run a ball probably fine at this stage. Has one boundary in there. Wayne says it gives him the send-off too, yeah. I mean, he was so confident that finger was almost pointing at the moment that it hit the stumps. Dilip again backs away. Backs himself into a corner, but hits his way out of it with a single. And I suppose one thing you could say is, if you score off every ball here, you can't lose. That's one way to think about it. So I suppose with 5 down, I wouldn't be going looking for trouble. But yeah, you maybe don't need to go crazy big swipes with a field back like that. That is what it would call a crazy big swipe, and it will finish the over. Rasul does a great job to keep his team in the contest. Magic CC, 106 for 5. And one thing we know about Catalonia Reds, they're not going to go quietly. Last night they were defending 86, or trying to defend 86 against Sohal Hospitalet. And they really pushed the game. And Imran, in the end, had to try and defend 4 in the last over and almost did it. There were 6 run-outs, which is a new record as well in that innings. 12 off 12. Nothing silly, which are words that rang around my ears for most of my cricket career ever since I was a small child. The amount of time you'll hear that, and you only hear the silly bit. Can't tell you. Anyway, Afak Shah. Oh, and look at the clock. Just noticed that. The clock looks like it's out. And that was something that was identified earlier in this inning. So I actually think that they're going to go for 5 at the end of this over. And that could be an incredible game changer, because right now, Cameron, well, he's put the sensible boots away. But yeah, clock's disappeared. This is where I think if they're going to have penalty runs, they might as well do it now, because everyone knows where they stand. Now, everyone feels they'll get them, but yeah, you don't get them in the bank until the umpire signals them. Throws the bat at this. Fielder goes back and holds the catch. Excellent fielding down there. And he trips the line. Fantastic. Cameron came out trying to beat the sound barrier, didn't he? This one he kind of tries to guide over the top, but robbed of a Maximo. He's going to go, and that's 6 wickets down. 107 for 6. And see, the thing is here, they would get an extra minute, but it's not going to bring them back from the dead, because that minute is used by the batter coming to the crease. That's the idea with the extra minute. Helix thinks they might be called the Zebras. Yeah. Maybe they could be called the All Blacks. I think a similar kind of scheme. All right, so Cameron goes for 1, 107 for 6. Still think we're going to get 5 penalty runs. Oh, now another miss. Well, this is turned. It's 11 off 8 now, but I think that means 6 off 8. Again, it's the reason I think they should go on straight away as soon as the clock expires. They can't bottle this, could they? Could they? Miss. Well, shades of the Magnificent Seven game in Malta earlier in the year where I think they needed 6 off the last 2 overs. And despite only 7 in the field, Marsa bottled it, ended up losing it in a golden ball. Myra was spot on, calling the clock as an issue earlier. Last ball of the 9th. I still think it's 6 to win. Let's see. Assad might as well have a go at it. And he does. And he hits it. And he hits it for 4. So that'll be 4 runs. That makes it 7 off 7. But I have a pretty good idea that we're going to see 5 penalty runs. They looked well out of time. So let's keep an eye on the umpires here. So 7 off 6 as it stands, but if there's penalty runs, it'll be 2 off 6. And there's certainly some communication going on right now. I'm keeping my eye on the main umpire coming to the bowler's end because that's normally the one that we'll see giving the signal. And he looks ready to do something, doesn't he? Again, maybe just asking, how's your day so far? And there we go. There's the signal. 5 penalty runs. I won't say it's signalled 100% correctly, but close enough. So, yeah, there we go. 5 penalty runs for not keeping to the clock. And it means there's only 2 to win. So you might as well bring all the field up now. You don't really want to concede a single because that'll tie the game. Yeah, I think this is the only play now. Is you're hoping for the miracle over. 1 at a time. You've got Shabazz Ahmed ready to bowl it. And it's filtered through eventually to the batting team who now know they only need 2 to win. And I think, yeah, you've got to bring the field up. You've got to gamble. Bawa, the more established of the two. How important was that 4 runs then from Assad? Last ball of the 9th. Here we go. Just 2 to win now for Magic. And this one goes straight through. I think it flecks the back pad. And just assuming it's out, despite it probably not being out, that'll be a dot. Tell you if they were really quick there, they probably could have got through for a single. Yeah, it's definitely off the pad. But I like the way Rehman tries to sell it. Man after my own heart. So there's 1 dot. Another Catalonia Red game, another drama. They bring in mid-wicket and cover even tighter now. 2 will win it though. Bawa can finish it right here. And he will. He'll crack a 4 and that's it. And so Bawa will hit the winning runs and Catalonia Reds just can't take a trick against the Magic in this one. It'll be 4 balls to spare, but Magic remain unbeaten, go to a 3-0 record. Dalit Bawa. And we saw some pointing earlier in the innings. This time he lets his bat do the talking. A good shot there, slightly over-pitched. And, well, the clock coming into play as well. Magic CC 120 off 9.2, defeating Catalonia Red 117. More drama to come. No way we're starting this in 5 minutes. Probably, I'm guessing, a 10-minute delay compared to what you'd see on your screen there. Spartans taking on Magic, a team without a win versus a team that are now 3-0. Stay tuned for that. Magic CC winning the toss after batting in that one. And so let's have a look at some of these highlights. And Bilal is off to the races, wasn't he? Looked very good. Let's not forget the first over went for 28. And when you saw how tight that got in the end, it was going to be one you look back at with a bit of regret. Having said that, Imran did come back well in his second over, backed himself to bowl it anyway in the power play. That's really, it was a bit more tense than we thought. They didn't manage to hold a couple of catches when they needed to keep the game interesting. Imran, despite getting whacked for 28, brought himself back and actually took 2 in 2 there. That was the hat-trick ball that got timed away for 6. That was a good counter-attack. Magic CC kept playing their shots. Had a lot of guys that have made some runs in the series so far in limited opportunities. As that Eastside chopped on. That was after hitting a massive 6, which crashed into the camera tower. This was a good catch as well, wasn't it? Shemaz Ahmed running to his left. Ranjot will get that out of the screws, but eventually he was told where to go in no uncertain terms. Umpire quick to put the finger up as well. There was fingers all over the place with that one. That was a great catch as well. Had to be taken, and then late in the piece, clock had run out, 5 penalty runs before the tension could come. Bawa said, well, there you go. You want to point? I'll point now. And I'll point to the scoreboard and I'll point to the table and say that we're 3-0 now. And Catalonia Red, just the 2 wins and now 6 losses. 41 for Bilal Hussein was the top scorer in that one. Sain Isan with 17, 16 in quick time from Asad Isan, the captain. Bawa, though, his 16th run was the charm, wasn't it? He hit the winning runs, and Alias had a pretty important boundary in there off the last ball of the night. 2 wickets for Moazam Russell. I think he was the best of the bowlers. 2 for 12, 2 for 40. Sandal came back well after a very expensive first over. 1 for Shiraz. And also Afak Shah took 1 for 17 off his 2. But those 5 penalty runs, they hurt him in the end, didn't they? They would have loved to have maybe pushed that a little bit further. So confirming that the start time will be 12:55 local time, which is 5:25 in India. We'll be back in 12 minutes then to take you through the third game. Magic CC going to have a hit against the Spartans after winning the toss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this short break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Magic to call. And tails is a call. It's a tail.
Bad pass.
They're going to bat.
That was Tyrone Peters with the two captains a little bit earlier, and the news from the coin toss was that Magic won the toss. They've elected to bat. Well, a little bit of a Magic finish for them. Last over finish once again featuring the Reds, but Magic able to get over the line in match 12, and now they're going to take on Spartans Hospitalet. Let's have a look at the two teams. Spartans without a win. Magic are 3-0, so they're flying high, although they didn't kind of have the wobbles. Dalip Bawa, though, got them across the line with a boundary in the last over in the last game. Got to say, Bilal Hassan was outstanding in the last game as well. Magic 72% favourites in this one. You can understand that being the equation with the issues the Spartans have had so far. I want to welcome you to the broadcast, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Just 10 minutes behind schedule at the moment. Hopefully we can catch that up as the day goes along. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico with a day off today, but he'll be back tomorrow. Don't you worry about that. Looking at the chat, good to see Wayne in there. Also, hello to Dave B. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Right now, to say hello to Jalal Haider, who's going to get us going here in the first over. No full toss, punch through the offside, and that's for Hassan. He did look good early on, didn't he? In fact, it's a Hassan opening combination, Bilal and Farhad. The first ball is caressed to the offside boundary. And just having a look on what's going on. Dave talking about the hype energy drink. Yeah, that was certainly fueling some of us more than the others in Kartma. This one's in a good channel, and Bilal just leaves it alone. And Wayne saying that Corey consumed enough for 10 men one day, bouncing off the walls. Yeah, but as they say in the classics, Wayne, what goes up must come down. And that was certainly interesting dealing with that, but also great venue. Where now steps across and puts this one all the way. Well, that is out of here. That's downtown, baby. Maximo. 6 more to Bilal Hassan. Hide up, getting that movement, but Bilal going with it. Sends it over the fence. So looking pretty confident so far, Bilal Hassan. Slip in place. Pretty fine slip as well. This one's flirting with the line, but the umpire gives it to Haider. Had a question from Dave asking about the numbers on the wall. I don't even get a shot of the numbers on the wall, but he's asking, what do they mean? Hey, that's actually the distance from home plate to the fence. So for home runs and things like that. Steps and hits, gets it just over the top of the outfield. On the infield, I should say, and runs away for 4 more. Oh, Bilal, who was on fire early in the last innings and more or less the same again in the first over. So up to 14 now. Yeah, so they are distances. They're meters here. Now, typically in the US, you'll see them in feet. And in Canada, you'll normally see them in both. But here in Europe, you'll see it as meters. So 98 meters from home plate to the kind of corners of the fair territory, and 122 to centre field. This is going to test the field, and this is going to be 4 as well. Oh, a healthy first over. Magic CC are going to finish it at 18 without loss. Thanks to Ken for confirming that as well. I've got to tell you, when you play in some of these ballparks, I did play baseball at some pretty big ballparks, it is miles away. It's like double a cricket boundary when you're thinking, how can anyone possibly hit the ball that far? 18 days until the ECCW, which is going to feature 5 nations, 23 matches, the first ever Euros of women's cricket. Can't wait to be there. And it'll be the last tournament of the season before our 3-week hiatus. But don't worry, we'll be back in 2024. Mujahid Mohammed to bowl over number 2. And yeah, Wayne also mentioning that it is distant. So think about when we talk about big sixes in cricket. Once we talk 100-metre sixes, you're kind of talking large in cricket. But in baseball, they're kind of the smallest home runs. So I can tell you with a curved bat and just the velocity of pitches, balls come off the bat faster in baseball than cricket. That's just a fact. They do have the benefit of fielding with the gloves, though, which certainly makes a huge difference. Having played both at a reasonably high level, although not fully professional, but you certainly get a good idea of where the two sports sit next to each other. So it was pretty full. Actually, it was a genuine full toss. It was missed out by Farhad. Now, nice looking cover drive, and this will reach the boundary as well. But he finds the gap, and that was all about the placement. So, Mujahid Muhammad tastes the boundary for the first time. Scrambled steam there. Reaches nicely and gets 4. Wayne saying he didn't know that Spain used the metric system. Well, let me tell you, there's only a couple in the whole world that don't. This one's a little bit closer to Farhad, who just keeps it out. And, you know, scientifically, everyone uses the metric system. So we go to NASA, they're using the metric system, right? But, yeah, there's only 3 countries in the world that don't use the metric system, which originated in Europe. France, actually. This is lifted up, and it's away from the fielder out there at deep forward square leg. It's 4 more. So full toss. And Farhad getting going as well. So magic. Having a good time so far in the power play. Yeah, so the 3 countries are Liberia in Africa, Myanmar, previously known as Burma, and the United States of America. They are the 3. And some have adopted it mostly, but not completely. Yorker pushed out. A bit of a gamble with the foot fielding. Joe Hussain does make the stop. Yeah, so for example, in the UK, they typically will still use miles for distances. Long distances, that is. So, yeah, the French came up with the metric system. Steps and hits and finds the gap. And I think this is running away for 4 as well. So Bilal gets another boundary, helps himself, as Mujahid Muhammad's over goes for 13 in the end. And the score is 31 without loss after 2. Yeah, so the whole idea of the metric system was to unify the way things are measured across the world, to simplify things. Looking at the table, well, Spartans, they're here and they haven't had a great start in this match. They're staring down the barrel of 5 losses in a row, including 2 to Catalonia Red. And they're the only wins that Catalonia Red have so far. Yeah, so the thing is, though, in the metric system story in the USA, it was kind of meant to be adopted. But what the federal government did there is they left it up to the states and they made it optional. And the thing, when you make things optional, people tend to deprioritise them. So that's why even now, even though the metric system is a lot simpler, I suppose the only thing is familiar for people. And I do understand that. If it's familiar to you, it's a bit of a learning curve, a bit of a, there's some growing pains in adopting it, but would be helpful. Anyway, up in the air, and there's a bit of a chance here for Azam, who's going back, and he won't take it. He has no idea where it is. Backing up is Haider. But Azam, who's been outstanding for Spartans, he's been good in a losing cause so far. But he couldn't quite get the hands around that one. Here's another look at it. Well, he's lucky not to wear it in the beak, really, when it comes down to it. Now short, another top edge, right. Well, this time it's Haider's turn, and he will take the catch. So Palmer gets 2 chances in 2 balls. The second one is taken, and Farhad Hassan is going to go. So, he cost them 2 runs in the end. Magic CC lose their first wicket, 33 for 1. That was a very high delivery. This was a bit easier, though, because Hyder was able to get behind it and face the ball, whereas his arm was kind of facing the wrong way. He had to try and catch it over the shoulder. Down towards the bottom of the bat, also a bit of a top edge. And well held. Bit of an ice cream cone there. There's a bit of the ball was poking out, but takes it easy enough in the end. Yeah, so before, we tend to think of the imperial system as fairly standard now, inches, yards, etc. As this is almost taking out the umpire. It's going to be 4. It's not a good ball, really, from Paramveer Palmer this time. It was short, it was Gundy, and it was whacked away. Zain Ihsan, the new batter, off the mark immediately. Yeah, but there are also all sorts of weird and wonderful measurements, and it even goes within countries, to measure certain things, or there'll be different measures for different materials, and it was quite complicated. Short, and well, the message was sent loud and clear by Ihsan, if it wasn't already, that he's going to be brutal on anything short of a length. Maximo! Well, that one was like a 44 caliber bullet out of a gun. And Zain Ihsan just shoots it away. What a shot. So quick over that. But yeah, bowl short. You're going to have a bad time on this pitch. Yeah, so another one is Fahrenheit, I suppose, which doesn't follow the metric system. Which I suppose, this will be a wide, swings late. But yeah, I suppose once you're used to something, that's something that you find hard as a habit to break, because especially if you and the people around you use it. I pride myself on being kind of, not bilingual, but by temperature measural. I can kind of converse in Fahrenheit for some of our American viewers. I still think in Celsius, though. Haven't grown up with it. Palmer, he wishes this kissed the edge, but it didn't quite. Wayne mentioning, yes, it is 1,609 metres to a mile. But for example, I still use it for certain things because you're just accustomed to it. I'll give you an example in a minute. Last ball of the over. Or not, because this will be a wide. Straight over the tram line. Yeah, but when we talk height of people, I typically still work in feet and inches. I'm about 6 foot in the old money, but it's 183 centimetres. But I mean, I also know if you say in centimetres, I know what you mean. But it just kind of has a nice ring to it. There's less points, I suppose, if you use inches and feet. This is up, and it's out of here. Maximo! Ihsan tells him thrice, do not bowl halfway down the pitch because I'll be brutal on you. And that power play in the end, out of control. 51 come off at 51 for 1 after 3. Again, just throws the hands at it, even though it's outside the off stump. Plenty of bat on that one as it goes magical in the third, 51 for 1. Yeah. There's fluid ounces. There's ounces for weight as well as liquid volume. Celsius is a funny one in a way because if it's 40 degrees, it's not twice as hot as 20 degrees. A little bit of a brain teaser I use sometimes. Straight fielder in play, but this is going to be offside and it's going to go. And Maximo Bilal Hassan continues on his merry way. Going back to temperature chat, absolute zero is actually minus 273 degrees, also known as 0 Kelvin. So if it is 0 degrees, it's actually 273 if you're talking in absolute terms. So 20 degrees would be 293 and 40 degrees would be 313. Here ends the lesson. about throwing that one, but doesn't in the end. Happy to concede the single. There's a question for you. I know it's a bit early in the broadcast, but are there any strange units that you like to deal in in your everyday life? That can be unique to you or something that's a bit regional. You know, when we talk bat weights as well, you're rarely talking grams. So I know how heavy a bat is if it's 2 pounds 8 ounces or 2 pounds 6 or 2 pounds 10, 11 and a half. 16 ounces in a pound, of course. But I couldn't tell you what that is in kilograms. So yeah, you tend to think in increments of an ounce or half an ounce with cricket bats, and they are quite a personal thing. That you can kind of feel the difference if you're a cricketer between a bat that's 2 ounces heavier than another, even though it's probably only 60 or 70 grams. Yeah, but let us know. Well, the field is perfectly placed, and yeah, James has a good point. The Celsius isn't metric either, nor Kelvin, because temperature are in relative scales. That's true. And I think that a hallmark of a metric scale is that it'll be, you know, you'll be able to measure it in, you know, tens, hundreds, thousands, or thousandths, hundredths. Right now, we're going to see runs in any currency you like, as Azam will go for 14 in his over. Bilal Hassan continues his good form. Magic at the end of 4 overs, 65 for 1. So yeah, tell us a way you measure things that might be a bit unusual, if you can think of one. It's funny when we use statistics on the European Cricket Network, because the 10 over format, we tend to put things in the terms of per 10 overs. So, you know, we have the 4s rate, the 6s rate, also known as the maximo rate. Run rate's the only one that's still per over, but I think, you know, to avoid decimals in a huge way, we tend to express that 6s per 10 overs. So you know what a 10 over block would look like typically for a team. So Isan drives, and it could have been a run-out chance if it was picked up cleanly, but it wasn't by Johan Hussain. James has gone over my head now with angstroms. You'll have to enlighten me about that. On the walk, but then pounds it out to deep cover, just a single. And even the way I said the word pounds there, that probably comes back from the origin of that, I'm sure, has to do with the measure of weight, or mass, more correctly. So an angstrom is a unit of length equal to 100 millionth of a centimetre. Wow. Right, slower bouncer, holding up. This should be caught, and it is. So they get Zain Isan for 19. They need a turning point, Spartans. Maybe that can be it, as Rashid Ahmed gets the breakthrough. And they're all trying to get around each other now. Magic CC loses a second wicket. It was asking to be hit, but the mishit came, and Zain is going to have to go. 67 for 2. Zain 19 off 8, and it's Paramveer Parmar that takes the catch. Had time to camp under it. Lily Panda saying that she is 6 cucumbers tall. I like it. I like it. Rods, perches and chains, they all pretty old-fashioned. I don't know if you're still using those, Dave. Okay, so angstroms are used to measure wavelengths and interatomic distances. Yeah, so that is real particle physics right there. Well, isn't it funny how you get used to it? Everyone gets used to what they get used to, right? Now, I've got a question about angstroms Is that related to Neil Armstrong at all? In the naming? Looks like a bit of an anagram of that. We're all learning all the time. Oh no, it's named after a Swedish physicist. Okay. And just a coincidence. Well, I feel like I want to ask Lily, how big are your cucumbers, but I'll keep that one to myself for now. As the next one is played out to point for just a single. Great to have Lily with us as well, watching from New Zealand. Rico off today, enjoying the sights, sounds, and probably the tastes, I imagine, of Barcelona. Rashid Ahmed gets another thick edge. Fielder has to turn and go, and he almost locates it. And he almost wipes himself out. Ali Shuja, he gets two hands to it. It's a difficult catch. But a life for us at Esan on one. End of the over, 71 for 2. We've been making a special effort to preview some ECL teams in a bit more detail today. ECL starts 26th of February, so I'm rolling a dice twice. First time it is Group 5, so it's Group E, and it is Team 4, Gozo Zalmi. Well, we saw them very recently, didn't we? They won both European Cricket Series in Malta this year, led by Zishan Khan, who's also a multinational team opener, Mehboob Ali, also known as Lala. And also, I think some wildcards. The news is they might have Push Parajan as one of their wildcards. They already have Prasath qualified. Basil George, perhaps another wildcard they're looking at taking. Gozo Zalmi will be strong, but they're in a strong group. Of course, representing Malta as the champion club. And the criteria in Malta was whoever won the series in February would get the spot to give them time to prepare. And Gozo Zalmi, I think you'd have to call it an upset against the Knights, given the form in the tournament. Not much of an upset, though. Knights won every game on the way to the final, but Zalmi beat them in a 5-over contest. Right now, this is short, it's wide, and that's downtown. Maximo! Bilal Hassan, this could reach for that one and sent it over the fence. Yeah, Maruf Hussain, Spartans captain, coming out, but really allowing Bilal to free his arms there. Made good contact. Straight up and helped around the corner, beats the man in the circle, and this will run away for 4 as well. It's just such a great outfield, really. You're still getting value for your shots. Some outfields that are artificial are a little bit slow if the ball's rolling, but this one, it just seems to roll very truly at a similar pace you'd expect from natural grass. And of course, it doesn't get scuffed up, which is always something you're looking for when you're playing the volume of sport that we do here. Oh, he's gone. That's just knocked the bail into another dimension. Hassan gets done by the slow one, and he's going to have to go. So that's a big moment in this game as Magic lose their playmaker, 82 for 3. And it's just a little rolling off cut. He rolls his hand down the right-hand side of the ball here, and Bilal gets done. It had to be perfectly played. Look at this. Just hits the bails, doesn't it? Bang. And one bail goes down, one goes up. I think it went over the keeper. But it's the end of Bilal Hussain, who won't reach his half-century today. He goes for 46 off 16. And the score is 82 for 3. Somebody's found the bail at least. That was one of those ones. Hit the bail on the way up. Seemed to perfectly whack the middle of it and just sent it into orbit. So we seem to have digressed into random chat a bit early today, but that's okay. The pickle gherkin conversation, I'm not going to have it right now, but I'm a fan. Ranjot Singh, the lefty, comes out. He got done by a ball that rattled his stumps earlier, not before he hit a big 6. So you feel like Spartans just sense an opportunity here. Remember, they did whack 154 this morning. Muhammad Azam looked in good form. Right now they've got Magic on about 140 pace. Ranjot goes to the skies. Now this is going to be a tester. All the way back, can't quite get there. Maximo. Certainly a teaser for the fielder. But Jalal Haider could not really have done any more. He bent himself back over the boundary, but it was over him. And so Ranjot finishes the over with a bang. He's off the mark. 6 overs in. Magic CC, 88 for 3. Yeah, Dave mentioning the 22 yards of a cricket pitch is known as one chain. Yeah, that's true. And that comes from a surveying term, I think. I think a lot of these things were just kind of made up and then people stuck with them. You've got to go with something. Well, steps across, and he was a big LBW candidate there, but Isan doesn't miss out. Maximo! That was miles over the boundary. That was huge. Took a chance, like I said. Swiped across a straight one. And no one's catching that on or off the field. Yeah, who'd have thought that units chat would kick off so much? Well, Assad crosses a line from aggressive to reckless, I think, with this attempted hit. Thing with him is he doesn't need to try and go leg side. He already showed that he could hit straight and hit straight really well, which is a safer shot. And he still hit it for 6 with his power. Like that. Although it's not quite timed. And that's great fielding. One hand, one bounce style from Jalal Haider. You got to expect it to climb off the bounce, and he was expecting it, and he did well. Keeps it to 1. But that is the right shot. Just didn't time it that time. Rashid being asked to do a job by his captain here. He's been pretty good. 1 for 13 off 9 balls bowled. This one grabs some of the pad down the leg side, so it won't be a wide. Ranger just getting tied up there. He'll be annoyed he didn't get his hands through that out in front of the pad. This will show it. Actually might have just got the shirt. Certainly touched something. This one will be a wide though. Doesn't touch anything on the way through. This is the kind of ball that cleaned up Ranjod last time, but he gets some bat on this. Scrambles through for a single. Rashid, can he close out his spell? I mean, anytime you're going below 20 on this ground, you've done a very good job, and he will. He'll take 1 for 15. Just keeps it pretty simple there. Well bowled. End of 7 overs. Magic. 97 for 3. Getting a few questions about how the format works here. We know we've got 10 teams in the competition. The bottom 2 will drop out after match 90. And the top 8 get a chance at the trophy, but depending on how high you finish, you'll certainly have an easier run. The top team goes straight through to finals day. And to get to finals day, the 3rd or 4th team will have to win 1 eliminator. 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th will have to win 2 eliminators just to get to finals day. And of course, once you make the top 4, it's just a straight semi-final, final format. Muhammad Azam to bowl over number 8. Fairly full, hit leg side, and yeah, good stop. There's a couple of those they've been able to pull off. The Spartans, their biggest problem has been an inability to keep other teams down, but at the moment they're keeping it in the zone of reasonableness. But this one is power from Isan, who goes over the leg side. Maximo brings up the 100 for Magic CC. Abracadabra. And still the best part of 3 overs remaining. This time it's Fuller. And he's able to turn on it. Back to the live action. But he gets this wrong. Anyone there? Azam, can he reach it? He can't. And again, can't get the dive in. They'll go for 2 and they'll get there. But this is another case of players being uncomfortable getting off their feet, because Azam touches this, but he's running. He's not able to organise the dive. Often I say you have to organise the dive kind of 3 or 4 paces out. But he does reach it. Have a look here. He used to call that cricket zombie. He's got the arms out in front, but he can't hold on. Isan does well, hustles back for 2. Round the wicket now. And hit with the angle. And, well, this is why go with your hands. It was about hand height. And Rashid, maybe tired out from his 2 overs. He tries to stomp it, but it's above his feet. Have a look at this. And then he just runs out of room. It jumps up. He's run over the line. Rashid, I will say, he bowled well. 4 more to the total. Now hit. And another missed opportunity deflected away in the infield. This time, to be fair, the fielder does get off his feet, but he was just kind of beaten for pace, and it was quite wide of him. Action aplenty here. That's the captain, Maruf Hussain. Did get a hand on it, and I suppose prevented the boundary as he deflected it towards the outfielder. Hit down the ground. Maruf has just gone back there. And so it'll be 1. Getting pretty close to the return crease there, Azam, but I think he's all right. End of the 8th over. And Magic CC 112 for 3. And Kroom, quite a funny comment, saying you don't need advent calendars this year to count down the days to Christmas. Just the finals of this and the ECCW. So, 9th over coming up. And just letting him know about the time. Let me see how we're going here. When it comes back on the screen, of course, you have to finish the 9th over before the clock runs out. I must admit, I was a little bit distracted during this innings, all units of measurement. What about time? That's one thing that isn't very base 10, is it? Anyway, Ranjot to face up. Change of pace here in the 9th. It's Ayaz Ahmed. And step hit 6. Maximo. And he used his feet pretty well there to get to the pitch of the ball. And Ranjot, he's a guy we have seen a fair bit here at the Montreal Olympic Ground. A lot of bottom hand in that. Clock still missing. Now they bring the helmet out for the keeper so he can stand right up. I think that makes sense. And they're okay for time. Maybe not for runs at the moment though, because once again you've got Ayaz bowling slow through the air. Ranjot gets there on the full and pounds it between 2 fielders on the boundary. 122 now. Oh, reverse. Pretty close, Really close, I think. It's always a bit distracting with the reverse, but you need to treat him as a as a right-hander here, right? So, as a left-hander, I should say. So, pitching's fine. Does it hit him in line? Maybe not. Maybe it's just missing the off stump. Anyway, high in the air and miles out of the ground. Runjod gets a bit too clever by half, and he sends the next one downtown. 6 more to the total. Says Carreras. Magic turning it on. We say it all happens in the 9th. I say it was a good call by the umpire. I was almost ready to hang Runjod, but a close look showed that he was probably just missing the off stump, or maybe hidden just outside the line. Now wants to go one more time. Surely he's out of luck this time, though. Fielder's under it and taken. So Palmer, he takes the catch and a little bit of a half celebration there. But it's a good cameo from Runjod. He's going to go for 25 off 11 balls. He's the 4th wicket to fall. Magic CC 128 for 4. And just noticing Lily Panda and her comment saying the bowling's probably been a bit too short. Not bad on most wickets, but yeah, here it's too short. Yeah, I just don't think you can get away with it here. It's not a particularly fast track, but it is consistent. I think the batters, once they get a good look at it, they're pretty comfortable with those horizontal bat shots. Power was the hero last game, wasn't he? Hitting the last ball of, what would be the last ball of match 12 to the boundary. Now he's going to flick one away. Asking the question of the deep mid wicket, who's up to it. Just a single. He's off the mark. He'll retain the strike as well, as Ayaz Ahmed goes for 17 in the 9th. Does pick up a wicket. The score 129 for 4. Oh, Alan has another good question. Wants to know what a fathom is, and it is used to map out the depth of the oceans. Yeah, true. You see the bowlers there. Rashid, a bit of a standout for me. James Stewart getting a bit poetic as well, saying on the 3rd day of Christmas, ECN gave to me 3 runs off an overthrow, 2 ballet from Rico, and a Maximo into the trees. We should actually write that song, James. Very good. Maybe that's one for random chat later. I think 5 penalty runs. Sounds a bit like 5 golden rings. Top of my head. Something runs an over. 12 runs an over. Kind of works. Isan 23 off 12. Skip up, faces up. And doesn't quite carry to cover. Doesn't want to block it. Keep it a 1. At this stage, that's fine. $11 players fielding. Makes sense. Something tells me I need to start writing these down. 11 fielders fielding sounds better. Wow, gets a bit funkalicious here. Does Bauer. Lights, camera, action here from the Montjuic Olympic ground as he wraps this one away for 4. Great batting. Great showmanship. Hasn't hitting the winning runs. He improved his confidence. He's telling me he hasn't actually done a lot of keeping, but I think he's done a good job behind the stumps. This time he kind of goes with the angle. Well, as long as he's starting writing this song. So far I've got 12 runs and over, 11 fielders fielding, 10 6-ball overs. Makes sense, right? 9's tough because you've got, it all happens in the 9th, but how do you get that in the song? It's going to get tougher. Well, he gets something to work with, but he picked out the fielder, and it's going to bounce off several body parts of Ayaz Ahmed, but back into play. Isan gets a long single. Well, I suppose he saves the boundary, and there's that. Ayaz, NHL goaltender style here. Bang, fingers to shoulder to in front of him. put the 3-2-1 in there. Well, that's pretty well struck as well. It wasn't that far from the fielder, but it's going to beat him easily. And Bawa finishes with a bang, bit like he did last time. And that will be the end of the 10 overs. And Magic CC hit 139 for 4 off the 10. And so, well, I will say Spartans, they did make more than that earlier on. Magic CC, though, they've been pretty good in that they've held their catches, something that not all teams have done so far in this series. And it should be a pretty good second half of this game. Don't go too far. Right now we can have a look back at the first innings highlights. Magic CC winning the toss and electing to bat. And how good has Bilal Hussain looked? Bilal Hassan, I should say. And out there with Farhad first up. Just kind of picking things off. I mean, good in first overs. Turned away and really had a bit of support as well in this innings. They certainly had their moments, Spartans, where they worked their way back into the game. Right, a few missed opportunities. Azam, that was a tough one that he missed. They did hold a couple as well. It wasn't too long after that Jalal Haider was able to take the catch. But yeah, umpire was under attack here. But yeah, too short. I think that if I had to sum it up in 2 words, too short from the bowlers and allowing batters just to get settled on that back foot and club it away. I don't normally interrupt the highlights, but Wayne, pretty funny that he said 10 6-ball overs. Very rarely on ECN. Noted. Got to get it in the song somehow. And late in the piece, we saw balls flying everywhere. That one almost brought Ali Shuja to the ground. The hitting continued. I mean, Ranjot played a nice cameo in there. We saw Dilip with some good late hitting. That was a big moment, wasn't it? When Bilal lost the off bail, and we almost lost the off bail. Slower ball doing the trick. Yeah, but then the Ranjot show started, and it just kept on piling on the run. So 139, I think it is over par. Certainly not unchaseable. Saw some wild and woolly fielding attempts in amongst the chaos. Palmer has a pretty good pair of hands, looks like. In the end, Magic CC reached 139 for 4 off the 10 overs. So 140 will be the target. As we look back at the scorecard, Bilal Hassan leads the scoring with 46 off 16 balls. Asad Isan with 25 not out of 14. Ranjot with a little cameo of 25. And not for the first time we see Magic CC's top 5 all reaching double figures. Dilip Bawa with a couple of nice shots at the end. Now, one thing they did pretty well there, Magic, was limit the wides and the extras, just the 4 wides in the 10 overs. That has been a bit of a hassle for some of these teams so far at the start of this European Cricket Series. Wickets for Palmer as well as Rashid Ahmed. Maruf Hussain, the captain, and Ayaz Ahmed. But I've got to say, Rashid had a lot of time for him. Kept it pretty simple, conceding only 15 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break, back very shortly with the second half. 140 for the Spartans. Can they pull it off and grab their first win in ECN cricket? Join us after the break to find out. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we'll use minutes to time when we'll be back. I think we'll be back in about 6 minutes with the second innings. See you then for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here on day 3 of this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and pretty entertaining day so far. Right now, it's Magic CC coming out to defend 139 that they have on the board, losing just 4 wickets along the way to that score. Spartans need 140 to bring up their first ever win on the European Cricket Network. Bit of news here that there's been a wicketkeeper change because of a slight injury. It won't be Dilip Bawa behind the stumps. It will be, in fact, Fahad Hassan who will do the wicket keeping in this one. So, yeah, just a slight change. We saw Dilip batting towards the end, so maybe something that's bothered him slightly. I do think that he will field, just not fancying the gloves. So, slight injury forcing that change. So, question is, how are Spartans going to get these runs? They need some players to step up. Now, one player that I think has a big responsibility is that man on your screen, Mohammad Azam. He was actually brilliant in the previous game. He scored pretty freely. And yeah, he was able to get 76 off 31. That was in match 11 against Catalonia Red. It was in a losing cause. They were chasing a bunch. 180 something in the first game of the day. Anyway, looks like Mohammad Kamran is going to bowl the first over. Certainly something I've said many, many times here on ECN. All right, so that's ready to go. I think we're going to continue our ECN-themed Christmas song, 12 Days of Christmas as well. And there's some good stuff in there that I spotted now that I'm back in the chat. Azam faces up. Mohammad Kamran steams in for the first delivery. It's short. Azam doesn't want to go full-blooded pull shot. He just deflects it away for one. I will say that 5 golden balls is way better than 5 penalty runs. 6 Tortugas bouncing is really good. 6 Tortugas bouncing, yeah, I like that. All right, go straight. Now, has he got it over the fielder? He has just. Can he keep it in? I think he's done this, you know. Asad Ihsan, the captain. That's a brilliant bit of fielding, I think. We'll just have to check he takes off from inside the field of play. But I think this is a clean stop. Just what you want when you're defending a score like this, which isn't unassailable. Let's try and get where he takes off from before he touches the ball. Here we go. Fine, fine, fine. Oh. Does he get the ball off before that foot bounces? Let's have a look one more time. Where is... Has he landed already? It's one of those ones you give the benefit of the doubt to the fielder. Maybe. No, it's been given 4. Even going benefit of the doubt, I think, yeah, it was a tough one. The other thing is the foot lands fraction before you kind of see the weight go down it. Probably fair enough if you're looking at the pictures. Anyway. Oh, goes upstairs. Caught a wide. I don't know, because he had to duck. Normally when you have to duck, it's a sign it's not above your head. But let's have a look at the height of this one. Probably the boundary line's a good indicator. Yeah. Harsh one, I think. But I suppose he is so far down that umpire has to make a calculated guess. Oh, he goes short again. Well, then this has got to be a no ball then. If the last one was a wide, then it's got to be a no, and it's called as such. So this is where Cameron's just got to have to make the adjustment. So anything over the shoulders now, no ball, and that certainly is. So free hit coming up. So Cameron just has to settle in a bit fuller, I think. He was good when he kept it just inside the tram line earlier on. I'll give you what I've got on the song in a minute, but first, let's concentrate on the free hit. Shuja faces up. This will be called a wide for width, but I'm also interested about how much this bounces on Shuja. Again, it's another one that's, to be honest, that could be another no ball, you know. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter because it's a free hit one way or another, but yeah, probably doesn't matter. But will still be a free hit. And it's missed out. That was a golden opportunity for Ali Shuja, who's into the side and up to the top of the order. So far I've got 12 runs and over, 11 fielders fielding, 10 6-ball overs, even though that is funny, as Wayne mentioned. I don't have anything for 987. I've got 6 Tortugas bouncing, 5 golden balls. Okay, run, showing a lot of emotion. This sails through to the keeper. I've got nothing for 4. I've got 3 runs off an overthrow, 2 ballets from Rico, and a Maximo into the trees. But there's some alternative lyrics here. 3 stumps uprooted. Yeah, you wouldn't get that very often. I suppose with the stumps on the base you would. Well, that is absolutely smoked. Now, how far is that going? That's out of here. And I mean out of here. What a shot. Maximo. If you want to know why Ali Shuja has been asked to open the batting, there's your answer. Absolutely whacked. It's a maximum and a half right there. Yeah, so I've got 9, 8, 7 and 4 still to go. Oh, also hit reasonably hard. Not as hard as I thought the way he swung. It'll be a long single. That's walked by Ali Shuja, who'll get the strike back. Cameron goes for 15 in the first, and so far so good for the Spartans. 15 without loss after 1. Golden ball counter time. 2, 6, 4. We're not going to make the 300, are we? If we do, it'll be in the next few days with 5 games a day at the time. Oh, okay. French cuts has to be in the song because isn't French hens in the song? Is it 4 French hens normally? To the archives. Looks like Ranjot is going to bowl the next over. Yeah, 3 French hens normally. Wow, well that's going to go through everyone, including the keeper. It does get a finger on it, so it might pull up, and it does. Well, no one gave Farhad Hassan the 4-1-1 on Ranjot, and Farhad has got the gloves because of that slight injury to Dilip Bawa. But this is going to be a big in-swinger. Just have a look. After several seconds, he realises might be an idea to move to his left. Gets a finger on it. All right, whacked again. And this time it's Azam, who was good earlier on. And the Spartans fancy this, you know. Magic CC have 139, but it might not be enough. Okay, I'm getting 3 runs off an overthrow out of there, and I'm putting 3 French cuts to replace 3 French hens in the actual song. I've got 2 ballets from Rico. Actually, shouldn't it be 3? Okay, I'm going to do some moving around. 4 French cuts because it's the alliteration with letter F, right? 3 ballets from Rico. It's got to be because he goes ballet, ballet, ballet. Doesn't he? 2 flying bales, giving you that one. So we've got 6 downwards sorted. 6 Tortugas bouncing. 5 golden balls. Cut through the offside. This will be 4 as well. Good start continues as Azam punches down on this and gets 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Good start for Spartans, hunting their first ECN victory. So we've got 6 Tortugas bouncing, 5 golden balls, 4 French cuts, 3 ballets from Rico, 2 flying bales, and a Maximo into the trees. This one is just going to get over the fielder, and that'll run away. And it'll get to the boundary. Just couldn't organise a dive there, Assad. And so another boundary, another 4 to the Spartans, up to 30 in the first 11 balls. I do like Derek's waddling. 8 Corey's catching. I don't think that is that accurate. So I'm going to give that a miss for now. Whoa, gets a bit of jump there. I'm going to say 7 Derek's waddling because I believe we have had 7 ducks in an innings before. That one really got up. And of the over, it's 30 without loss after 2. Looking at the table, Magic. They'll be liking that. First team to 3 wins. They'll play this match and then that's them done for the day. And for Spartans, well, they got the other problem, don't they? They haven't got a win yet. And I'll be keen to turn that around. Who's to say they can't? Yeah, so most ducks in an innings, I'm pretty sure, was Gozo when they got bowled out for 6. Just looking that up again. Might have been 8 ducks, you know. It was 8. Oh, how's that gone over? This is where, you know, sometimes we talk about height with LBWs. You would swear this ball's going to hit the stumps, but it climbs over. So I'm going to say 8 Derek's waddling because that's the record. 8 Derek's waddling, that's in there. So I've still got 9 and 7. James saying, where's Johnny G when you need him? Oh, he'll sing it. Don't you worry about that. In the air. Can't quite get up there. As Shuja gets 6 more, and Spartans giving this a real shake. Nicely done. Now off the end of the bat. So, it's a good start, but it's only a start. Andy House has his own version, which don't know if that one will make it in, but I like where you're going with it. Oh, swings all around this, and then one of the world's slowest stumping attempts. Going to be a dot ball. Yeah, what else could we go with this? Go 9. You got to start with 9, so you can't say all happens in the 9th. Yeah, doesn't really work. No, I like the idea. Anthony Sudasan has another suggestion. Can't read all of these out, but I'm enjoying reading them. 9 and 7. I get to be quite selective now. Another ball coming in from around the wicket. And, oh, well. Bowler's saying, why are you throwing it that fast? And the fielder's saying, well, why aren't you behind the stumps? Because you might have been able to effect a run out here, Shuja. Well, he almost comes to a complete stop. And, look, I mean, you be the judge. End of the third over 37 without loss. Highest over 20 in this game so far. I think we're on the way to writing a number 1, folks, so keep it up. I've got writers blocked now. Going to need some help. Zaini-san comes on and gets worked away to leg side. 3 outfielders over there. That's good fielding. And well, again, this would have been out as well. I mean, Shuja, he's making it look like he's running a half marathon every time he tries to take a single at the moment. The outfielders are awake to it. And this is another one. If it hits the stumps, it's curtains. I mean, it looks like he's walking on broken glass, really. He survives. He's in there for his hitting, not his running. Short and top edge. Well, how far is it going to fly? That might have gone all the way. It has. It's a Maximo for his arm. A backwards Maximo. 6 carreras. 6 more to the total. Oh, this is chaos cricket. Hey, come on. Everything's gone quiet in the chat. I'm waiting. We're 10 out of 12 at the moment. Oh, didn't fancy that. Zam wasn't expecting it to be short, and he cops that one with the fingers. He's no bunny, Azam. We know that. Just wasn't expecting it. Followed him. Zion channeling his inner Joel Garner with that one now. Yeah, of course. Off comes the glove. Let's have a look. Let's try and sort this out. So can you bend it? How many you got? The old Booney way of dealing with it was not showing, or just not wanting to know. Like the drink spray would come and he'd say, probably got some broken fingers. I don't want to take the glove off and find out, trying to get on with it. Not quite the same approach here from Azam, who's basically been, looks like he's about to be sworn in to give testimony. But gives us the chance to go back. Still waiting on the 9 and the 7 in the 12 days of ECN. All right, so while we're here, time for another team. Let's go group number 3, which is Group C. Can't be 4, we did that already. 2. Oh, Alton. Well, Alton did win the ECS earlier in the year in Switzerland. And Switzerland was crazy high scoring. Now, Alton are back for their 3rd ECL in 2024. They've got some very, very good players to watch out for. I suppose the thing with Alton last year, they actually were top of the table after day 1, but bottom of the table after day 2 and didn't make the finals. They had a win and a washout on day 1. They lost both on day 2, including in not being able to chase something in the 70s against the Lathbury Lightning. And that'll come back to haunt them, I think. But yeah, for me, one player to watch, Malia Stanikzai. He's a wild kind of player to watch. He's great with the bat and the ball. And so, yeah, that's a little bit of a background on Alton. All right. Oh, 9 empanadas is pretty good. Well, I think that's in, Croom. Hammered into the gap, 4 runs. Thanks for coming, Azam. Now with maybe less than 10 fully functioning fingers, but doesn't stop him thrashing this through the offside and getting a boundary. I think 9 empanadas just rolls off the tongue so nicely. 9 magic overs, I like it, but we call them magical overs. And magical to, it doesn't really, the syllables don't work. 9 empanadas in there, especially because we're about to go back there in a couple of weeks. Short, hammered again. Well, this time he goes aerial and he just pops it over the rope. Maximo, 50 up in less than 4 overs. Got a game on our folks here, guys. Game on our hands here, folks. I think is what I was going for. But the 54 is up now and 23 deliveries. 7 groups are playing. Oh, that's good. And you know what, Anthony, you've been plugging away. I think that's in there. I'm going to put in brackets in case it gets beaten. It is for now. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Has that gone for 6 as well? And they've called it 4. If it's 4, it's only just 4. Just backs away, lets it follow him, and then he guides it up. It's similar to the one that rattled him in the fingers. Yeah, and it's just inside. It's a good call from the umpires. You can see the puff of fake sand. End of the over. 58 without loss after 4. Spartans are away. 7 groups are playing. And I'd say instead of are playing, are playing, because that's kind of how they say it. Like A-playing. I don't normally sing on the air, but I might. Well, see how we go. Maybe after 5 overs. I'll have to warm up the old pipes. 7 groups are playing. I mean, we do have 7 groups now in the ECL, so that's pretty good. 12 runs and over is a pretty typical run rate as well on ECN. So I kind of like that. Cameron, back for his second. Pitches up, and this is a mile high. It's going to be Assad underneath it, and he catches it. Well, it's a big moment in the game because they just needed something going their way, didn't they? But Assad Isan, their captain, well, he aged about 2 of our Earth years while that ball was up in the sky. But he took it, and it is the first wicket down. Ali Shuja is going to have to go for 19, and Spartans Hospitalet are 58 for 1. This was a real steepler up into the cumulus. Oh, yeah. I mean, decided to take it, without fingers pointed up, let it get a bit low on him. So he had to get that just right. And he did. 58 for 1. Brings Mujahid Muhammad to the crease. All right. Probably got long enough to have a go. Ready? So I'll have to cut straight to the 12th day of Christmas. I'm not going to start with the first verse. Because remember this song, it starts from 1. And you have to keep repeating them. I'll just have to go straight to the 12th day of Christmas. ECN gave to me. Cameron gets lifted. 1 bounce. And Dalit Bawa, without the gloves, does the fielding. So there's a slight issue that prevented him from wicket keeping, but fit enough at least to get in the field. Probably doesn't want the volume of balls coming to him. That's the thing. I will have to wait for the end of the over, I think, to fit this in. Last changes are available now. If anyone's got anything they think needs to be in the song. And the old back away tactics from Azam. I'll scramble through for a single. Nine empanadas actually might be my favourite one. Although maybe I need to go hunting for them. We are still in Spain here. I just tend to go for my paella when I'm here in Barcelona. Probably going to head out tonight. Top of the stumps height this time. And it says Mujahid Muhammad coming out at 3. So they're pretty much at the rate. Shade behind, but not too far behind. James Stewart saying excellent catch. That one disappeared. Sure did. Cloud covers in today. Outside half the bat, inside out. 1 bounce. Just a single. That's a win at the moment for the fielding side. Just feel with Azam there in particular. He's a guy that could win this game off his own bat. Cameron got carried away with the short stuff early, but he's recovered well. 1 for 19 off his 11 balls. And beaten for pace. End of the over. The score is 62 for 1. Okay, here we go. I know you probably see something on the screen, but I'm just going to ignore that. And this is the first ever run of this song. Okay, ready? On the 12th day of Christmas, ECN gave to me 12 runs and over, 11 fielders fielding, 10 6-ball overs, 9 empanadas, 8 derricks waddling, 7 groups are playing, 6 tortugas bouncing, 5 golden balls, 4 French cuts, 3 barleys from Rico, 2 flying bales, and a Maximo into the trees. Put it in the can. That one's a number 1. That's the first and probably the last time you'll get me doing that, as this next ball is lifted up over the top. Maximo! Well, Ranjot comes and Ranjot goes just as quickly as his arm lifts him up over the ropes. Lesson in sight reading there for all you musicians out there. Now it goes short. Now it has been the one that's kind of hassled his arm because he does back away and the short one follows him sometimes. And if he steps across, he can probably just moose it rather than get funky and try and back cut everything. Having said that, he's keeping him in the contest 43 off 15, so he can't be too critical. And now he tries to do that. That's what I'm talking about. And it is going to go all the way. Maximo Azam to 49. This is the tactic. If they're going to constantly bang it in, especially a bowler like Ranjot. Yeah. It's always going to be easy to hit with the movement. This one kind of goes the other way. Interesting. Goes on the charge. Azam to 49. Well, Dave's already suggested 4 golden ducks. But we've got 8 Derek's waddling, I think. And we've got 5 golden balls. I don't think we need to use golden twice. Rico's turn next time. Short again. Follows his arm. And that'll bring up his 50. And he brings it up in 18 balls. So again, twin 50s here on day 3 for Azam. As he brings it up off 18 balls, nobody bothers to clap. They're too busy, enthralled in the contest. But have a look at where he's hit his runs. A lot straight, a lot in the cut. This won't quite carry. But that's a lot to do with the pre-movement. Now you watch when Azam gets another run, they'll applaud it as if it is 50, as if it is his 50. Thanks very much for the support, guys. It's a collaborative effort. I feel a little bit like John Lennon right now, although it didn't turn out too well for him. 76 for 1 after 6 overs. Needing 16s in the last 4. Well, a golden song deserves a golden ball finish. Could we have one, a high-scoring one here in match 13? Azam still not getting any applause. It reminds me of Saifur Rahman in Estonia, whose teammates deliberately don't clap his 50 because it puts him off. And he gets 50 every game. They will clap for 100 or above. Now, here comes the applause. And Azam looks a little bit confused. Here we go with over number 7. And this is going to go through everybody. As the fielder will make a flying kung fu stop. It'll be a bye. And Fahad Hassan, who's a bit of an emergency gloveman. And with no gloves touching that. Maybe I'll get on the piano and do like an unplugged version of that. That's in the book now. Might even put it on my Instagram if I can get hold of a piano. Wow. This will be, this is interesting. Because the second bounce is after the line, that's fine. But I actually reckon the second bounce is off the pitch. So technically, if this is what I think it is, it should be a no ball. Look. Oh no, maybe it's on the pitch. Oh. Tough one. I reckon they might have spotted this. No, they didn't spot it. So it's just a wide. Oh, now he's going to be rocked next ball. Well, that's controversy then. Because if that second bounce was off the pitch the ball before, then it'd be a free hit. And he shouldn't be out to this. But he didn't think it was a free hit, having said that. So he's going to have to go. And could you get one more off the mark and more on the mark in 2 consecutive deliveries? Probably not. And so Azam counts his fingers, counts his runs. It's an even 50 for him. But it's a big moment in the game as he departs. With plenty still to do, it's 78 for 2. I'm going to change one of the lines in the song. Instead of 3 ballets from Rico, I'm going to call it 3 Rico ballets. Or 3 ballet ballets. Do we like 3 ballet ballets better? I like putting Rico's name in there. But what's better? I think 3 ballet ballets, because that's the way he says it. He won't mind. That's the only change I'm going to make. All right. Who wants to win a cricket match? Well, maybe Azam does. Although he might be gone first ball, and he is. So Isan, he bowls a Gundy ball, but then the next 2 create wickets, and Ayers is going to go for a golden derrick, and Spartans put themselves in the picture, but now fading away again as it's a double strike here in the 7th for Asad Isan, and Spartans now 78 for 3. Here's Derek. 7 derricks, or 8 derricks are waddling in the song, because that was actually the most ducks we've seen in an innings. And those of you wondering how that happened, well, Gozo had 8 ducks when they were bowled out for 6 in Malta. Also, Zaytan Bernard Zafar from Turkey, 8 ducks for them versus Brescia CC on the 22nd of February 2022. But we haven't had 8 ducks in an innings this year, at least. Haider comes out, and Isan's on a hat-trick here. Could it be the first ever hat-trick after a double bouncer? Whoa, almost. The next one. Here's going to be one. Hits the stumps. The ricochet doesn't create an overthrow. It just shows you the difference. Now, I personally believe a no ball off the pitch shouldn't bring a free hit. I actually don't even think it should be a no ball for off the pitch. This is after seeing a lot of cricket. Sure, if it's hit or if it's hitting the wickets or hits the batter, somehow and it jags off, then you can call it a no ball. But otherwise, an unhit ball off the pitch, I think, should just be a wide. My personal feeling. It's pretty well located as well. Not going to carry out to Dalit Barwa. He said he's really enjoying his time in the European Cricket Series, hitting the winning runs in the earlier game. He just said he's having a blast, and really, that's what it's all about. Goes straight and goes long, and that is required at the moment as the rate climbs towards 20 and over. Haider takes one back. Maximo, still a brilliant over from Asad Isan, 2 for 9 in the 7th, and the score is 86 for 3. Lily is off. You sure you can't last another 3 overs, Lily? Might have a finish on our hands here. But I realise that it's 2:16 a.m., something like that. All right, time for one more of these. Let's go. Let's go. Group D. This will be fun. Group D team number. We'll come back to it in a second. This is up. It's in the air. That's 6 more as well. Mujahid Mohammed. Well, he's been slow to start, but he gets swinging here. Moves to 10. That's a big hit. Maximo. Okay, it was Group D. And team number 5. Okay. Well, there you go. There's another 6. That one ain't coming back either. Maximo. Well, 42 required. 7 more of those, and it's game over. Yeah, so I believe the team that came up were Ljubljana, who were, well, they've been back-to-back runners-up in the European Cricket Series. In fact, I think 3 times runners-up in Croatia, which is where they played ECS cricket. But the Slovenian national team, which was mostly Ljubljana, they were brilliant against Croatia, winning that series 3-1 recently. Okay, back to the game at hand here, though. And, well, give them a fighting chance here at least. Yeah, maybe when I get near a piano, I'll get someone to record it, stick it on my social media. And we need someone to do the subtitles. Most people won't know what we're talking about. Haider. Yeah, gets a piece of it, but not enough. Now, you've got to catch this. The pressure's on, and he does catch it. Well, that is a brilliant piece of work out there from Asad Isan. Hasn't he had a good 5 minutes? Coming up with a couple of wickets. Another steepling high ball. And not for the first time in this innings. Asad judging it perfectly. Haider. He's able to get one Maximo away, but he falls soon after. And Spartans lose a 5th wicket. 4th wicket, I should say now. 99 for 4. Lily, as soon as that win percentage goes to 0, you're allowed to hit the hay. How about that? Good catch, though. So Paramveer Palmer comes out. 99 for 4 is a lot to do, but we've seen some big finishes today, haven't we? I like that Dave's trying to get three Corey's Crow instead of 3 French hens, but I think 3 French cuts is closer. Anyway, we're going to have to take a break from the creative process for a second because Palmer is going to face up and he gets a fair piece of this. I've got to say, I've been really impressed with us at Eason's fielding. I bet they'd love 11 of him out there. Plenty of energy, gets the ball quickly. He's got a good throwing arm. Has judged a couple of really tough high balls. All right, Mujahid, 17 off 9 with 2 Maximos. He'll be swinging for the fences here. I don't think you'd worry too much about who gets the strike. Any ball's a potential boundary. I think you've got to say that. And now he's bowled. Clever change of pace from Bilal Hassan. And he removes the immediate threat as Mujahid Muhammad is going to have to go. The 100 comes up, but at a substantial cost for Spartans Hospitalet. After 8 overs, they're 100 for 5. And so, yeah, clever bowling there. Looked like the back of the hand slower ball. And you could see that it was through the shot too early. It was well pitched. See, there you go. It's held up. Loses his shape. And Bilal, he loves it, doesn't he? And why not? Because Magic CC looking to go a magical 4 in a row here. Coming up next, more cricket. And with a bit of luck, we might be back on time for the next game. Match number 14 is Badalona CC. Will be here for the first time today, taking on Catalonia Red. Catalonia Red, I mean, always bet on red because I think they've won every single coin toss and they've elected to bat again. Let's see if Sandal persists with himself at the top of the order. Might feel he's due. Some good young players in that Badalona CC lineup. Those two met earlier in the week in match 4. Reds batting first made 108 and Badalona CC only took 4.5 overs to chase it down. Palmer, let's get some bat on this. Well, now they might go to, and they should, and they will. As the ball is relayed back to the keeper, gets away from him a second time. Oh, 1% Lily, still with us. 38 off 10. Well, you're going to need Paramveer to play the innings of his life. Of course, you're talking about a guy and he's playing his first day of ECN cricket. Can he get one out of the screws? Nope. Swing and a miss. And this game's almost done now. Lily's looking at that 8 SPH 1% with heavy eyelids. And there it goes. Sweet dreams, Lily. 38 off 9. Tell you what, when you get into week 46 and you do a few games by yourself, things can get interesting. Bowled him. Yeah, it's well bowled. Full and straight. And St. Easton gets some reward there. So Spartans, a brave try, but looks like they're going to come up empty-handed again. As Palmer, the next man to go for 3. Isan chips in with his first wicket of this contest, 102 for 6. Good Yorker. You know it's a Yorker when it bounces between the legs of the batter. That's exactly where that bounced. And Palmer, can't really blame him, trying to get on with it. Needed a miracle. 2 to come in the 9th. Rafaq Hussain is the new batter. This one might have just snuck in, you know. It seemed back. And I think that's a good call. So, yeah, I think we're back on track to start at 2:45 local, which is 7:15 p.m. in India, 7:45 in Bangladesh. It'll be 1:45 GMT if you need to work it out from that. Basically, in 20 minutes' time, we should have the first ball. This will be the last ball of the ninth. Ishan provides a good ninth over, makes sure that the drama's kept to a minimum. 103 for 6 after 9. Really saying she was on 1% on her battery as well. But looking at the bowlers, I said Ishan has had a really good innings, hasn't he? And he's led the way. Set the right example. Bilal Hassan having a very good day, 2 for 21 for him. Mohamed Kamran recovered from a few early jitters. Has to bowl the first over, 1 for 19 for him. 10th overtime. And, well, Dilip Bawa is going to bowl. Remember, he wasn't able to keep because of a slight injury. He's done everything else. So he says, look, if I'm out here, might as well roll the arm over. Now, skied ball. And, well, he better learn to catch here without gloves. He does. So Bawa likes it. And he's talking about his little crocodile-style technique. And, well, if it works for him, it works. Couldn't miss that. And so, yeah, he'll take the catch. And he's going to enjoy the victory here. Magic going to go 4 for 4. Yeah, or delete. The main thing is he's having a great time out there. That's really what this is all about. Well, Dave's thrown back to the strange units. Saying one Sydney Harbour is the amount of water in Sydney Harbour. Approximately 562 gigalitres. Well, that's a lot. 562 billion litres. Yeah, confirmation that match 14 will start on time. So we'll try and make the most of the break here. Probably get about a 15-minute break before we're back. Now, full and just inside the tram line. Yeah, Dilip says, yeah, he follows along a lot of European cricket. He loves it. He's happy to be out there and to be a part of the action. We've enjoyed having him so far. Hanging full toss. Dilip gets body checked by Avak Hussain, but Hussain says, hey, I need a turn too. So he's going to face the last ball. Shrug. Was thinking the 6 sixes for GB might have been on, but I don't think so. Well, won't be 6 sixes. Might be 1 6 though. So big finish from Hussain, but in the end, it will be a pretty comprehensive victory for Magic CC. The margin will be 28 runs. Final score in match 13. Magic CC 139. Spartans Hospitalet 111. So, yeah, congratulations to Magic. They go 2 for 2 today. And so, of course, just mentioning once again that in 15 minutes, we'll be back with match 14. Reds winning the toss. How many will they put on the board this time? Will Ali Hassan click again? He's a big in once again at the top of the order. Asad Ali comes in and Riaz Howlader comes in for Badalona CC. The Young Guns, I'm calling them. And they'll be on in 15 minutes. Let's roll the highlights then. 140 isn't a particularly easy chase, no matter what the conditions. But Spartans certainly gave it a shake early, as Mohammad Azam and Ali Shuja came out, and I wouldn't say they were running that well, but they were certainly striking the ball pretty well, hitting 7 maximos between them and getting their team off to a solid start of 30 in the first 2 overs. And at this stage, you wouldn't have put it past Spartans to do this, but it was a start, but it was only a start, I suppose. But there was a lot of responsibility on Azam, I think, in particular. He's been their premier batter here on day 3. But then this is where it all kind of went pear-shaped, because we thought that might have been and no ball for the bounce off the pitch before the stumps. But then the next two were wickets, and that completely changed the face of this innings. And you could see Magic CC, they've been better at holding catches than most, I think, in this innings. But really, when they took their opportunities, it made such a big difference. A couple of steeplers, a couple that almost brought the rain on a cloudy day, but Assad had it under control. Over went the timber, and everyone was getting in on the act towards the end. It was Sydney or the bush, as they say in the classics, as Spartans were hoping for a miracle. Didn't come in the end. 28 runs the margin at the end of match 13, and Spartans still winless here in 5 attempts. They'll be hoping the 6th time is the charm, but with battle against the young guns to come in match 15, well, it might be a tough ask indeed. 50 even for Azam, who didn't get any applause, and he might have got a few light pats on the back as he went for the 50. Apart from that, no one reaching 20, but a few tried hard. Holding their catches, that was the key. I liked Isan. So unselfish, doesn't give himself a second over. 2 for 9 for him. 2 wickets also to Bilal Hassan, who had a very, very good day. Mohammad Kamran, the real deal, 1 for 19. Wickets also to Zain Isan and Dalip Bawa coming in with a cameo at the end. We'll take a very quick break, back in 10 minutes with match 14 on the way. Barcelona CC, the Rainbow Warriors, the Young Guns, they'll be here for their first appearance. Join us then. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying day 3. Back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Barcelona CC to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. That's a tails.
We are batting.
Hello, welcome back. You saw the news from the toss there. It will be the Reds continue their winning streak of tosses at least, if not matches. And they're going to bat first. And they're taking on Barcelona CC in this one. The Young Guns, the Technicolor Warriors. And they're led by Surya Balu today. And so slight change in leadership there. I do think that Omar Ali impressed us, but obviously not always available, these guys. I see Riaz Harlada comes in as well as Asad Ali for Barcelona. For Catalunya Red, well, this is their 9th match in the first 3 days. And Barcelona CC, pretty much 60-40 favourites. So, here we go with 10 overs of madness coming your way. Masand, he was good the other day. He's going to open up. Bowling to Ali Hassan. And first one, here's a dot. Yeah, there's a real enthusiasm about Barcelona CC. We've only seen them twice so far. Ali Hassan, century on debut. Since then, it's been tough going. I've got the slip in place as well. That worked from the other day. And it is an edge that flies in that general direction, but it will be 4. So you're just looking up and down the Barcelona CC list. So no Naresh Kumar in today either. He was pretty important the other day. No Omar Ali. But still Surya Balu. He came in for the second game the other night, Monday night cricket. And he's leading the side. Goram Mayavanshi, the little maestro, in there as well. Expect him to bowl in the middle of the innings. Hassan, though, he's the kind of guy that can win your games off his own bat. There's a bit of width on this. This will beat the fielder as well. So Hassan's dealing, gets a little bit of width from the bowler, Masand, and throws the hands at it. So 4 more. Izan saying Riaz Howlada has to be one of the most experienced players in the team. Yeah, for sure. You know, Riaz is a very experienced campaigner. God, we have seen playing for Bengali in the past. Now, another cracking stroke, but doesn't beat the infield. No run there. Riaz actually is, I suppose, a bit of a father figure, if you like, in this side. 39 years of age. Not a bad place to be. He's young at heart. All right, well, that's quite the shot. He just flat batted that, steps across and sends the bowler straight back over his head. Maximo! Hassan on. And this is what makes this form of the game so interesting. I wonder if you toy with going straight to spin in the second over, just to mess with things a little bit. It has its own risks, I suppose. Got Surya Balu maybe to bowl some quick stuff. Right now, it's going to be another boundary shortening towards the body. And Hassan will get 18 off that first over. 18 without loss. What a great start that is for Catalunya Red. Expect the unexpected. That's what we often say on the European Cricket Network. 18 days until the ECCW. Remember, started that countdown a while ago. It was up in the 80s. It was really exciting to reveal that news as well. Getting the ICC sanctioning to run a 5-team women's tournament in December. And hopefully that only grows, just like the ECL and the ECC have over the last few years. Hey, while I'm here, umpire Shane, who you might see at square leg. Shane has told me, and there's a good friend of his tuning in, Dr. Paul Browder, and he's quite busy at the moment. Now, he's a doctor, but apparently Dr. Paul is doing the ironing in the UK. Well, that's important work. There's Shane. Say hello to you, Dr. Paul. Oh, pretty close. Maybe just going down, but Rahman doesn't think so. So I was hitting pretty full. That's the thing. Probably just missing by a fraction. And I mean a fraction. I mean, if that goes to ball tracking, could easily have been taking a piece of the leg stump, but it never really straightens down the line. It's kind of going with the angle of the bowler's arm. So benefit of the doubt. That's just one of those ones. May have been hitting, but there's doubt there. Now, this is going to be hit straight back past the bowler, Shahidur Rahman, and that's going to be 4. So, things changing pretty quickly. Well struck, though. But I like that he's going full. Izan said, working and watching. Well, glad you are. Wide. Doesn't stop Hassan slashing at it. Good game, this. Gotta say, it's a very unique playing shirt, but I like it. A little bit of everything. Well, that's going to be a no ball. Called straight away. Plus, it's also hit by Hassan. So, no ball plus, I think, 4 runs. Well, it's gone all the way, has it? Let's have a look. I assumed it couldn't have. But, yeah. I guess so. So 7 up time and a free hit to come. So Hassan. There's every single run off the bat so far. And just like that, we pretty much get back to a coin flip in this game, 50-50. Or it might be tilted towards the Reds after this free hit. Can't be out really except for run out. Or some very obscure ways. Goes after it, doesn't really get it. Just got to keep it in front of him here. Gorang Mayavanshi takes the catch. No one really realises that it's a free hit. Gets a few high fives. He'll just have to throw it in. Well, at least I realised. Main thing is that he kept it in front of him. So it'll just be a long high single. Dave thought that one might be hitting half the leg stump. Yeah, it wasn't far away, Dave. Straight drive. Gorang's got plenty of work to do here and does very well to cut this off and keep it to 1. And this kind of exemplifies the hustle and the bustle of Badalona CC. Have a look here. I don't think he ever touches the rope. Even then, after it's gone, he doesn't quite touch it. Goes close, but great fielding by Gorang Mayavanshi, a.k.a. the Little Maestro. Hassan back in the driver's seat. Slower ball, picks it, punches it, gets a boundary. Excellent batting from Ali Hassan, who is in blink and you'll miss it mode at the moment. Great shot though, great shot selection. And Dave saying that his foster mum had a patchwork quilt, a bit like their shirts. Yeah, I like the quilt, a bit like Dolly Parton's quilt, if you know my reference there. Saying there's room for everybody and everyone can fit together and it can look very nice. In perfect harmony. End of the over. 18 come off that one, including the 7 up. It's 37 without loss after 2. Let's have a look at the table. Catalonia Red into their 9th game, but only 4 points to show for it with 2 wins over the Spartans, who sit at the foot of the table. Bengali still to play, as well as Barcelona International and Catalonia Jaguar. Jaguar open their series tomorrow morning. I think they've got a big day, 3 games. Rahman gets the ball back. And he's going to bowl out here in the 3rd. They're just trying to get through this over with the minimum of damage, and then we'll probably see Goreng Mayavanshi in the 4th once he's got the protection of a few more outfielders. Also, I was contacted today by one of our good friends, Kenroy Nestor, who we've seen playing in the ECL before, playing for the Costa del Sol before, as well as over at Europa Point. KNS. Of course, we had a night series there to start the year. Good hustle, but they will get through for a run. And he said that he has started a new foundation that supports kids from his hometown in St. Lucia. Of course, that's where he originated from before he moved over here to Europe. So it's called the KNS Foundation. I like that. And he's trying to do some good things there. So I said I'd give it a plug, and I'll put it in the chat as well if you want to check that out. As Masand hustles in and gets one kind of past Hassan, almost at least. A little bit late on the shot. Yeah, so Kenroy, that's a really nice initiative. He's being proactive and sounds like a very good cause. Well, that's a cracking shot. He just gives himself a little bit of room, and Hassan, when he's on, he looks untouchable, doesn't he? Keeps finding a way to get out. But if he doesn't, this could be a very big score. Two to come in this power play. Wow, there's 6. Thanks very much. Massan just bowls on the length and he disappears onto the top of the practice nets. Maximo! Well, Hassan's in a mood, isn't he? Against the young guns right now. They're getting shot down. And I think you've got to go to spin now in the 4th over, as the pace has not made an impression. Hit and run job. Oh, and he's going to be run out. And that's the difference. That he says not out. Well, if not, well, they're going to come for 2. Well, now he might be run out to the other end. He won't. Well, I just thought the way he was running, he never slides the bat. But let's have a look. I mean, he must have been well in if he was in. If he was so comfortable, he could get there. Here. Does he get the bat down? Oh. I think he's out. The bail's up there. The foot hasn't landed. I think that he's out. Personally, they may feel it's too close to call, but I can see that that foot hasn't landed yet and he's gone. And there you go. Just beating the foot, and Hassan, it's a schoolboy error really that's going to do him in the end. That'll show it as well. Yeah, just have a look here. The stumps are disturbed. That's it there. The foot hasn't landed. That's a great shot. And the bail's out of the groove there. So, outstanding work from Spring Productions. But how about the direct hit there? One stump hit. Hassan didn't ground the bat. And I just said he finds a way to get out. He finds a way to get out there that was unnecessary. And so, I thought it might go for 4 overthrows. Didn't quite make that. And, yeah, this will show it again. See, he had the bat in his hands. It was just there. Just had to extend it. And I don't think anyone thought it was out. I had a feeling because I knew that foot hadn't landed yet. when the ball hit the stumps. Brilliant fielding, though. And Ali Hassan run out for 43, ended the power play 48 for 1. And a big moment in this game. And they resist the urge to go straight to Mayavanchi in the 4th. Asad Ali, the man that hits the stumps. Big moment in this game. Like I said, I'll say it again. Well, they've stuck with the pace, but this is a proper blooper. Well, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, really. We saw an outstanding bit of fielding last ball, and now this just goes straight through the fielder on the boundary. Still. It's it's summed up by Wazzo, who says, "Sweet Odin's Raven." He's saying, slide your bat in, son. Yeah, that's true. I have time to think about that. And look, here comes on to bowl Asad Ali, who just affected that run out. You'll never quite see anything like the European Cricket Network. That's why we love it. Next one just brings a single. The importance of fielding. So often it's been the difference. I mean, all these teams have players that can whack the ball around. That's pretty obvious. But, such a difference fielding can make. I mean, that literally might save them 50 runs. That one bit of fielding. Because it saves your runs down the stretch. Maybe it won't, but we'll see. Outswinger, but certainly missing the target, so that'll be wide and re-bowled. Afak Shah comes out in the number 3 position. That was a great piece of work, though. Afak very strong off his pads. We saw that earlier. Won't have to hit this. So getting some good movement here, Asad Ali. But just has to straighten it up a touch. And Asad, fairly new to the scene here. Certainly on ECN at least, but obviously looks like a pretty good player. Yeah, gets that outswinger going again. This is the other side of the field, and well, I'd say it was classical work out there from Shahidur Rahman, but at least he saves the blushes of earlier in the over. This goes with the boot. Again, maybe it's just a training thing. These guys need to get a bit more comfortable diving around. This is a surface you can do it. I know that not all the grounds around here in Barcelona you can dive on. But it's like diving on a pillow here. Slightly rough pillow. Well bowled. At the moment, the keeper, Adnan, it's quite far back. Might want to take a step up. The ball's not quite reaching. They're just dying on him. Pretty good over this at the moment. Only going for 8. 2 of those were wides. Searching for another victim. Asad. I wonder if this hit something on the way through. No, it didn't. It's called a wide. Just thought maybe it did. Took a little deflection, but no, Not so sure about that. Just one thing that bowler has to work on here. Bowling around the wicket. Get out of the way of the umpire. I think the umpire doesn't really have a clue what's happened there, but he gets the right anyway, I think. Last ball of the fourth over here. Full toss, not really timed. It'll be a single, and Ramanula will retain the strike. End of the fourth over, it's 58 for 1. So Ramanula actually coming out at 3. Afak Shah opened the batting. Raman has been hitting the ball pretty well. 58 for 1 after 4. And of course, with that run out, just to be clear, you need to have something grounded. Not on the line, but over the line. And that was the issue there when the bails are disturbed. That the foot was in the air. You could kind of see space between the foot and the ground. And nice to see. It looks like Shub is getting around and just getting to know a few of the locals. That's all a part of it. Rahman having a good series. Gaurang Mayavanshi, the little maestro, into the attack though. First one's a little bit short and a little bit wide, and it's hit well. Maximo! Rahman, he's hot right now. And he gets a little bit of a gift first up again. Good footwork to get that back foot back and across towards the ball. Now another ball will be lifted up and out of here. Maximo, just a fraction too short from Little Maestro. He's normally so good at luring the batters forward. But his first two have been kind of standard deliverable. And that's exactly what's happened. Ramanula to 18. Now third time, and it's going to go the same way. Maximo, not hit quite as well, but credit to Ramanula. He has the bravery to take this on. Knows there's a fielder there if he gets it slightly wrong. Surya Balu is just prowling and waiting. 3 balls, 3 sixes. Better ball this time. I won't get a run. Avak probably saying, well, you know what? You're dealing with it so well. Why don't you just stay there? Let's not take a run. Let's just gamble that you can make it up next ball. Now he's going to get horned leg side. Well, that's powerful. Maximo. And he does make it up next ball. I mean, this is a bit of a risky shot because it's fuller. And he just goes slog sweep. Look at that right leg collapse. You got to judge those perfectly if you're going to get them. And he certainly did. So Gaurang goes magical on it. Tough afternoon in the office for the Little Maestro so far. Ramanula, does he go again? He's liking it. Gaurang goes slower, but this one's also going to travel. Maximo! Supersonic stuff. 30 come off the 5th over. And the Reds light it up here in Barcelona at the end of 5 overs. They are 88 for 1. Well, what an exhibition of hitting that is from Ramanula. No credit to Gaurang. He had the bravery to take the pace off there. Took the gamble, hope for a miss hit. Just never came from Ramanula, who's 36 off 11. All right, ECL team preview day. Rolling my dice here. I got Group E and team number 3. Well, BSC Rehberger from Germany. And they're a team we have seen finish pretty high in the ECS before a couple of years ago. Get a nice view of the sunlight on the skyline now. But Germany certainly showed what they could do at the previous ECC, and I know that BSC have a couple of players in there. And yeah, expect them to play the same kind of brand of cricket, but in a tough group. Yeah, genuine sunlight coming out now, plenty of blue sky. As it will be Asad Ali to continue. Good location there. That's a huge swing and a miss. Oh, Shah, I can kind of see what he's thinking. He wants to get in on the action too, but I think sometimes you're better off maybe just handing it back to the guy that's just hit 5 sixes. Probably not the correct shot that he tries there either. Now, gives himself a bit of room, hit and run. Oh, that's close as well, you know. Feel like he's made this. But again, I wouldn't say it's one of the world's great sliding of the bat jobs. Let's have a look at it. At least he legs this one out. Does he get it down in time? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, I think you got to say it's just... The foot's not in for me, but that's the first. That's super close. See, there, I reckon he's just out, but then here he's in the next one. So, the next one after this, I think the bat's... Oh, I'll tell you what. Does he push the bat down? Oh, this is really tight. Don't think you can give that, but it's highly dubious. I think there might be some molecules of air between the bottom of the bat and the... I don't know. They're in the mood for giving these almost as a lesson in fundamentals of running the bat in. I think not out's the decision. Maybe this one will show us. Look here. Oh. Oh. That's so close. Not out. But slide your bat in, kids. Otherwise, that could be you. Anyway. One ball by Asad Ali. Hey, credit for the direct hits as well for Badalona CC. It's certainly putting the pressure on. But it is all up. Gets the strike back, but can't catch up with that one. Angles across. And fair bit of bat on this. I like that deep third position. I think there's a lot of balls that are going to go there, especially with this angle that Asad Ali is operating from. Last ball of the sixth over for Asad Ali. Classic jinx, as that'll be a wide. Was that? Calling that one better for the doubt, yeah. I mean, what would happen there, because it's inconclusive, is if the umpire was to give that out on the field, it would stay out. Because the replay, I think that would be an inconclusive replay. Bit of swing there for Asad Ali, who doesn't go for too many in his 2 overs. Another throw comes flying in, end of the 6th. It's 92 for 1. Asad Ali, none for 14 off his 2. And Dave's asking, was the bat in the air? Well, maybe. We don't really get the frame where the bails first get disturbed, and it's kind of between frames. And I think the first frame that you could definitely see the bails off looks like the bat was on the ground. But pretty close for comfort. Imran Sandal. Well, I wonder where he'll bat. He's had a bit of a tough time, to say the least, with the bat. I think he's got 4 ducks in 8 games. So, for a top order batter, it's not really what you need. And with the ball, he's got none for 170. All right, up in the air. That was before the last game, by the way. Gourang should take this, and he does. So again, the fielding's important. Afak Shah never really clicks here in match 14. Balu comes on and has some immediate success. The little maestro, well, he copped a bit when he was bowling, but it's not affecting his fielding. Took one that didn't count. Now this one does. And Catalunya Red, 92 for 2. Yeah. sent up into the sky. Gorang, perfect technique there. Not the biggest, but he covers the ground well. And well, right on cue, we're just talking about Imran. He does come to the crease here at number 4. Can this be the one where he breaks out? He's certainly entertaining us. The cartwheel captain, we were calling him, has a top score of 13 against Magic, but apart from that, he hasn't cracked double digits. I mentioned those 4 ducks in 8 innings. He was run out earlier on today. Balu. Oh, gets whacked back. Almost takes a bit of Balu on the way back past the stumps, but that's exactly what Imran has been trying to do the whole time. That's a great shot and a great way to get off the mark. He was nervous here, was Rahmanullah, a non-striker, because if that hits the hands, goes on the wickets, he's a dead dog, isn't he, there? But Sandal, he gets off his duck in style. Oh, now he's knocked over. So his miserable run continues. It's 4 and out, and Surya Balu is the man that's able to get straight through him. This has kind of been a bit of an issue for Imran. Sometimes kind of moseying down the pitch, and it turns into what looks like a Yorker because of that movement. And so the captain isn't there for too long at all. Check it out here. See, he just goes, doesn't really get a proper swing on the ball. And unfortunately for Imran, that sound will be giving him nightmares. Not quite a Yorker, but yeah, just probably trying too much, premeditating the charge. Maybe a slight change of pace for Surya Balu as well. But it's going to be the end of Imran. 96 for 3. Naeem Shah batted well earlier. He gets a chance. Well, he was slow early in his innings. Well, Naeem wastes no time at all. Swings hard at this, and it's going to run away for 4. So he's not going to take him 6 balls to get off the mark this time. Surya is a good player. He does have a good change of pace as well, and his actual stock ball's pretty zippy. Madalena CC trying to keep up the chatter out there. Strains for the Yorker, but loses it down the leg side. Yeah, got a lot of time for Surya. I think that he's also an excellent bat. Scored 258 runs in last year's series, including a top score of 66 against Pakai Care. So anyone that can score a 50 against Pakai Care, they're a good player. All right, this one is in the air as well. Gorang has another opportunity, and he'll take this as well. So solid as you like. Gorang Mayavanshi as Shah goes 4 and out. Another 4 and out here in the 7th over. And the hundreds come up, but at the cost of a 4th wicket for the Reds. It's 101 for 4. Very good technique there. Is the difference, I think, the fielding. All these guys, all these teams have guys that can whack it, but if you can remove them, then you don't have to deal with it. Surya Balu with the double strike. Three for 9, actually. Triple strike. Make that. Go down the leg side. Yeah, of course. Because there's been... It was Afak Shah that was out of the first ball of the over, then Sandal off the 3rd, and then Naeem Shah off the 5th. So 3 in the over, losing count here. Surya Balu, brilliant stuff, and he's still got 1 to come. 101 for 4 after 7. Yeah, Surya Balu. He'll certainly be back, I'd imagine. And so gives us a chance to have a look at what's coming up. Just this series, and then, of course, the ECCW. 3-week break, that's all. 49-week season this year. So you're not mucking about. We'll start again on the 15th of January. That's the plan anyway. This looks high to me. First up. I think it's been called. It's been called out there. Waist high or above will be a no ball. Just whenever you see, yeah, that's waist high. Whenever you see a kind of pull shot played, it's always an indication that it's too high. Now, this is hit down to the boundary. I had the pleasure of playing against Surya actually in a tournament in the middle of the year. Yeah, got an appreciation for his skills. First up. And he does have that subtle change of pace. Goes straight. More catching practice for Gorang. And he's not going to miss out. So just shows you, even when it doesn't go your way with your primary skill, which is his bowling, you can still contribute. And now that's Reman Ullah who's going to go. And Gorang, he gets some revenge in the end, doesn't he? Because 30 of those runs came off him. But in the end, Reman goes for 38. And really, Badalona CC catching Catalunya red-handed, really, a few times. Another good catch down the ground. That's 3 that he has. 104 for 5. New batter, Mozam Razul, comes to the crease. Now another one. Oh, Gorang, make it 4. He's on a heater, and it is 4. Well, you can time your watch to Gorang Mayavanshi. He is not missing a beat here, and it's going to be a golden duck for Mozam Rasul, and the collapse continues, 104 for 6. This is not an instant replay, folks. Another ball, 0 patience. I'm in favour of that, but he just loses his front side a little bit. Gorang once again, he's very quick to get to the drop zone, and he prefers that kind of Australian-style technique. Fingers pointing to the sky. Here's Derek, the golden variety, 24 carat, 104 for 6. This has been a bit of a chaos collapse, really. At one point, they were 92 for 1. They've lost their last 5 wickets for just 12 runs. Now wide. If you want to go further, they've lost their last 3 wickets for just 3. Nawaz, the new batter. Hit down, but now they want to turn it down. We might have a chance here. No ball called. I wonder what this is for. Let's have a look. Oh, height. Yeah, had to be height. And I think that he better, Fakana was. Didn't want the run because he won the free hit, but kind of had no choice because he got past the bowler. His partner was running. So it will be Hussain, Abid Hussain, to face the free hit. And Gorang's got 4 catches. The record for an outfielder is 5. In fact, that's the record even for a keeper, 5 dismissals. I think they're okay for the clock, but certainly something they'll keep an eye on. No, we've never had anyone go 6. No, I think Madupa Fernando actually had a 6th, but he dropped. That was for Bogliasco in Italy back in 2022. Anyway, Rahman. Well, actually, they're going to have to change the bowler because that must be the 3rd one for height. And now it's Abassi. Mars Abassi has to come on to complete the over. So, yeah, well spotted. That's the 3rd no ball for Shahidur Rahman. And so he'll be dragged from the attack. 2 for 24. Marzabassi has to bowl. And, yeah, that hurts. It's one warning, then final warning, then you're off with those high full ones. And now Abassi has the ball that's skied in the air. Fielder can't quite matrix himself out of here. That's Hassan bin Hakim down there. Maximo! A lot going on at the moment. Good effort, but couldn't quite keep it the right side of the border. Last ball, the 8th. Oh, and that hasn't gone missed by too much. Hussain is ropeable end of the 8th. 117 for 6. All the day's work here on the European Cricket Network. We do have some crazy cricket, don't we? So, 2 overs remaining. This will be an interesting chase, I think. Depends what they're going to have last 2. I mean, they're no shoo-in to even get 130. Going back to Mayavanshi now, the threats have been neutralised. So the lower order is going to have to deal with him. Hussain, the left-hander, might be a good matchup. One thing for sure, they are swinging hard here. 9th over. There we go. But it's going to be more pain for little Maestro. Maximo. Down from the crease and swing. Not really being that successful, getting the ball above the eye line and luring the batters forward. And that's 6 sixes out of 7 balls that Gaurang Mayavanshi's bowled here. Nawaz hit back, not touched into the stumps. Gaurang looks thankful that the fielding was done by the unofficial 12th man. Don't think the strike was going too far anyway. But look, see how Gaurang, when he gets hit, typically got bowled slower. It's the opposite of what a lot of bowlers do, and often it does induce a mistake as batters get carried away with their own dominance. And that's his length there. It's hard when you've only got 2 overs to settle, because obviously he wasn't allowed to settle, but that's Gaurang's office right there. The batter couldn't quite get to the pitch of that. Yeah, and again, how quick things can change, eh? Good captaincy to bring him back, I think. I know it didn't really work first ball. Maybe not here, but I think you got to use him. This one's probably a little bit shorter than he wanted, but only be a single. Oh, well, would this have been out as well? Just the basics here. I mean, this could have been the 3rd run out or near run out from a lack of running. Look at that. It's almost like they only run in an emergency, and I don't think the bat gets down in time either. Left-hander on strike. Oh, questions asked. Think that back foot stays behind the line. Maybe we can have a little peek at it. Pretty good keeping by Adnan Arshad. Oh, I think he's just got it back there. So this will be the end of the over. And the score 124 for 6. Might be the most testing chase, I think, for the battle owner CC guys. And slightly different look. No Omar Ali in the lineup today. Got no Naresh Kumar either, but you got, I'd imagine they want Surya Balu up the top. He's the captain. Rafsun Sharon is listed open as well. 10th overtime, and speaking of Surya Balu, here he is to bowl the last over. Hustling, even though they're off the clock now, having made time. Still, it's a good habit to get into. This is just flat batted by Nawaz. Down to long off for 1. Yeah, so for Catalunya Red, they just need to not leak too many into power play and make a game of it. They have shown they're pretty good defenders, even though a lot of the time they haven't quite been able to get over the line. But they've made some pretty average scores look bigger than they were. over the last 24 hours. All right, where's that gone? Balu wants it himself, and he'll take it. So, caught and bowled. Surya has a 4th wicket now. And who knows, could be on for more. $125 for 7, 3 balls remaining. Hussain, the left-hander, tries to go over the fence, but fighting the angle. Surya, he's a good cricketer, takes it as easy as you like. So we'll bring Shahbaz Ahmed to the crease. One thing that we're waiting for is another 5-wicket haul. Been a while. It's the last one we had. Well, won't come just yet. That's pretty good fielding. And he doesn't want to run. So, yeah, Shahbaz comes out and basically pulls rank and says, you know what, hit that pretty well. Let me just settle here and have another go. So it's a long dot, the longest dot in the game, you could say. 2 to come. And now he's knocked over. Well, that's probably why he should take the run. And 5 wickets for Surya Balu. What a fantastic performance from the man leading battle owner CC today. Got that full, got that straight. I love the way he changes his pace up. It's not a dramatic change of pace that he's got, but it's effective enough to throw out the timing. And so, despite hitting a ball 49 metres the ball before, it's going to be a duck for Shahbaz Ahmed. So Shahbaz, he walks off and got a bit of company, including Derek. And yeah, well, that man has a lot of things to think about. And it's 125 for 8. Last ball coming up. Can Balu get 6? Oh, you bet he can! 6 for 10 for Balu. And our 10th 6-wicket haul on the network ever. And, well, I'd have to have a look, but I actually think it's the best figures we've seen this year. I tell you what, if there was one more ball, I would have backed him to get 7. So Surya Balu, 3 in each over. This one slides off the pad. Would have been pretty close for LBW, but it crashes into the off stump. And Adil Arif has to go. What a great performance from Surya. And so the final score will be 125 for 9. Well, if you're a fan of big runs of wickets, you're going to enjoy this, even though it was a very different looking game earlier on, as Ali Hassan got his team off to a decent start. And he was looking in a mood, wasn't he? 43 off 15, but a bit of magic would take care of him. Didn't get the bat down, and that drastically changed the course of this innings. Okay, next one was a blooper, but they got the man that they wanted. In amongst it though, Gaurang, solid in the field. 4 outfield catches for him, even though he went for 5-6 in his first over. Imran, 4 and out. That wasn't in the plans. And then there was more 4 and outs. Naeem Shah had to go. And yeah, battle owner CC, they're a team, they're young, but they're quite experienced. They do the fundamentals right. This is almost an instant replay, wasn't it? So, creating opportunities and taking opportunities in the end. And then, late in the piece, you could see a bit, well, he was annoyed and he wasn't able to get hold of that one. But, I mean, the runs were still flowing to an extent. But then, there'd be more to come as Balu would grab that catch and then he'd grab 3 more of his own. It was 4, 5, 6. Pick up sticks here, a 6-wicket haul. And I'd have to check and we'll have that information for you after the break. But I think that's the best bowling figures we've seen in season 2023. Surya Balu really doing a good job, and he's likely to open the batting after the break as well. Ali Hassan, 43 for him, but he was run out by a direct hit, and there were a few close calls there as well. 38 for Rehman Ullah. Next best was Abid Hussain, 11 off 7. So it's a bit of a collapse that's set them back. 11 extras in there, so maybe a few too many. I know issue with Shahid Rahman getting barred for a 3rd dangerous high delivery. It's 6 for 10 off 2 overs. Surya Balu take about 2 for Rahman though before he got dragged from the attack, and then that run out from Asad Ali. And that was a very special piece of fielding. We'll take a break, back in a few minutes. 126 for Badalona CC to keep their winning streak going. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Sunny afternoon now in Barcelona. Day 3 of this European Cricket Series. We've just seen a bit of history in the first half of this game. Catalonia Red winning the toss, electing to bat. They've made 125 for 9. But it was a very, very impressive bowling performance in particular from Surya Balu of Badalona CC. He's leading the side today, and didn't he lead from the front? Taking figures of 6 for 10. And right now, we're getting ready for the second half of this innings. Yeah, to give you an idea of how good it was only the third 6-wicket haul this year. It's the 31st 5-wicket haul, but you have to be pretty good to get 6. Thought Surya might open the batting, but he's decided just to chill out a bit and enjoy the moment. Riaz Howlada, experienced campaigner out there, facing up, and Adnan Arshad at the other end. So, 126 to win, Badalona CC. Imran to open up, starts with a wide. And so, yeah, pretty rare. You can see here, now that's 10 6-wicket hauls in history. Surya Balu doing it here, but have a look. It's the best figures this year. We had Nikhil Patil, the Mankad man, do it in Krefeld. He also took a 7th run out backing up. And Umar Tariq took 2 hat-tricks when he took 6 for 22 in Malta for Austria earlier in the year. But maybe we can bring that up one more time. There's one guy who will be very happy to see that, and that's our very own Stefan Gooch. He's right at the top of the tree with 6 for 2. And I still think it'll be a 7 for that knocks that off. Ashok Bishnoi from Malta Super Kings occupies 6 for 3. Nuzzled behind him. Sandal starts with a couple of wides. Make that 3 wides. So just can't quite find the channel at the moment. Hello to John Gray. Good to have you with us. Yeah, what do you think about that though? Now Badalona CC have 2 wins out of 2 so far in their tournament. Chasing 109 easily, chasing 73 easily. It's the biggest chase yet, but they made a good start. Effectively, that's 7 off the first ball. Riaz Howlada just gets a bit of width and punches this one. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Finds the gap and gets 4. Yeah, so these 2 teams met in match 4, actually. And Catalonia Red set Badalona CC 109. They did it with 31 balls to spare. Slightly different look, Badalona CC today, though. They've got a pretty big squad. The reason I'm calling them the young guns. As this is pitched up, Howlada gets a fair bit of bat on it, but just a single. Yeah, so they are a kind of amalgamation, if you want to call it that, of some of the young players from teams like Raval Sporting, a couple from Bengali, Bangladesh Kings, Men in Blue. So nice to see them all coming together. I think that's one reason they've gone for the artist's palette, if you like, in the shirt. But yeah, they're a good young team. They do the fundamentals well. Arshad faces up. Gets a wide. And again, that's good eye, as we'd say in baseball. Don't go messing about with the ball down the leg side. Take the run. Take another ball. Arshad, first time we've seen him in a European Cricket Series. Did a pretty tidy job behind the stumps in the first half of this game. Well, this one almost carries, kind of yorks the fielder. He does well to stop it, I think. Just turn around the corner. Well, it probably was missing leg stump. Maybe it does carry, but certainly not an easy chance. I tell you what, if the captain Imran Sandal there, number 1, takes a catch. Maybe it's cartwheel time again. Last night, the Reds played a crazy game. Another wide. It's not helping with the clock either. That was an issue earlier as well for Catalunya Red, as they gave up the 5 penalty runs for letting the clock run out, and all these extra deliveries are not helping. And, well, doesn't help they've lost count already. This over's gone wide, 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 4-1 wide. And there's already 4.5 minutes expired off the clock, and we're halfway through the first over. And it just kind of sucks the life out of it. You're hoping to get on an early run, persisting with around the wicket to the left-hander, but with that natural movement, swinging right to left as well. Just unable to get the radar right. And now that's not going to help either. That's going to be another illegal delivery. No ball this time. And Sundell looks like a guy that's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, trying to captain, obviously, into their 9th game in 3 days. I suppose you'd say, why don't you throw the bat at that? But you're also pretty concerned about getting your head knocked off your neck. So, Rashad will face up to the free hit. Clock continues to tick. Free hit is hit. A lot of bottom hand in this. And gets a friendly bounce. It'll run away for 4. So, second boundary of the over. Left-hand, right-hand combination, always useful at the top of the order. Seeing a bit of the depth, aren't we, from Badalona CC? I think we'll see even more players from them over the next couple of weeks as well. Got Manish Manwani in there, I saw, listed in their squad. Now, full toss, but should just be a single it is, as Sandel tries to stop this first over going magical. So yeah, they've also got Snehith Reddy in the squad, Abhishek Borika in the squad. From Men in Blue, haven't seen them yet. Sarab Tiwari as well. Shubdeep Deb, not in the side today, but we did see him on Monday. So plenty of names that we know very well. This should be gone, and it is. So Howlada doesn't last too long in the end. Sandal gets a wicket. Well, it took a while getting there. And Shabazz Ahmed takes the catch. Easy as you like. So Badalona CC, productive first over, but they do lose a wicket. Howlada gets a boundary, but not too much more. It's 17 for 1. Now, Kroom, as always, generously handing out a membership for a 5-wicket haul, and looks like it went to Taraka Jayasinghe. So congratulations to you, Taraka. Maybe let us know where you're watching from. Right here, 265 matches since the Golden Ball. Long time between drinks. 23rd of September it was. And I know because I was about to take off for Khartoum. I just left Nish in Rome. And it was a bit of a crazy one. Also, the first time we'd had no ball or a wide bowled on a Golden Ball. In fact, they didn't have to re-bowl it because it also went for a single. High full toss from Sahel Zadran and Joy Pereira. Hit the winning run of the game. So Surya Balu probably had time to calm down, come back to earth a little bit after that 6 for 10. And he won't be facing because it is the end of the over. Start of a new one. Rasul squares up Harshad. One just bounced off his 6-pack, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, ouch. Not a pleasant one. Good to see Julian Dawson in there as well. Hi, Julian. Hopefully you're going well. Doesn't offer it this one. Rasul sneaks it in. Again, look at the front foot there. Front foot makes it look wider than it is. So yeah, hold your lines, batters. Well, lucky he didn't step towards that because he probably would have copped it. And that'll be a wide. And once again, red. I mean, when you're in form, you just want to play as many games as you can. But when you're finding wins hard to come by, it's hard to kind of break out of the rut. And they do have 2 wins against the Spartans, but they don't have anything else to show for it at this stage. Just sneaks in. This almost bounces on the line. It's been an interesting replay because I couldn't tell live. I get the benefit of a second look. Yeah, I'm going to give him that. It breaks the line, but I think after it's past the popping crease. Full and straight. Marshad takes off. And the throw comes whistling in, but they will get a single. So, over to Surya Balu. Sometimes one aspect of your game will carry into another. Surya is a very good young player. 6 wickets for 10. You won't get much better than that. In fact, it's quite likely they'll be the best figures of the year. I mean, we've only got about 4 weeks to go. If that. Faces up now. Won't have to do anything again. Kind of the difference between some of the teams that are contenders and some that aren't is just holding the catches and keeping the extras under control. We know the Reds have had some pretty big problems with wides, and that can spell bigger problems down the track. Punched off the back foot, finds the gap. Long chase for the boundary rider. He's not going to get there. Balu, classy shot. He's off the mark with a boundary. 4 carreras. Look at that. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. There's value for shots all around the wicket here at Montjuic. Balu looks very composed at the crease. And he's happy to take one here. Again, there's no hesitation. He goes on contact and just was selective there. Didn't have to go after it. Takes the one end of the over. And at the end of 2, it's 25 for 1. Looking at the table, Catalonia Red into their 9th game now. They'll play their 10th tomorrow. For Badalona CC, though, this is only their 3rd match. A few people wondering when we'll see these teams again. I'm going to say Catalonia Red. They've got a bit of a break after their 10th game tomorrow. We'll see them again on Monday after the weekend. For Badalona CC, we'll actually see them tomorrow. They've got 2 games and they should be pretty interesting ones as well. Taking on Sohal Hospitalet. Of course, 10 teams will play 18 matches each, double round robin, and then the cut's made. We head into the finals. This isn't a good ball from Sandal. And once again, he brings himself back despite having all kinds of problems, but maybe the wicket late in the over gave him some hope that he'd be able to turn things around, but that was a fairly easy put away for Surya Balu. His 2nd boundary. Good see Taraka. Jaya Singer chiming in the chat. Yeah, over the wicket. Well, maybe this should have been done a while ago because that's just looking like a lot better angles for Imran. I am impressed with his cartwheeling ability, though. I will say that he's ranked number 1 in cartwheel form and quantity in this series. This one pitching outside the leg stump. Balu wants to take off. Direct hit would have been gone. So it was a bit slow to get a response out of Arshad. I suppose here the odds are you're going to make it. Throw came in, wasn't too far away. Balu, pretty experienced in the format, probably compared to his partner. Knows the ones to take on. You don't want to be turning those down. Maybe a 1 in 10 chance of that hitting the stumps from fine leg at the other end. Now Barlow gets beaten for bounce. So this is such an interesting game. I want to go at 25 per 2 overs is kind of the pace. So the next little milestone, I would say, would be about 50 or 4. The other day, they chased down 109 in only 4.5 overs, but slightly different personnel today for Badalona CC. This is short and asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. And that one goes straight through Shub. And, well, Shub back down on deck and just offers the one hand. And, well, even the foot fielding was better than whatever Shub was offering up there. In fact, the player behind him, whoever that was, he was certainly alert to the fact that Shub was unlikely to make the stop. He was ready with the boot. Now Barlow will push and get 1 to end the power play. 12 and over through the first 3. Badalona CC 36 for 1. Yeah, Taraka, great to have you with us. Maybe let us know where you're watching from. Always curious to find out where people are watching from. Of course, you've got fans all around the world. Just have a look at that first half versus the second half. 88 in the first half, including that supersonic over. But then it really fell away. Just 37 in the second, and only 1 run off that last over from Surya Balu. He took 3 wickets in each over. So that's 6 for, the 10th 6 for. But I think there's only 4 of them that I can remember where the bowlers had a ball left to try and take a 7 for. But I have a feeling if something exists, if a ball exists, sooner or later, we'll have a wicket off that ball. So, yeah, sooner or later, someone will get a 7 for. That's my theory anyway. Hafak Shah starts with a full toss, which is just spanked away leg side. Balu to 19. He continues his good work in this game. Almost like a sweep shot off the pacer. Knee-high full toss. Not often do you see the captain with a taped-up shirt, but that's the situation here. Maybe he'll want to keep the tape, considering he just took the best figures of his ECN career. Yeah, leans back and works this down to deep third for a single. And Surya, he hasn't actually bowled as much as I would have thought. Previously, his figures on ECN were 10 overs, 7 for 143. The best of 2 for 9. The best actually came the other day, but he does have another 2 for. So he goes straight from a 2 for to a 6 for. That's a pretty big jump. He's a good bowler though, clever. And accurate. Wide. Yeah, well, I was going to say the only reason it wouldn't be a wide is the umpire couldn't see nothing. Have a look at this. When will bowlers stop running in front of the umpire? Have a look at the critical moment. And big number 75 is probably all the umpire was seeing, but the X-ray vision pills he must have been taking means he gets it right now. Arshad gets hit by one, I think. Maybe hit the gloves, but hasn't looked 100% at home so far. Yeah, off the gloves. So we'll get a run for that. Sydney Harbour Bridge alert. Rimanula jumps all over it. You see it there. A little bit uncomfortable, misjudging the pace of that. Balu, though, he's looking right at home. Again, that's a pretty good ball and a good decision not to really try it too much. He just makes sure he gets bat on it, works it away for 1. Well, I know that some of Surya Balu's Men in Blue teammates are here, and some might be watching on the TV, so big hello to you guys. Always a big fan of that club. Got to know them pretty well in the middle of the year as well. Hit back, and I think he's gone. Yeah, he is. So Arshad didn't have a great time, to be honest. And it's a real miss hit. In fact, Shah does a good job to kind of judge the lack of pace, because it seemed with the swing it was going to come back really quickly, but then he just saw it hung up. Have a look here. Right down towards the end of the bat, then stops and then has another little readjustment and actually gets it right in the fingertips. But he does take the catch, that's the main thing. We might just be checking this one again, but yeah. I think their fingers get under it. So I think this goes top of their hands. Look, fingers. Is there any ground in this? Ooh. Ooh, okay. Okay, I might have changed my opinion after that. I think it might have just grazed the ground. And now I think we're talking benefit of the doubt. Yeah, it's not out. Well, that's great work from our 2 Week Spring Productions. Because the way it looked like it might have bounced from his palm into his fingertips, but yeah, I think there might have just been a little bit of the pitch in that. And it's one of the ones that, to be honest, the catcher can't really tell. Probably feels like it sticks in his fingertips and he's happy. But I think they get that right. I think it has to go down to kind of benefit of the doubt. Might have broken his bat on that as well, actually. Arshad survives. And, well, while we're here, maybe we'll do an ECL draw while he changes his bat. Been rolling the dice today. Come on, Elvira, key me up. I've got Group D, Team 3. Didn't we just do that? No, that's Paris University Club, PUC. And they have a French derby on their hands. Swing and a miss. New bat may work, may not work. We don't know yet. That'll be the end of the 4th over. Just falling behind a touch. Badalona CC 44 for 1. And PUC going to take on Drew. And okay, it's a bit of an unusual situation with that. But I think it'll make for interesting viewing. No doubt about that. Pretty strong group, actually, that group. Have a look at how much Badalona CC were able to peg back the Reds, including 8 wickets in the last 4 overs, 6 of them to Balu. And right now, this is a pretty close game. The first golden ball I ever commentated, in fact, was Men in Blue. Abhishek Borika, the money man. Came up with the goods with the ball. Right now, this is a Gundy ball. And it's going to be 4 runs. It's short, it's in at the body, and it's turned on. So, yeah, Balu, he'll eat those for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, won't he? Another wide. I'm going to call it early. Clock. Quick. Rapido. That's what I'm hearing out there, but I think it might be falling on deaf ears. Buenas tardes to Ravi Pancha. Good to see you. ¿Cómo va todo? How am I going? How's everything going? Yeah, it's going well. Ravi knows I've been working on my Spanish. He's one of my teachers. Well, I have spent the last couple of nights staring at the back of my eyelids more than getting out and about the town, if I'm completely honest. But hello, Ravi. Great to see you. ¿Cómo está usted? Pitched up, driven well. This will run away from the fielder. It's a good chase from Fakanawaz, but he was just never going to gain on that. So that'll be a bit of a confidence booster, I think, for Adnan Arshad. I think this is the end of the over as well. Although with all the drama, they might have forgotten it. It won't be the end of the over, pardon me. Looking at the wrong screen. Only halfway through. 50 has come up during this over, though. 54 for 1. Goes short. Hasn't looked too comfortable. It's a short ball, but he will get 4. That's the no-look hook. And yeah, you see it here. So keep your eye on the ball. I would say that didn't happen on that occasion, but it still will bring 4 more runs to Badalona CC. Yeah, so 63 would be on track at the halfway point, which is in 2 balls. Arshad. He's just showing a little bit of inexperience here because he doesn't need to do anything crazy. Especially with Balu batting so well at the other end. He can actually just kind of roll with it at the moment. But he's probably a mixture of nervous energy and enthusiasm. Last ball of this 5th over. It's not a good one. And yeah, once again, the extras coming back to bite the Reds. It's a clear wide. Russell. Last ball. Take 2. Does get one through Arshad. End of the over. And the score is 59 for 1. It's a tough one. But to be honest, if I was to put my coaching hat on, I think I'm yanking Arshad here. Just with some of the batting they've got to come. Maybe it's time to get someone a bit more experienced out there. Have a look at our 2023 calendar. And I'm hoping to do a version soon of 2024. Maybe before the end of the year. Maybe won't quite be able to do it that quickly. But I know that we're planning to visit a couple of new locations as well as some of the favourites. Having a look at the skyline right now, we're about an hour and 20 away from sunset. We always love to see the sun go down. Might be a bit different today with all the clouds around. So it could be an interesting sunset. Stay tuned. It's kind of like a live postcard from Barcelona. Okay, Afak Shah gets cracked, and this is into the gap as well. Well, Surya Balu is more than making up for it at the moment. A little bit stunted at the other end, Badalona CC, but Surya, he's already taken 6 for 10 in the game. Got the captain's armband on. Figurative armband. I actually think real armbands would be cool for cricket captains. Moves to 30 and 13. Now gets a full toss. That's going to be a no ball. Plus, it's going to go to the fence. Again, it's about waist height, and that's just the way that they umpire these. As I say, it'll be no ball plus 4. Let's have a look at it. Where's this bounce? I lost track of it. Looked like it was going to be heading for 6. Did it make it? Oh, yeah. That's a clear 6. By lots. Thought it had to be. So, there's the 7 up. And here is the free hit. Probably would have been a wide. And Balu chases it. Doesn't want to die wondering. And now they're going to get 2. And that's, again, very experienced running from Surya. And he might get more now. They will. Although, Arshad has to hustle. And, hits the edge of the pitch and almost takes Ramanula's head off. So, yeah. Have a look at this at the end. This is where there's a case to be made for the keeper wearing a helmet all the time because, oosh. So, for a miss hit on the free hit, he still gets 3. But now here, Arshad misses his crossroads. I think it's hit out or get out time now. And he'll try 1. Won't get either. In comes the throw. Well backed up by the bowler this time. Yeah, Balu gets the strike back. And so at a bare minimum, Arshad just needs to get 1. Doesn't want to eat any dot balls. Again, looks good. He wants 2 here. And he wants it. And he's going to get it, even though he put his partner in jeopardy. Yeah, but Balu, he was proactive there. And he said, look, I think I can get back. I want to control the strike. He saw he hit it into the gap, and it would have to be a perfect throw to gun him down. And you can see his partner, Arshad, put up a stop sign. Yeah, there ain't nothing stopping Surya in this game. Half apology, but also maybe a little bit of advice. If I say I'm coming, I mean it. Now, delicate stuff. Oh, he's brought his own bat and ball today, Surya Balu. As this strays onto the leg stump, and it's the classical leg glance. And have a look at the little bit of the wrist about this shot. Timed it to perfection. Suri is a player that I think, once he's qualified, I'm not sure if he's qualified just yet. He's a guy that I think Corey Rutgers will want to have a look at. .45 off 17. And this might be okay, Okay, sneaks inside for width. The only question was the height. And Surya doesn't want to throw it away, throwing his bat at this and getting caught. Yeah, so it's probably in the top corner of the zone. And so, good finish for Afak Shah, but before that, it was a tough time. It's 80 for 1 after 6. Grandstand finish on the cards, 46 off 24. Yeah, just going, Arshad going run a ball. The thing is, if you've got a partnership going, I can understand why, if there was a coach here, they're probably not wanting to jinx the momentum of the game by breaking it, even if, you look at the numbers, someone like Arshad. Okay, it's been all right, but now with 4 overs to go, yeah, you've got 9 wickets in hand. Theoretically, you might want to make a switch. Shabazz Ahmed to bowl. Hit back at him, gets a piece of it, but it'll be 1. That's a good result for Arshad. Taraka is watching from Sri Lanka. Thought you maybe were watching from Sri Lanka. Got some good friends there. Nice of you to be with us. I do believe, I think the Under-19 World Cup in January, is that in Sri Lanka? Our good friend Andrew Leonard might be getting a gig over there. Short. Balu smashes it. Oh, this has been some game he's played here. Moves to 49 off just 19 balls. And he's just seeing them so well. Okay. So what I didn't realise is that last week Sri Lanka have been replaced as host by South Africa. I'm guessing that's to do with some of the administrative issues at the moment. Balu to 49. And this should just be 1. He'll push. But it will just be a single. And well batted, Surya Balu. 6 for 10 and a 50 in the same game. I've got to say, he's the first player to ever score a 50 and take 6 wickets in the one game. And have a look at the wagon wheels, been particularly strong on the pads. He's also been nice through point. I've got to say, this has to be one of the great individual performances on ECN. Now he gets a clap. Players haven't been really on with the milestones today. Arshad gets an edge and he'll get 1. Yeah, so the reason I say that, there's only ever been 10 6-wicket hauls on ECN. And I don't remember any of those 10. I've seen pretty much all of them. I don't remember any of those 10 getting 50s. And now he gets the acknowledgement a ball later. Balu, 50 even right now. And now he's going to get a no-y. Even though he's down the pitch, it was quite high. Like it was chest high, I think. He's annoyed he doesn't whack it on the charge. So, I mean, it's hard to tell. But I think if there's doubt, then it's going to be a no ball. All right, free hit. Balu, will they get creative? Steps across, mistimes it. Almost a catch. Oh, no. Now we might have a run out, and we will. So, yeah, Balu just wasn't keen on that. And Arshad, he's going to have to go run a ball 19. That may not be the worst thing for Badalona CC. I mean, nothing obviously against Arshad. It's his first innings in the format. Thinks about it, to be honest. Surya completely sells his partner up the river here, but with 9 wickets in hand, there's opportunity for someone else to get out there and have a hit. Yes, I'm just trying to have a look. I don't think anyone there has scored a 50 as well as taking a 5 for. Waka Saktar, he scored 29 in the game. He took 6 for 10, but that ain't 50. So Surya faces up last ball, the 7th. He'll get 1 here. If he's smart, he'll just take the 1 and keep the strike. I mean, there's still plenty to do here. They are favoured, but long way to go. 3 overs, in fact, which is a long time in ECN cricket. Have a look at the clock. 6 minutes to go to bowl 2 overs. And looking ahead to match 15 as the score here after 7, 89 for 2. Spartans, Ospitalet versus Badalona CC. Omar Ali comes back. Surya Balu might have a case to try and keep the captain's armband, but Omar comes back to play match 15. Naresh Kumar comes back as well, so you can see they're kind of throwing things around. Abhishek Borika, the money man, comes in for Badalona CC as well. That match should start on time, 25 minutes away. Okay. This looks like Abid Hussain, who's going to bowl. Over number 8. Yeah, so a 50 and a 6 for. Incredible performance. And so, yeah, now that rate, okay, they're pretty much at it. They're on that red line at the moment. And now short, hit hard. And that's fantastic fielding down there. It looks like Tyrone Peters, well, they're still trying to fix the stump from before. And, yeah, 1 hand, 1 bounce. And look, some of the fielding's been good today, some hasn't. But Tyrone, well, there's a reason he's in charge of the officials area. Made that look very, very easy. I still think they're going down here time-wise. 10 balls to bowl. Still got the change of over to come. Balu hits, and it's away from the fielder. And well, doesn't really offer. I mean, this wasn't that far away from him, was it? Let's have a look. Maybe just didn't see it. That's all you can say here. Fielder out there, Mafak Shah. Okay, maybe it is wide of him a little bit, but doesn't offer. Now, there's your 2 boundaries for the over. Now he goes straight and he goes long and he goes strong. Maximo! Remember the name, Surya Balu. This is such an incredible performance. And he's not done yet. Now he's going to get more. Bit flatter this time, but this over's gone magical. And Reds paying for some of their sins earlier in the innings, I think, behind the clock because of those extra deliveries. This one's too short again. Surya can really time it up and take out the sight screen. Hello to Cosmic Nana. What a pleasure to see you, Cosmic Nana. Hit square. They get 1, end of the over. So he's controlled the strike well as well, hasn't he? Hassan Bin Hakim is out there with him now. But he wouldn't have to do too much except run at the moment, as that's the end of the over. And the score is 110 for 2. Yeah, so look, if Surya was to get out now, could just throw things for a bit of a loop. Runs on the board. The Reds almost have hit 4 in the last over last night. Here's Shabazz Ahmed in the 9th. Angled in. And that's probably not a bad result for the Reds. Does get the new player on strike. Happy Thanksgiving as well, Cosmic Nana, for last week. I know you're watching from the USA. Cosmic Nana's been with us for a long time, actually. Always pleased to see her in the chat. Okay, Bin Hakim got a job to do, and he will go. First ball. So angled in, and Shabazz Ahmed just kind of followed Hassan Bin Hakim there, and it was a thick edge that flew away. Ali Hassan takes the catch. He's had some issues in the field today, but that one wasn't a problem at all. And so, yeah, this game has taken another slight twist. With Balu there, you'd imagine they're going to get home, but can he get back on strike? New batter coming out there, Sahil Masand. Ten balls to go. 15 runs required. Yeah, well, they won't get a run here. That's good captaincy to bring up Abid Hussain. Because probably knows the new batter just wants one to get away. Tries. Maybe could have taken that on, but you're probably sacrificing Masand for a duck. I think Balu would have got to the keeper's end safe enough. Now lifts it up. Bit of work for the fielder. I think of two, but in the end, I think against it. Great throw coming in there. So looks like we've got a last over finish on our hands. And look at the clock. We've still got two to go. It's going to be time's up. Not going to get two in. So that's a game changer once again. The Reds fall foul of the time. There's the buzzer. And while they think about it, they scramble back. But I'm telling you right now that you run all you like now. But, I mean, I'm amazed they got so close. The amount of extra deliveries we've had. They've bowled 14 extra deliveries in this innings. Last ball coming up of the ninth. Hit hard. That one is a non-standard 6. I'm telling you that right now, because it'll be 1 plus. We'll keep an eye on the umpires. End of the over. And, well, the score as it stands is 113 for 3. And that would mean 12 for a golden ball. But I got a feeling that it'll be 7 for a golden ball. Umpires on screen now. And I always wonder what they're talking about. Seems to be a lot of talking back and forth. And, yeah, he's saying, look, I hate to have to do this to you again. But, yeah, it's going to be 5 penalty runs again. 118 now then. It goes from 12 to tie to 7 to tie. Time's up. And like I said, maybe the only surprising thing was how close they got. So it makes it 7 to tie, 8 to win. And it might not last long. Oh, that would have been a stinger of a catch. It's going to be 4. Balu has absolutely smashed that about as hard as you can hit a cricket ball. Adil Arif bowling his only over here in the 10th. And imagine if this sticks, this game takes on a completely different complexion right now with 4 to win. And that is Farhan Nawaz down there. Doesn't want it. And I think this is a little bit of wanting to finish it himself. He feels that if he faces 5 balls, one of them's going to be a boundary. All right. 4 to win it for Surya. And he's going to do it in style. What an individual performance by Surya Balu. 6 for 10 and 84 not out. Well, he is going to be sticking around for a while. That has to be the greatest ever individual all-round contribution in well over 3,500 cricket matches here on ECN. What an incredible performance. And he wanted to finish it off himself. He did. And he struck 4 Maximos, 11 fours in there. 3 balls to spare. Battle owner CC get home. We'll see them again O'Morale comes back to lead them in match 15. Spartans, Hospitalet still searching for their first win. Let's have a look at these highlights. And Surya, I thought they'd open with him. They didn't. Reyes Howler came out and was able to get one boundary away, but didn't last too much longer than that. He went for 5, but Surya really had this in his pocket the whole time he was there. He looked so composed. This was a bit of an interesting one. Arshad thought he was gone, but the replay showed the ball probably hit the ground in the process of making the catch. And Arshad just finding his way, but I suppose he was an ally for Surya, who just pushed with the running between the wickets. I mean, it's not just the stroke play, but also a fair bit of intelligence, the way he controlled the strike here, the way he took calculated risks to get the strike back as well. This was the one that didn't really pay off as Arshad was run out, but didn't really slow him down. Had plenty of wickets to play with, and really, Surya batted very, very well. Reds, though, been back to the drawing board for them. Again, they're struggling with extra deliveries. I mentioned they bowled 14 extra balls in that innings. That also cost them 5 by not finishing the 9 overs in time. Late in the piece, a little bit of drama there. The late wicket falling. Bin Hakeem had to go. This would have been something that would have pushed a grandstand finish, I'm sure. But it was a real finger breaker out there for Nawaz on the leg side boundary. And Balu needed no second invitation. He finished this game with 3 balls to spare. No, Balu, says Wayne in the chat, and that's what it was all about. 84 off 35 balls to go with a 6 for 10. I've got a sneaky suspicion who the player of the match might be. Yeah, but I mentioned the extras, 19 of them, including the 5 pens, 14 extra deliveries, and Catalonia Red, well, they got no toes left after shooting themselves in the foot so many times this week. Shabaz Ahmed put in a good shift, and he 1 for 12, but he was a bit of a standout. Sandal, the captain, 1 wicket, but also expensive early on in the innings. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the final game of the day. And we'll see if Spartans Hospitalet can open their account against the side and have their tail out. Battle over CC will return after this. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'll see you after the break for the final game of day 3 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back. Well, it's time for some sunset smashing here in Barcelona as we're ready for the last game of the day, and it is match number 15. This one will see Spartans Hospitalet take on Badalona CC a little bit earlier. Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Badalona CC the call.
Tails?
Tails is the call. It's a tails.
We both us.
They're going to bowl.
Well, Surya Balu had an incredible game in that last game. 84 not out and 6 for 10. Most dominant individual performances we've ever seen. I will say it wasn't just a one-man band, though. He got some good support from his teammates, including Gaurang Mayavanshi with 4 catches. And obviously, his partners did enough to put the team in a winning position. So, electing to bowl, and might have a chance to look at the two teams. Surya isn't actually captain for this game with Omar Ali coming back in. He captained the side on Monday. And so, yeah, I think that Omar Ali likely to open. Naresh Kumar comes back in as well. I think you can probably lock in Balu at 3 the way he's going. Spartans 0-5 though. They've had a rough time, to say the least. And Rashid Ahmed, I thought he bowled pretty well before. Ali Shuja whacked him around a little bit. Muhammad Azam, though, I think he's been the standout player for the Spartans, who did have Always Ahmed, but only for one day. And now finding it pretty tough, still without a win. Sahil Masand is going to open up match number 15 live from Barcelona. Buenas tardes to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Hello, Julian and Sarah. Hello to Cosmic Nana as well. A few comparisons. Glenn Maxwell versus Balu. We'll say Balu wasn't as expensive as Maxwell. Anyway, here we go with the first ball. And, it's popped back. And pretty late on that was Haider. Got a few nicknames for Badalona CC. The Young Guns. The Technicolor Warriors. Still very, very bright conditions now. We had a lot of cloud cover earlier in the day. And now it's brightened up in the afternoon. We're still about half an hour to sunset, maybe 40 minutes. Well, high. Now, is anyone reaching this? They should. Naresh Kumar coming around to his right. He drops it. We did all the hard work there, Naresh. Had to judge it perfectly. Coming out of the bright side of the ground. But a rare drop. Mayavanshi was fielding that position, and I'm a little bit surprised that they replaced him. Although, I mean, Naresh Kumar is very, very capable. Mayavanshi's out on the square leg boundary, so Mayavanshi is the outfielder. In fact, sorry, that's not Naresh, that's Omar Ali out there. That puts that down the captain. Oh, now the next one almost cleans him up. Omar didn't wait too long to get into the action. Right, that's the way it goes. Now, with these balls, when they get hit so high, when they're coming down, they're really travelling. So even the slightest misjudgment, it's not going to stick in the hands. And that was the case on that occasion. Azam has this habit of backing away, and a bowler like Masand will be able to follow him. We saw Azam caught one on the fingers before, but Azam is the kind of magic key to their batting and being competitive here, I think. Not easy. 0-5 record against a team that hasn't lost yet. Random question time as well, don't forget. Naresh is in his customary floating slip position. Anyway, in the air, Gaurang is making a lot of ground towards it, and he won't be able to make the stop. So short and pulled away. Haider will get his first boundary. And Spartans really got nothing to lose here, but they're in a tough spot in this tournament, no doubt about it. It was Omar Ali. The reason I didn't see it very well is because, ironically, the sun was shining on him and it looked like Naresh from where I was, but it was Omar Ali. Oh, that one's definitely 6. And Hyder finds his batting boots here. Messand a little bit too short. And this time, Hyder's got it covered. Maximo to finish the over. And it's 12 without loss. Just stand and deliver job from Jalal Hyder. Well struck. Looking at the countdown to the ECCW. 18 days to go. And just quickly, I do have some news. That's a little bit sad, actually, because I was really looking forward to this. But unfortunately, Corey, he's got some urgent business that he's going to have to attend to over the next 2 or 3 weeks. And it means that he probably won't be able to get back into the commentary box until early next year. And I did kind of plan to have Corey in the box towards the end of this tournament and going to the ECCW, but he just has to resolve a few things before he can rejoin us. So, well, Corey, going to miss you. But yeah, look forward to having you back soon. So that's just some news that came in during the day. So stay tuned. I know that Rico will be in Kartama joining me for that. And we are expecting to have a few guests as well on the commentary from the teams. Of course, the 5 teams there at the ECCW. Azam showing his stumps. This is the money man, Abhishek Borikat, who is coming into the side and he's opening the bowling. He's a guy, typically for Men in Blue, you see him bowling the first over and he's normally right on the money. I think he'll be like having a good look at the stumps of Azam here. There's a slower ball. Clever bit of bowling from Abhishek. The guy we've even seen leading Men in Blue on occasion here in Barcelona. Badalona CC just have an air of enthusiasm about them. Goes short. And Azam gets some bat on it, but kind of a bottom edge. How short is this actually? Yeah, it's probably shoulder height. Almost could be called for one for the over. Julian's already booked his accommodation. Good to hear, 6th to 20th of October. End of the bat. Probably would have been a wide. Instead, it'll be a dot. No, it won't be a dot. It'll be 1. Naresh, rush of blood, throws it away. Pretty bit annoying when you seem to have one batter under control and then you let him scamper away from the strike. So, yeah, I know we have a lot of fun with Corey because he is a fun guy when it comes down to it. He adds a lot of colour and expertise here at ECN. So, obviously, it's a bit disappointing we can't get him back, even though we'd like to for the last couple of weeks of the season. But, yeah, plans are that'll be back in 2024. Right now, it's the end of the second over and Spartans are 13th without loss. Catalonia Red, well, they're going to hit the pillow with a 2-7 record tonight. They will be back tomorrow to play their 10th game. Then they'll get a little bit of a break. Badalona CC haven't lost. Spartans haven't won. So you don't have to be Einstein to work out who the favourite would be here. They started as 18% chance, Spartans. Probably a lot riding on his arm. Making a few. He's facing up now. Zahil Masand follows him here. Just a little angle away for a single. And Anashad keeps his spot behind the stumps. Yeah, so I just got off the phone with Corey. Obviously, you know, if there was any way it could be here, he would. But, you know, some things are important that sometimes have to come first. And so, yeah, we'll miss him, but I know he'll be tuning in. All right, to the skies. Well, this will be one of the all-time great catches if he can hold on to it. Oh, and he almost does. He almost does. That was a really good effort. He ran a long way. And have a look here. Running. So Morali again. who found himself in the thick of the action. Now, this one is hit away from the fielder, and that's going to be 4. So credit to Spartans. They're certainly swinging the bat. May help in charge of the Blue Crew today. And yeah, good point. Vinny Costo in the chat saying that's at the overthrow in the last over cost the money man a maiden. I know some people think that overthrow should be like extras. They shouldn't go to the bowler. But then that would kind of throw everything out. Because it means it wouldn't go to the batter either. You just need more, another extras column. Yeah, I don't know, save the planet. We don't need more columns. Overthrows just, and then maybe retrospectively, then there's been some famous moments like Greg Chappell bringing up the Australian Test match runs record, which he did with overthrows. So, they're just a quirk of the game. I don't mind them. Beats him for pace, but heading down the leg side. Hyder has looked pretty dangerous early on. Oh, Nana, maybe one day we can lure you across the pond. I will say, weather-wise, that September-October period is probably the best time. If you had to choose one to visit, then the weather is normally a little bit more agreeable in September, October. Still not too bad in February, March, with a bit of luck. It's pretty good last year, or this year. Shot, well timed. That is adios pelota. It's gone over the fence and it's up the hill. Don't hurt yourselves, guys. But great timing from Jalal Hyder. And there you see that rattles the external fence. Maximo. As the sun is getting ready to set. 12, 1 and 13. You can see Boric is over standing out. Might be bowling him again. It looks like they will. So let's get ready for the sunset. We got about 30 minutes. It goes yellow, orange, pink. So we're in yellow mode right now. 28 minutes from sunset. Yellow, orange, pink. This is the yellow period. And I'm glad that the cloud cover's kind of lifted a bit because we should get a good look at it. Here's the money man back. And in the air. Now this one is catchable. Won't be easy, but well held. Great take there by Hassan bin Hakim. And these young guys, they put such a big emphasis on their fielding and it shows. So Borica will get his first wicket of the season. See that leg, the leg stump step, if you like, from his arm. And it means he's kind of finding his own force as he throws the bat at that. But he's going to go, just not able to get too much going for 3 off 9 in the end, and Spartans lose their first at 26 for 1. Yeah. Just that front foot going away from the ball, but that was an excellent catch by Hassan bin Hakim. Well, Julian, look forward to seeing you in Malaga next year. And yeah, I like the way you combine a bit of sightseeing with a bit of cricket as well. I know that you and Sarah are big ECN super fans. And who knows, when we need a big finish or a record broken, we'll get you back up in the box. The money man being very miserly at the moment. Shuja comes out first drop. Saw him opening earlier on. Hitting 9 out of 10. Running 1.5 out of 10 from Shuja. But he won't be thinking about running too much. Wants to swing and he does. This is another thick outside edge. He won't have to run here. This will be 4. Shuja's off the mark. Borica trying something similar. And almost has a similar result, but just the trajectory of that, taking it over the field pretty comfortably. Good effort, though, to chase it down, but to no avail. Borica goes to the boundary for the first time. Next one, called a wide. Well held behind the stumps by Adnan Arshad. Dave, are you flirting with another run at the ECC? Saying yes to contact the guy at Estacion de Cantama, where he found some accommodation nearby the ground. A little bit of a way bend from Abhishek Waraka. You ask the question, but doesn't get the answer he wants. Just a little bit of shape. Again, look at the footwork and everything going away from the ball. You learn so much by seeing, though. Someone could tell you that 100 times if you're batting, but when you see it, and you can make those subtle adjustments. Sometimes you're your own best coach. Now tries to go sideways. Comes up with fresh air. ECL should be interesting. Don't forget, before then. And yeah, ECC next year, the plan is that it will be a two-tiered structure. We'll see, try and get teams playing countries a bit more at their level. I know we had a few mismatches last year. That was pretty obvious with the expanded format. Won't get a run here. End of the fourth over. And it's 31 for 1. Yes, I suppose you learn by doing. We started with 15 countries in ACC, then 21, then 31. Should be 32 next year, I imagine, with Slovenia potentially coming into the mix. So I think it'll be something like a 22-team top division and then like a 10 second division with promotion relegation for 2 countries each. That's the plan, at least. Still to be signed off. So Dave making a good point. The cricket on Sundays as well. So yeah, if you're going to sightsee, you have to get away from the cricket. Although you can probably combine both in a day with 10 or 11 hours of cricket there at the Cardamom Oval. But yeah, random question time. Why don't you throw a random question at me? I must admit, I've just got on to a new program. Short from Hassan bin Hakim. But Gorang, finally he's dropped one. New game. And, well, this could have been out as well, by the way, at the end. Didn't even look like dropping one before. Okay, this time maybe he's got the sunset in the background, but Hassan bin Hakim, who came up with a pretty sensational catch, but Gorang, the little maestro, doesn't return the favour. A bit late to the party. Next one gets through. Hyder. Yeah, I've just downloaded ChatGPT. So how should I be using this? What should I be asking it? Looks like a pretty powerful tool. Well, in the air, this one isn't going to be caught by anyone on the field anyway. Maximo into the wall. Surya takes on the rebound. So Jalal Hyder certainly putting in a shift here, isn't he? Yeah, so that's my random question to you. How am I using ChatGPT? Tries to swing this leg, but Hassan takes the pace off. As you can see there, heading down the leg side pretty comfortably. Oh, that struck pretty well as well. And yeah, well, they're loving it down there. And it's not easy coming off five consecutive losses. Yeah, hoping someone can get you going. They've tried harder at the top here, and so far it's come off pretty well. Can he keep it up and turn this into a really big knock? And so remember, it was dropped earlier in the over. It was on 23, but now party could be over, and it is. Easily taken by Sahil. So just as Hyder looked like he might be able to lift Spartans up to something competitive, he falls on his sword. Well held by Sahil Masan down there at long off. So he has a life first ball of the over. Whacks a couple of sixes in the middle, but goes off the last ball of the over. End of the 5th. And Spartans 45 for 2. Yes, I would still call this the yellow zone. But next stop is orange. And then I think we'll get some pink. All right. Probably the last time I get to do this today. Time to roll the dice and pick out a team. I'm going to go Group D. Did that already. Team 5. Done that already. Have done a few today. So we'll go Group 6 and Team 1. So that is Pakai Care Badalona. Well, pretty fitting that they get highlighted. because they are in this competition you're watching right now. They are European champions 2022. Okay, without a couple of their big names, Mohamed Kamran, I don't think he's quite available by then. As Gorang Mayavanshi comes on in over 6. But I mean, Isan has just been such an improved player, dominant on the club scene and turning that into good form for Spain as well. We saw him in the ECC recently. Punched down to point. A lot of work to do. Gets a foot to it. That's probably a bit of a disappointing effort to not go with the hands there. And off the toe into the rope in the end. That'll be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Shahid Rahman not able to make the stop. Pakakare qualified only recently. It was only maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. The Spanish T10 finals, which I believe were held at Alfaz again this year. So yeah, they'll certainly be fancied to make a deep run into the tournament. Tossed up, hit in the air, but it's not going to carry down to Sahil Masand. And this is Ayaz Ahmed, who has gone out there. So yeah, that's the thing with when you're putting pressure on the field. Obviously, the catching's one thing, the ground fielding's one thing, but also just, you know, for guys that want to just jog it out, yeah, put pressure on and make them run. We've already seen quite a few potential run-outs, or at least close calls. Make the batter feel a bit uncomfortable. Make them spend a bit of energy out there. And he's gone. So Mayavanshi, he does get some success here. Shuja swings hard, but the ball crashes into the top of the stumps. And Gorang is off the mark here. Spartans lose a 3rd wicket, 52 for 3. Oh, yeah, well, that's another good reason to wear the helmet. Yeah. And I'm glad that Ashad does wear it. Have a look at this off the stumps. Bang. Straight into the... And he had no time to react. That would have hit him in the head. It hit him in the nose. Might have broken his nose, even going at that pace. Anyway, Imran Mehdi will be the new batter. Goes straight away and just out of the ground. It was a good effort down there from Surya Balu. But this is one miracle that he couldn't pull off. Maximo Mehdi goes Maximo against Mayavanshi. Battle of the M's. Gorang won't mind that. He probably goes slower now if I know Gorang. Tempts him to do it again. Last ball of the over. He does. He does tempt him. It's a big swing and a miss to finish the 6th over. Gorang strikes, goes for 13. And not willing to leave the crease. I can understand that. End of the over, 58 for 3. Okay, I'd say this is the early part of the orange phase. Will we get to the pink phase today? Currently 17 minutes away from the sunset. It's fair to say that we've entered the orange era, especially coming into the right of screen there. Love the sunsets here in Barcelona. Of course, it's one of the few grounds we've got that we go day-night. European Cricket Series. Have some night series, of course, grounds with lights, like Coimbra in Portugal, for example. Balu, well, he got 6 before, but now he's going to get hit for 6. Maximo. All right, as he didn't read the scorecard last game. Just says, all right, what's the big deal? Just comes and pumps him out of the ground. Still has 11 balls left, though, doesn't he? Dave B's put a pretty interesting random question in there. Goes wider this time, but too wide. So Dave's asking, what's the pounds per square inch of a cricket ball hitting the hands? Well, that's one question. I've got to say the only time I've ever worked with force was in high school physics, and that was in newtons. Am I right? I think that's just inside. So you tell me if that is... Yeah, so newtons are kind of the SI unit, I think. So what's 1 Newton pounds per square inch? And then maybe I can have a stab at it. I don't really know. So I need help with this one. I'm delegating. And maybe give me some comparisons. All right? Pound per square inch, isn't that when you pump up tyres and stuff? It's pressure, right? So I think you're talking about force or pressure. Pounds per square inch is an imperial unit of pressure. Got it. And then PSI. Yeah, pounds per square inch. Okay. So like when you do your car, yeah, that's PSI, pounds per square inch. So, okay, I do know what that is. So it's not really force. Oh, wow. He's absolutely leaned back on that. Balu comes back to earth with a thud here in match 15. Just picks it on length right into the swing plane of Ayaz Ahmed Maximo. And he's already gone for more in 3 balls than he went for in 2 overs last time. That is very ECS though. Give me up 1 game. Next game, you can find it tough. Plenty of players have got a century and a duck in 1 day. Oh, pretty close. Oh, not out. So, does he hit it? If not, I think it's pretty adjacent. Or is it maybe just missing? Oh, benefit of the doubt given. I mean, I suppose it wasn't going to hit middle. Hits him pretty much on the crease. Ball tracking there, be an interesting one. Maybe it could have just angled down the leg side, but it was a good shout. In the air, more work for Massand, and he'll do well to keep it to 1. Nope, it'll be 2, unless there's a run out here, and he's going to get run out. Well, that is completely unnecessary. When you've got a guy that's on a heater, this is not the time to take off on a second run. Whose idea was this? Yeah, it doesn't get the bat down again. I don't think there's an issue there with the ball going down onto the stumps. I'd just like to see how this all went down. Yeah. It wasn't very clean. I think the ball... Oh. It's an interesting one, actually. Oh, I mean, maybe the ball still does hit the stumps. So there's that. But it wasn't as clear-cut as we first thought. I don't know. What do you say here? Yeah. The ball does hit the stumps, so we'll give that. So maybe you end up going with umpire's call. Maybe this will show it again now. Yeah, see, that's the one that probably shows that it is the ball that hits the stumps. So you couldn't really overrule an on-field decision based on. So I think it is going to remain out. Let me see what's happening over there in the visual. I mean, it's one that could go either way, really. If you looked at it just on that, you might go benefit of the doubt, because are the bails dislodged by the ball or the hand? And because it's kind of, you can't really tell, then you've got to go with the on-field decision. The on-field decision was out. It's kind of how it works. But I can tell you, there's no way they should have been going for 2 there. No way in the world. Cosmic Nano, well, you've got the name to work out that calculation, by the way. Hello to Stephen Kelk, watching from the Netherlands. All right, in the air. This doesn't have the legs, and it will be taken. And Gurung Mayavanshi now back in his sweet spot there at long on. Takes his 5th catch in that position in the afternoon. And Balu creates a wicket with the run out, and then he takes one, his 7th of the afternoon, as Maruf Hussain goes to the skies. And so he will go off his first legal delivery. And that will be another wicket. Finishing the 7th over, Spartans 75 for 5 after 7. To Tomorrow we get to see Catalonia Jaguar for the first time. Well, we're in Spain, so should it be Jaguar? But I suppose we call them Catalonia Jaguar. And Catalonia CC, a couple of games there as well. Catalonia Red, their 10th match. Okay, show us the sunset. I can tell you it's the same time tomorrow, though. 7:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 Central Europe, and 1:15 in India. We definitely are in the orange era now. Will the pink era come tonight? Gorang's back. Gets Mehdi to check his shot. I've got it as... Oh, I'd do it in seconds now. I'm going to watch 9.5 minutes to sunset. Hit straight, but should be a pretty easy stop down there for Surya Balu. Surya's probably done enough to get his own shirt, I'd say, this afternoon. Still going with the taped 17. Push off the back foot. And I'll just get a single. Hussein's off the mark. In case you missed the news before, Corey's had a few things come up. It means he won't be able to rejoin us in the box here in Barcelona. And, oh, there's the reverse. She hits it pretty straight. Reverse on drive. We'll go for one. Well, the wagon wheel won't really tell the whole story when they show it. And the power of that blast of the hands off the bat. It's a slightly unusual grip you end up going with. Although we have seen guys whack sixes cross-handed, haven't we? Now takes it on and pounds it. Maximo! Oh, what a shot. Lift it up and out of here. Full force from Afak Hussain. And so, yeah, large. 6. Movachi normally goes slower after a 6. When he goes shopping for a wicket here. Kind of flat bat though. It'll be a tough one to deal with, but he's been very good with those, Sahil Masund. As he goes up to his left, Sahil Masand is going to make sure that he saves 3 for his side, and that over in the end, despite the 6, only goes for 10. And after 8 overs, 85 for 5. You can see they've been kind of accelerating despite losing those wickets. Okay, where are we at in the era? Okay, that's a slightly different look. Bit of the artificial light as well. We've got 7 minutes to sunset. 9 minutes on the clock. The young guns have been pretty good at keeping to time. Homer Ali gets the ball, but gets this completely wrong. It's good keeping down the leg side from Arshad just to make sure he got everything behind it. I'm still waiting on some tips on how to use ChatGPT. Should I be worried? I really had a need to use it, but it's pretty useful learning a second language. That's why I thought it might be a good idea. Turned around the corner. I mean, they might look at 2 here. Although I think the fielder got to the ball pretty quickly. With that throw, they probably would have got away with it. Okay, Kroom has a random question. He's asking, when do I do my Christmas shopping? Great idea, Kroom. Great question. Lifted up on the offside. It's going to just bounce away from the fielder. It'll be 4 runs, all happening in the 9th. Spartans trying to get something decent. So Wayne's got an artificially generated answer, which sounds pretty intelligent. But as far as my Christmas shopping, I got to admit that these days there's been a bit of a system worked out in my family. Pretty close to knocking out the off stump. And what it is, it's particularly for all the, nieces, nephews, all these things, and particularly for the kids, is that we do a bit of a secret Santa in my family. And it's just a tenner, and you get them something. Because, you end up with a lot of stuff. And then as far as the kids, okay, that's when it really kind of matters. This is leg side, and I think that's going to go one bounce 4. That's a decent shot. O'Malley just sometimes getting a little bit in towards the legs and the body, and well struck away by Mehdi. Just inside the boundary. Yeah, so I think what happens is we do a bit of a calculation, and we basically have designated buyers, normally the parents of the kids, to get them the presents from everyone. So they don't end up with 58 different presents. Well, this one is going, it's going, and it's going a long way. Maximo! Oh, all the way to the back of the net, literally. Omar, though, once again, that angle in, and the fact he's giving some length to Mehdi means he can get under it. So, yeah, I probably think we haven't seen enough Yorkers today on day 3. And it's allowed batters to get under the ball. Well, tries the same thing, despite the ball not being there for it. And shows you what you can do if you hustle. They finish with 5:40 on the clock as we hit the end of the 9th over. 101 for 5. So the only question for me is, will we get a pink era today, or is it going to be orange? I can see hints of pink coming in the clouds. Just to the left. 2 overs, 1 for 6. Borica, the money man, right on the money here. And one of those was an overthrow, don't forget. Probably my pick of the bowlers in this game so far. 10th overtime, Surya Balu. Well, this is where he did his best work last time. Took 3 in the last, only conceded 1. Okay. Well, high. Balu should take that himself. And he will. I'm not so sure it was in the middle of the hands. But he's probably a little bit worried about the old charge down, wasn't he? From Mafaka Hussain. He wasn't rushing to get out of the way. He just kind of kept what he thought was a reasonable distance. But yeah, look, we're there. That's where he catches it. In the unmentionables. So I saw one by Rusty Theron actually during the week. That was pretty similar to that. But catch is a catch in the end. And the 6th wicket falls, 101 for 6. Put that in the book for Surya. 8th wicket of the evening. Hello to Santosh. Nice to see you, as always. Oh, okay, Julian has given me a few good tips here about how to use ChatGPT. Good slower ball, but not handled, and so they'll scramble through for a bye. Rashid will get to the other end. Back to Mehdi, who's got the hot hand right now. Oh, it's great for matching wine with food or recipe ideas for what's in the fridge. Maybe even a different version of egg in the hole. Okay, that food-related ideas. I like that. We've kind of blended random questions with technology, with food chat. Mehdi probably likes the idea of 2. Just don't see it how it's going to happen. So he's going to have to settle for 1. Yeah. I suppose I've been living in a bit of a bubble, doing so much ECN cricket over the last 3 years. Sometimes I missed some of these developments if I don't use them in my day-to-day life. Ooh. Just over the middle stump. That's the change of pace. Balu's got this change of pace and he disguises it really well. And I think it's all to do with how it comes out of his fingers. I think it's maybe the ball's held back a little bit in his hand. Maybe rolls the fingers down the right-hand side of the ball, but not in a really obvious way. Quite a subtle way. All right, strike 2 for Rashid. 2 to come, 103 on the board. There's that slow ball again. And this time it's going to be edged away, probably just a single. Have a look at here. This is a slow ball again. So let's see what he does here. It looks like a grip, thumb and forefinger. And that's why it comes out a bit slower. Great camera shots there by Spring Productions. This will be a nothing, and it won't be a wide, so Medi, handy 23 for him, but that's where he's going to have to stay. And Spartans kept pretty quiet, although they do reach the 100 in the end against Badalona CC. Spartans Hospitalet are going to finish 104 for 6 off the 10 overs. Brave effort, certainly were willing to swing the bat. There was a bit more sun on the ground. We got going. It was Omar Ali into the side, into the action straight away, but never really settled under that one. Bounced out of the palms, an early life. But I've got to say, Jalal Haider was excellent up the top of the order. Kind of coincided with Azam just losing his form a little bit. Omar had more to do there, but wasn't able to catch up with that one. It was a great catch, though, that got things going. Hassan bin Hakim able to snaffle that chance running back into the outfield. And then Gorang had the drop virus. Not something you see too often. But one thing about these Badalona CC kids, I say kids when they are younger kinds of players compared to some teams we see on the network, but they're pretty good at just shaking it off. And they stay positive and they just concentrate on the next one. And that's a really good trait, I think. They know the fielding's important. Gorang able to crack that one off the middle of the stumps into the keeper's grill. But really, Ayaz looked on here, didn't he? He was just having a heater and then decided he wanted an overthrow to get back on strike. And that pitch must look about 50 metres to him. And the ball did go onto the stumps. It was a little bit doubtful, but not really enough conclusive evidence to overturn the on-field call. You can see Sahil Masan trying hard to save every run down there. Late on, it was Medi time, though, as he was swinging at absolutely everything. Like I was saying, had a very good view of getting caught and bowled, even though it ended up in the unmentionables of Surya Balu. But Balu, once again, closing things out pretty tightly. Just 3 runs coming off that last over, including a bye in there. 37 for Jalal. Well, maybe they found a bit of an answer at the top of the order to pair with Azam, because Jalal hit 37 off 16. Medi late in the piece tried hard, 23 off 12. He swung it hard. Ayaz also was able to get a couple away before running himself out. It's frustrating stuff, really. 1 for 6. I like Borakat. Good to see him in the setup. Wickets also to Hassan bin Hakim and Maya Vanchi. Balu with 2. That's 8 wickets for the afternoon. Omar Ali just a little bit off in his over, I thought. So take a quick break. We'll be back soon and we'll show you the response. 105 for Badalona CC to keep their perfect record alive in this series. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Well, I'm going to enjoy the sunset from here, but I'll see you the other side of this break with more Barcelona edition of the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to a beautiful skyline here in Barcelona. Vinny Souter here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Time for La Entrada Ultima, the last innings of the day here on day 3. And it is Badalona CC coming out, chasing 105 for victory. It looks like Naresh to me. That is opening up. Naresh Kumar opening up with Omar Ali. These two looked really good on Monday night. They didn't play the first game today. So it's kind of a shift switch as far as the opening combination. But they do have a lot of decent players. If anything, it just makes their batting lineup even more dangerous. Suryabalu waiting in the wings. 84 he scored earlier on today. Okay. Enjoyed catching up on the chat as well. But right now, let's get back to the cricket. And it's going to start with a big wide from Paramveer Parmar. And it's rolling. And it will just pull up in time. And there's some debate about whether they should keep running or not. In the end, I think that Omar Ali thought it was going to be 4. Either that or he saw the first ball and liked what he saw and didn't want to leave the striker's end. So it'll be 2 wides to get us going. Oh, hold on a second. Looking at what Kroom's put in. Apparently, ChatGPT can do golden ball as well. Well, I want to know how this works. Better ball that time from Parmar. He's been a good addition to the side, particularly with the ball. So I'm going to read what this AI Vinny and Rico commentary is. I sound a bit boring in this. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm focused. You can read the chat if you want to know what I'm reading. I'm not going to read it out loud. The entire stadium is on the edge of their seats, so I like that. Carefully prodded by Naresh. First ball that's been hittable for him. Okay. Well, who wins? Kroom. Don't. So I want to know, Kroom, if I was to ask my chat GPT that, would it give me the same thing, or have you used it enough so it kind of keeps learning what you are saying and kind of fits in with what you're asking? This one gets away from Palmer again. And he's seeing a bit of a key difference between the two sides with the accuracy with the ball. But yeah, maybe the day will come that you'll just have AI commentators. What do you think? Oh, it goes after this. Offside, and that's going to be 1 bounce 4. Brilliant shot by Naresh Kumar. Was snapped into position there. Naresh not trying to keep it down. This is the power play. He's trying to put the power in it. Now we are about 10 to 12 minutes after sunset. And I believe we have entered the pink era. If you look at some of the clouds around. We had the yellow and then the orange. Then yeah, a fair bit of pink coming in now. And actually, you can show the sky up kind of the other side of the ground. You'll see what I'm talking about as well. Throw comes in, but Naresh safely home. Yeah, so you're kind of away from that area. You can see a fair bit of the pink sky. It is beautiful, I'm going to say. Always love being here in Barcelona. Omar faces up. This one might have just flicked the pad, and that's the only thing that's going to cost him a wide. There's no way he's hit this on God's green earth. But I suppose that's one way to get the message across, is hit something. To be honest, Omar should have just let this one go. He had a little kind of hop down leg side that meant that it flicked his pad. And let's just say, yeah, if I can say behind the stumps, he was convinced. Now goes straight, and it is travelling. It bounces just inside and across the line. It's 4 runs. So Palmer gets hit high into the air. They didn't have the long off back, so Omar Ali gets his first boundary. Not quite out of the middle, but that's the power play for you. You have a bit more insurance when you go over the top. End of the over, 13 without loss after 1. So you're getting a good idea of some of the twinkly lights coming on. 266 matches since the Golden Ball. Don't know if we can show kind of the straight sky. So not necessarily over the city, because that is pink. It's a bit different. But yeah, you also get to see the kind of the mountains in the background. It's a lovely scene at the moment. Azam here in the second. Pitches outside the leg stump. That's trouble. And quick hands to get that up and over the leg side. Maximo. Naresh Kumar had the insurance here. As soon as this ball pits outside leg stump, it can't be LBW. And he just gets a big look at the leg side. Also, the batters won the AI Golden Ball. Or do we even need to have cricket anymore? AI could be playing all the games. That's the thing, though, with non-human things. I have seen this done before, working in the gaming industry. Right, in the air. And this is going to go all the way as well this time to long on. Maximo Kumar taking on the field and winning at the moment. I think he's enjoying that angle from around the wicket. And, yeah. Yeah, so I've seen kind of, you can auto-generate football games, you can watch them and horse races, all kinds of things. But yeah, it lacks the human element, doesn't it? It sounds pretty full, probably just below. Anytime you see, yeah, probably collapsed the front half, so it's probably not quite high enough. Pretty close though. Over the wicket now, Azam, but he's hit away over the offside. And I think this is 1 bounce 4 as well. So, Badalona CC getting the jump. This was always the risk, wasn't it, for Spartans? And, well, it is the jump, isn't it? Chasing 105, they're chasing it like they're chasing a lot more, which is a pretty good strategy. Now, rocks back onto the back foot and asks the question of the deep mid wicket, but it's well handled out there. That's Jalal Haider. He top scored for Spartans Ospitalet in the first innings of this game. Yeah, so are we thinking the ECN robot might be AI? 30 without loss after 2. Can we zoom in on one of those offices? That's my next challenge. Let's see what are people up to. What's the time? 5:39. Let's see who's doing the overtime. Badalona CC with a win here. Might go to the top of the table. Maybe we can't zoom in more than that. Bit of movement in there. There we go. The second bottom floor that we can see. Someone's walking around, maybe having a coffee. They're going to burn the midnight oil. And Kumar, 22 off 9. He's looked pretty good so far. And he's facing up here in over number 3. And well, let's go to the guy that's been having a good game. In Jalal Haider. Comes on to bowl the third. And almost a Yorker, but I say almost. Turned out to be a full toss and a pretty correct off drive this time from Naresh Kumar. Brings him 4. Good timing. Just a punch. That's very correct. Look at the high elbow there. And it's a smart shot. Fairly low risk shot. Brings him 4. Now just steps across, flicks it away dismissively. 1 bounce 4. And Shoe back in form to his right. But, yeah, he's busy keeping people out of the area that aren't meant to be there and this and that. But he's also always pretty aware, except for yesterday when he got hit in the back of the head. Kumar to 30. Slip in place, hoping for an edge. It's not really an edge though. It's a push. It's a long chase. Should get back for 2 here. They won't. That's the only thing so far. They probably could have run a bit harder just to try and keep those fundamentals going. O'Malley might have a bit of FOMO here if you're missing out, only having faced the 3 balls so far. This is pitched up on the stumps, but again, not quite a Yorker. He's able to get under it, and O'Malley gets his first. Máximo. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And looks like there's no miracles inside at the moment for Spartans. Hello to Ayan, who's in the chat, saying it'll be fun to play against Pakakare. Tough match. Yeah, of course it always is, but it's also an opportunity, isn't it, to knock off the big dogs. Former European champions, and we have seen them go down a few times here in Barcelona. Sign of how strong the competition is and how many cricketers there are. Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cricket-loving people in this region. Last ball, the 3rd. Wow, that's a really good shot. Again, high elbow. And that one hits the fence on the full. Maximo O'Malley. We can see why he wanted to face. You want to get in on it. That's the end of the power play. And the 50 comes up. And the 50 partnership for Badalona Cricket Club. And 51 without loss after 3. Yeah, there's the pink era. And you can see the first magical over of the game came just then. Yeah, we're deep into the pink era. I suppose maybe there's also a purple era if you wait long enough. It's a great skyline. I was trying to lure a couple of the ECN crew out for dinner tonight, but I mean, they're pretty long days. We're leaving the hotel about 7:30 in the morning. We probably get back about that time, 7:30 in the evening. And so could be a hard sell. Could be paella for 1. And when I say for 1, I have to order for 2. And so I eat for 2. One of my first expressions I learnt was, yo soy dos personas, meaning I am 2 people, when they query me about sitting on my own and ordering the paella. Maddie comes on. It's kind of locks up Kumar, who doesn't offer. Oh, I like that Wayne's asked for information about Corey Runkers, and the answer has been that it could be a private individual or someone not widely recognised in public domains or within the cricketing community. It's actually pretty good. This one's cut away nicely into the gap. That'll be 4 more. Put it with the rest. Naresh Kumar. I suppose it's something a little bit different as well when you only get 1 innings in a day. So he didn't play the first game. He knows he's opening the second. So he's very hungry to succeed. Hanging full toss. That is going to be 4 more. So again, just the control hasn't been there. I've said this a few times, but the bowler really controls the whole game. The bowler decides where they're putting the ball, or essentially, they put the ball where it is, whether it's on purpose or not. So if you get that wrong, then it's pretty tough. It's hard to build a plan. dug out. And this will just be a single. This one hit down towards fine leg. This will just be one. Now, cut away, and this will be 4. So Kumar gets another boundary on the way to a half century. The way he's going looks very composed. And really looks like it could be in for a bit of an early night here, the way things are going. End of another over. 65 with that loss after 4. Well, that line's flying with the clouds at the moment. So, time for a new over. Well, this is lifted up and over the leg side, and this is 6 as well. Omar getting in on the action. Maximo. So, well, thanks very much for those tips with the chat GPT. I'll have a bit of a play with that after I get back to the hotel tonight. Pitched up. This is Rashid Ahmed. Bowled pretty well earlier on. Hello to Shrug, watching from Jersey. Great to have you with us. Up in the air, coming around to the left, and we've got a wicket, guys. And as Maruf is saying, the captain that'll take it, Omar Ali just not catching up with the ball there. Maybe got a bit big on him. And so it's well done by the captain. And Omar, bit hit and miss there, but certainly got a few away. Better than nothing, 24 off 10. Leaves his team in a pretty good position. It's 71 for 1. Now look who's coming to the crease, Surya Balu. And they resist the urge maybe to pat someone else, but why? This guy's having such a dominant afternoon. He could finish this pretty quickly. This is cut away. And well held. Surya just seemed in control though. That's the thing. He's not going looking for trouble. This will be a wide. It's the tram line. This one has Balu pushed back and now overcommitted. I think this would have been out if it hits. Let's have a look. Oh, he went a long way down. Don't see how we could have got back. Yeah, I think that would have been gone if it hits. And if you just think back, remember earlier today, Ballina CC pulling off a couple of run-outs just to disrupt the innings. Shrug says he's enjoying Barcelona. Well, Shrug, maybe one day we'll get you here. Balu, again, showing some respect to the ball in the right spot. So once again, it's pretty well done by Rashid Ahmed, as he keeps it reasonably quiet, keeping that over to 7, just 6 off the first ball and a wide late on. Score is 72 for 1 after 5. Of course, ECCW not too far away, 18 days. We've got Spain, the host nation, as well as Italy, the Netherlands, England 11 and Austria playing in the first ever ECCW. It starts on a Saturday. Pardon me? A Sunday. Saturday maybe if you in Hawaii or something like that. But no, it'll be a Sunday start. Goes 6 days and finishes on Friday. Saturday actually is finals day here in Barcelona, the 16th. Hussein comes on. Truck says a bit of calmer about Omar's dismissal, having turned down a single and getting out the next ball. Shrug mentions Austria as a brilliant ECS as well, and yeah, it sure is. Those guys really know how to swing it. Hit leg side, and this will be 4. So the carnage continues. A little bit too short, Naresh Kumar. It's time to have a chat to the keeper. Like Hussein. He's saying, hey, I'm seeing that shot. Now, rare miss hit from Naresh, who's looked on tonight. Some people mention my typing speed. Occasionally you can hear me typing. Remember, I come from a generation of secretaries. Taught me how to type really early. You're going to come back for the second run here, and I think that'll be Kumar's 50. And he brings it up off 21 balls. Again, I won't say the players have been all over the milestones today that are off the field, but it's a pretty solid knot from Naresh. 2 Maximos 8-4s in there. Particularly strong on the offside square of the wicket, and also flicked away nicely. Not going too far this time. Think about a run, but it's not there. Now he's going to open his wings a little bit. This is huge. Maximo gets it down below. Run a ball now. And yeah, that was right out of the middle of the bat. Knows he can take a few risks. Now, finally he's saying, does anyone care? He probably knows he's 50. He probably counts if he's anything like me. I barely had to use more than my fingers when I was batting. But Naresh goes Maximo to finish the 6th over. 84 for 1 now. Yeah, my typing speed used to be around about 102 words per minute on the old scale. Don't know if it's that quick anymore. Accuracy is pretty important as well. I think now with keyboards and computers, it's easy to backspace. But back in the old days, in the old typewriters, if you had to correct something, it was a bit of an ordeal. Artificial light taking over here. Shrug's got a question, and it's one that I'm not 100% sure, because we know the England 11 for men is from national counties, but I think the idea would be that it would be kind of players that are not playing professional cricket. Exactly how they're going to do that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's kind of a mirrored national counties for women program. That's the information I got. It's not exactly the same. But, yeah, find out soon, because they'll have to list their squad within the next week or so. Steps across, and fielder isn't able to get there. Not hit that well by Balu. It's funny. Man, it doesn't look like the player that just smashed 84, but I suppose he's got Kumar keeping him up this time. Hello to Vishal. Like I said, good to see you. Hello to everyone who said hi in the chat. I've enjoyed your company today. Steps across, but you can let it go for a wide. Speaking of the women's, something I've noticed, I've done a lot of women's cricket recently. I'd love them to see exactly how the non-striker backs up here. Look at Balu. Okay, he's always looking for this run and getting a bit of ground. Knowing the ball's nowhere near the bowler's end, he's not going to get run out. Now, in the air, but this is a catching opportunity. Oh, he just can't find the drop zone there. Jalal Haider, and that's going to be 4. And this one might have actually copped him in the knee on the way up. And look here. Oh, it's actually hit him on the foot. On the foot, he's yorked himself from 45 metres. And now he's hopping mad, Jalal, as he tries to get back to his position. Have a look at this. I don't think I've seen this in a while. He's just getting the foot to the pitch of the ball. And if he was further back on the rope, he might have actually kicked it for 6. Yeah, well, scenes of Karate Kid 1 has Haider. Stays in that position just because that's where he was. Thankfully, this one doesn't go to him. And so, counting down the runs now, 15 required. That would hurt. I had a question about what happened with, how come it looked like Mujahid, but actually it was, we were calling it as Mady, but because they actually swapped shirts, which is something they're not meant to do in the innings break, but that'll all get straightened out. Peace up. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. I'm sure they would have picked it up anyway. End of the 7th over then. 91 for 1. 14 required. Jaguar alert tomorrow. Tomorrow's actually my last day before I take a 3-day break. I'll be back on Monday. Rico will be here to take you through the weekend, but Rico will also return for tomorrow morning. We're here at 7:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 1:15 p.m. in India. So, wide to start. Doesn't like it. I think this is wide. Again, the umpire considers the batter's position when he receives the ball. So when he receives the ball, he's in normal position. He can then go and try and hit it, or think about hitting it, but he still retains his right to the wide for it touching the line. Too short, but might bring a wicket, and it will. Well, what do you know? They actually hold one, and it's held down there on the boundary. And so, well held. I believe that's Mujahid that takes the catch. And so, good innings from Naresh Kumar. He cracks 61 off just 26 balls, and he becomes the second wicket to fall, 92 for 2. So, it's a bit of slowish stuff from the captain, Maruf Hussain, but he's pretty good at keeping it one side of the wicket. Now, big swing and a miss. Sharon looks like a guy that's got dinner cooling on the windowsill, doesn't he, at the moment? Keep up back. So made it difficult to try and execute the stumping. Didn't stop him trying though. Up in the air, another catching opportunity. Fielder camps under it and he can't get there. And they think of a second, they're going to take it on, they're going to get there. So it's been a key difference, I think, between some teams and other teams. We just saw one almost break a foot of a fielder a few minutes ago. Well, I like if you could ask the question, then ask it loudly. But this one was just a little bit too high. Hit him in the number 32 there, Roughson. 11 off 13. 10 off 13. Could they come up with a miracle ninth and keep this game alive? Stephen now can't unhear me typing. But yeah, I'm a bit of a multitasker, as most people know. Into the over. Sharon swings straight through that one. Not a bad spell from Maruf Hussain. 1 for 16, end of 8. 95 for 2. I know Julian and Dave, they went up in the box. I've got a question for you, for the other viewers that haven't been in the commentary box. Did anything surprise you of being in the commentary box? You probably feel like you've been here. You've spent a lot of time in the cube, and you kind of have, but I suppose there's always a few things going behind the scenes. I had a pretty easy one, though, at Carterman during that innings. Didn't have to do too much typing. Got to sit and enjoy the game. So, over number 9. 10 off 12. You need someone to have a real heater. They're going to Azam, who's been one of their best players today. Sun's well gone now. And yeah, just to correct as well, and we were calling it, that there was some confusion. Yeah, it was Mujahid that was batting, not Meady in the first half. So it's a little bit of a mix-up there, but it'll all get sorted out. Rest assured. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I think the scorers might have already been aware of that. Now, this is a little edge. I don't know if it carries through to the keeper. I'm not going to say. But to get the official scorecard, once it's all signed off, it'll be on our website, europeancricket.com, so everything will be in order, I'm sure. Back foot. Drive brings 1. Okay. Balu, 1 off 7. Make that 2 off 8, but yeah, just hasn't gotten going. Credit to Spartans for drawing this out. Popped up, but this is the thing. Score for every ball, you can't lose. So you don't necessarily. So I wouldn't be risking huge swings and misses unless there's a ball that is asking for it. But a decent ball, just take the 1. And don't put yourself under more pressure than you need to. Oh, played away nicely. Balu. I'm just reminding us how good he is. Might have run out of a little bit of puff towards the end of the day, but he just toys with the fielder here. Gets 4. Just 4 runs required then. Rico. We'll be back tomorrow. Right now, this is flicked away, but it'll keep the game alive. Mujahid does the fielding out there. So will we go to a last over? When you get last over, anything can happen. Sharon, 3 off 6. Boundary. We'll end it. This will be a wide. And yeah, once again, as searching to keep it inside the tram line. A little bit of an anticlimactic field to the end of this game. Felt like Badalona were going to do it easily, but could there be a run of dot balls and some drama? The extra's not helping. in the air. And, well, Barlow's not interested. And I think he's just saying as a precaution, you know what? I think maybe leave it to me. Interesting, because this would have tied the game. It would have meant that they would have needed a maiden in the last over. So, maybe a few trust issues. We will go to a last over of the night. 103 for 2. Credit to Spartans for keeping battle owner as quiet as they have. 1 for 14, Rashid had a good day with the ball. Maroof, 1 for 16, good figures for him as well. Dave, thank you for the information. That 1 PSI is 6,894.76 newtons per square metre. I am richer for that information. Well, Surya is going to win the game by not hitting the ball. 4 byes, and we're out of here. So, yeah, let's see what the keeper does here. Just doesn't track the ball. Again, kind of loses the line of it and thinks it's somewhere else. And that will do it. Battle Learner CC keep their unbeaten streak alive. And in the end, we do have kind of the exact sequence of winners we had on Monday. And as a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow, 7:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, and 1:15 p.m. in India. Jaguar time in the morning, taking on the Royals. Right, roll the highlights. The sun was going down, and time was ticking for Spartans Hospitalet. We had some animated appealing, although I don't think that there was any chance they hit the bat down the leg side. But Naresh Kumar and Omar Ali got things going for Battle Owner CC. Change of opening combination with them. That pair available just for the last game today. And Naresh in particular looked very solid on the way to a half century. Omar hit a couple of shots out of the middle, but also a couple that weren't, as he was the first to fall. And well, then there were some problems in the field, to say the least. Jalal Haider was hopping mad, couldn't make the most of that opportunity, and it was a bit of a key difference. That one was taken though. Naresh going for a pretty stylish 61. And then more missed opportunities. Sharon probably didn't quite look quite up to speed compared to some of the other players. Surya, well, it was the ghost winning runs, wasn't it? And it wasn't quite the 84 that he came up with last time. He'll finish with 7 off 11. But 4 byes send us out of here as the last of the remaining sunlight fades from the Barcelona skyline. Naresh Kumar, great knock from him though. 3 Maximos, 9 4s in his 61. Was pretty selective. Omar Ali, well, not a bad contribution. 24 off 10 in the end. Balu and Sharon finish it off. And the 12 extras, again, probably a shade too many, conceded by Spartans. Looking at the bowling scorecard, well, a couple of standouts down the bottom in Rashid Ahmed and Maroof Hussain, who together combined for 4 overs, 2 for 30. So good figures there. But ultimately, Battle Owner CC, a little bit too strong. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. Particularly great to see Cosmic Nana with us again. And thanks to everyone for chipping in. And to Vishal as well. I want to thank you. And also to Pista for your help just with that. Keeping on top of things. Just before we go, I want to say a big thank you to all the Blue crew. Everyone's been super busy here today. All the players, the officials, the ground helpers as well. Now, just a reminder, if you haven't already, to like this video on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. We're every day inching towards 400,000 subscribers. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. There's some content there. I'm sure Surya Balu's 6 for and 84 not out. That will be up there, and all the highlights of that. Finally, don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. That's a great place to find out all the fixtures that are coming up. You can learn a bit more about the players and some of the teams, even some of the teams we yet to see yet, like the Jaguars, that will be here in the morning. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of day 3, but for now, this is Vinny Sandu for ECN. Rico Full will be back here in the morning. Time for some more action. Jaguar o'clock. Tune in for that bright and early. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy these highlights. See you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.